The Divine Anime System. Chapter 81, Festival Part 1. Hey Dad. Ray called out as he had found a poster for a festival that's going to happen with Diane's sacred treasure as the prize. What is it? Meliodas said, popping his head out from the kitchen. I found where Diane-san-san's sacred treasure had gone. It's in this festival as a prize. You guys can go participate while I go advertise Boar's Hat and make food for the festival. Ray said, handing over the pamphlet. Oh, this'll be interesting. Meliodas said as he walked towards the rest of the group and showed them the pamphlet. Hey kiddo, you're not gonna participate? Ben asked as he looked over to Ray. Nah, I'll go cook for the festival, it'll be a good chance to advertise and make money for Boar's Hat. Ray said as he shook his head. What about me? Won't I be too big to participate? Diane said, feeling sad about her size once again. Here Diane-san, I've got a present for you once the other guys are gone. Ray said, looking at Diane with a smile. Sure. Diane nodded. Eli-chan, are you going to cheer my dad on? Ray asked, looking over to Elizabeth. Would it be okay if I help you out with distributing the food? Elizabeth said, slightly shocking Ray as he thought she would want to cheer on Meliodas. He recovered quickly as he nodded. Yep, no problem, it'll be a huge help. Ray said with a smile. Right then, shall I make everyone a big feast while we go there? Ray said, causing the rest of the group's eyes to sparkle. Yes. They shouted, causing Ray to chuckle. The journey was short while Ray cooked a feast for the group. They could see Diane's hammer by the side of the arena. Asterisk whistle. Damn, that hammer still looks as big as ever. Ray commented as he carried a huge bag on his back. Right then, Dad, you guys head to the arena first. Diane-san, you stay behind for a second, I'll give you your present now. Ray said as the rest nodded and left for the arena. Looking around to make sure that no one's looking, Ray looked back at Diane. Right, Diane-san, you want to be small, right? Ray asked, causing Diane to nod her head. Before this won't be possible, but because my mana reserve increased since I drank blood, I'm able to make this seal. This allows to compress all of your strength into a smaller body. So you'll keep your strength while being around the size of everyone else. Ray causing Diane's eyes to widen. What's even better is the fact that you can adjust it at any time, so you can punch out in small form but surprise the enemy when you suddenly turn big again. Ray said, causing Diane's eyes to tear up. Thank you, Ray-chan. Diane said, crying tears of happiness, and hugged Ray by her face. There, you guys have looked after me and gave me a family. This is the least that I can do. Ray said. Diane finally let Ray down after a while as he made the seal for Diane. But before he applied the seal, he didn't forget to get some clothing and a towel to cover her body. Diane-san. When I use this seal, your current clothes should shrink with you, but I'll prepare this set of clothing just in case, okay? Ray said while Diane couldn't wait to be the same size as everyone. Getting Diane's confirmation, Ray applied the seal and watched Diane's body shrink till it was just a bit below his own height. Diane hesitantly opened her eyes as she looked around and saw that everything was much bigger than before and that Ray was just a little taller than her. She looked at her arms as she teared up once more from happiness. Thank you, Ray-chan. Diane shouted as she hugged Ray and cried. Ray smiled as he patted her on the back. Come on, Diane-san, you should be able to switch between forms by inserting some mana, and if you want only your arms to enlarge, then you just insert mana into the seal and direct the mana to your arm and it should do it. Ray said, separating from her hug. Now let's go. Don't tell the guys about this and keep it as a surprise for them. Ray said with a grin, making Diane smile as well. Just give me a moment. Diane said as she went to change her clothes. Ray stood there as he waited patiently for her. Soon she was out and in casual clothing, which she was never able to do before. She smiled before giving it a twirl. What do you think, Ray-chan? She asked as she smiled at Ray. Diane-san looks beautiful in those clothes. Ray said, smiling, causing Diane to smile wider than she did. Thanks, Ray, this is one of the happiest days of my life. She said, looking at Ray sincerely. As long as you like it. Ray said, smiling. Now we should go before the guys get worried. Diane said as she walked with a slight skip, signaling her happiness. Ray smiled as he took the bag and followed her. They soon reached the area around the arena as he and Diane went separate ways so that she could surprise the guys. Approaching the group, Ray waved to get their attention. "Hey kiddo, where's Diane?" Ben asked as he couldn't see Diane. "Diane-san will show up later. Right now you guys should register before it's closed while me, Hawk and Eli-chan make a stand for Boar's Hat," Ray said, pointing at the registration point. Ray then walked next to Elizabeth and Hawk. "Right then, let's go find a good place, shall we?" Ray said as the duo followed him. They soon found a spot not too close to the arena but not too far either. Ray crouched down as he placed both hands on the ground and made a makeshift stall with an outdoor eating area with some tables and chairs all made from stone. Opening his bag, Ray placed the sign Boar's Hat as he set up all of the equipment. Before he had even started to cook, there was a huge queue waiting outside as they all heard of the legend of the Boar's Hat and wanted to try the food. Elizabeth helped take the orders while Ray cooked them, causing the people to be intoxicated from the aroma. But thankfully, the aroma didn't reach the arena so the competitors weren't distracted. The people truly got to experience the feeling to godlike food with an eye candy like Elizabeth around. People even paid more money just so that they can get their portions faster. Hawk distributed the drinks, causing them to be drunk midday, but the food stopped them from getting violent. The first round was a battle royal where everyone fought in the arena. Ray could see the group easily passing while Diane would wave smile towards him every time they had eye contact. Elizabeth was confused to who Ray had smiled towards but ignored it as he was just happy for the group. It didn't take long for the quarterfinals to start as the first contestant was Diane versus Gryamore, a holy knight. Gryamore had tried to push Diane out of the ring using his ability as Diane looked backwards. "Go for it." Ray cheered for Diane. Diane smiled as she brought her arm back and punched out. Her arm enlarged to its normal size just before contact, blasting Gryamore away like a rocket. The resulting wind had caused Diane's hat to be blown off as the rest of the group watched with their jaws dropped at Diane currently. Especially King. Ray only smiled as Diane jogged over to Ray. "Ha ha ha, Ray-chan, you should have saw their faces," Diane said while she laughed. "Yeah, I did." Ray nodded as the rest of the group arrived. "Diane?" King asked, unable to believe that Diane was like this. "Hey, Ray-chan made a seal to allow me to switch between both of my sizes at any time I want," Diane said. "Hey, good for you, Diane, you got your wish granted by kiddo," Ben said with a smile as he sat down. "Yep. Ray-chan is the best," Diane said, causing King to glare at Ray with jealousy and rivalry. Ray could only shrug. Soon it was King's match against a drunken old man, which Ray knew was Cain Barzad, a friend of Meliodas from the kingdom of Danafor before its destruction. Chapter 82, Festival Part 2. The fight between King and Cain was simple. King was too weak without his weapon and Cain easily knocked him off the stage. "King Nii-san, you should train up your body a little," Ray said as he was cooking. "Shut it, I'm more of a magic user unlike you who is an all-rounder," King said, feeling bad over his loss. "Well, what can I say? I'm just like that. But here, have some food to cheer up," Ray said, handing King a dish which he ate with vigor. "Now then, it should be time for Dad versus Ben Nii-san," Ray said as he pulled up a chair and prepared to watch. He never got a chance to see Meliodas use his demon mode, so he wanted for the end to copy it today. Everyone watched the fight whilst drinking as it was truly a show to behold. Soon, Meliodas seemed like he lost his strength whilst Ben seems like he was rearing for more. Ray took this as a sign to watch more carefully. He even used magic to improve his eyesight and recognition. Banning. A resounding explosion sounded out as Ben was hit away from the arena. This demon mode is similar to the 8 gates but uses mana and dark element instead of stamina. Ray though, as there could have been some way for him to combine the two together. Soon Ben and Meliodas walked back smiling. "Dad, Ben Nii-san. Did you have fun?" Ray asked as he stood up and made them two a drink. "Yep, ha ha ha, Captain is truly full of surprises," Ben said, drinking while Meliodas only smiled. Diane had also finished her match and was into the finals. "Here, Diane-san, congrats." Ray handed her some juice with a smile. "Thanks, Ray-chan," Diane said as she smiled. Now the only match left was between Meliodas and Cain. At first Cain mistook Meliodas as his own son. Meliodas instead pointed over to Ray and said that he was his adopted son. Cain was then enraged at the fact that the real Meliodas was in front of him and that he was the one who destroyed Danafor. Ray only made some food for Cain as he knew the results. As just like he guessed, Cain believed that Meliodas didn't betray Danafor and came over to the stand. "Here, old man, have some food," Ray said, handing him rice with some beef on the sides. Ray watched as Cain's face seemed like it suddenly regained his youth and started to eat it before asking for seconds. Ray took the plate before handing him another portion. It was at this moment that Ray and the others felt the presence of 3 strong holy knights approaching the area. "Dad, we have to get everyone out of here," Ray said as he deconstructed the shell and packed away. "Yeah, you deal with any long-ranged attacks," Meliodas said as he and the rest of the group prepared to walk on stage. "Diane-san, take this first. Use it on your weapon and it'll shrink and grow with you," Ray said, giving her a seal. She nodded as saw Ray jumped up towards the tallest building in front of the arena. Soon, a shower of fireballs could be seen. Ray smiled as he jumped up and started to eat all of the magic, shocking everyone. Ray then shot out a stream of fire, splitting the air and knocking the 3 holy knights off. "Ray, look after Elizabeth," Meliodas shouted out as he and the rest jumped off of the arena. Ray landed next to Elizabeth as he took Hawk and her towards the boar's hat. Before Ray could reach it, he saw Ban and Meliodas collided with Ban midair. Ray frowned. "Hawk, look after Eli-chan for a second, okay?" Ray said. "Sure, count on me," Hawk replied proudly as Ray ran towards Ban and Meliodas. Just as he reached the area, Ray saw balls of fire about to explode near King. Jumping up and eating the fire, Ray looked at the duo in front of him. "Ho, barber boy is a barber girl instead," Ray said towards Jericho while Guela was on guard since Ray is the worst matchup for her. "Divine 10 slashes," Jericho shouted as she appeared near Ray. In response, Ray instantly turned his whole body to mist as the attack passes. "You see, mine and Ban Nii-chan's immortality are slightly different. Mine comes with more perks." Ray's voice rang out. He materialized his arm as he punched Jericho in the stomach, causing her to kneel in pain. "And as for you, have a taste of your own medicine," Ray said as he created an explosion next to Guela, blasting her away. Heaving Ban and Meliodas on his back, Ray ran towards where Elizabeth is. "King Nii-san, you get some info from them," Ray called out as King nodded. Ray then laid Ban and Meliodas down on the ground next to Elizabeth. "Get away from Eli-chan," a voice rang out behind Ray as he quickly turned around. "Yo, Veronica. Long time so see," Ray said as he looked at Elizabeth's older sister Veronica. "Shut it, criminal. Eli-chan, step away from them," Veronica said as she ignored Ray. "No, they're not criminals," Elizabeth said. Veronica was annoyed as she walked forward and tried to grab her by the hand. Ray was about to stop her till he saw Meliodas awake and jumped high onto the roof and looked at the scene. Meliodas stood in front of Elizabeth protecting her while Veronica looked at him with a frown before taking out the goddess Amber. She spoke out 4 words as it sealed Meliodas. Veronica was about to grab Elizabeth once more, but Ray jumped down once more. "Now then, surely you didn't forget about me now, did you?" Ray asked. Before Veronica could reply, Guela and Jericho tried to sneak attack Ray without caring for the fact that Veronica was in the blast radius. Swiping his hand, Ray summoned a wall of ice as it blocked the attacks. Yar, not even caring that a princess is nearby," Ray said, dropping the wall of ice. "We'll just say she was killed by the 7 sins when we were intercepting them," Guela said, shocking both Veronica and Grymore. Before Ray could even talk, an explosion of dark energy appeared behind him. Quickly ducking down, Ray dodged an attack from Meliodas, which then ripped off the hand of Guela. Ban stood up having recovered and went next to Ray. "Hey kiddo, this isn't good. You want to take the princess and Master Hawk with you while I hold Captain back," Ban said as he looked at Meliodas. "You must be kidding, exposing our backs would be more dangerous right now," Ray said. "Fine then kiddo, just don't drag me down," Ban said as both he and Ray charged at Meliodas. Chapter 83, Festival Part 3. Ray and Ben rushed towards Meliodas as they worked in sync. Ray had this chance to trace out a weapon similar to Ban's sacred treasure and gave it to Ban. Summoning Tengaku, Ray cut towards Meliodas. Meliodas had to dodge as he knew the damage caused by Tengaku would be high as it was wholly attributed. Ban appeared behind Meliodas and swung his weapon. Blocking it, Meliodas easily destroyed a portion of Ban's body. Ray sent several javelins of ice as he ran towards Meliodas. His sword shined with a golden light as Ray went into close combat with Meliodas, flowing through his movements just like Meliodas had taught him. Ray was fighting Meliodas almost as an equal, even with this difference in combat grades. He had used pure technique to bridge this gap. But Ray was slowly in the losing ground as he was getting overwhelmed by Meliodas. My body should be able to take it for a little while. Ray though, as he knew he had to do something fast. Ben was off, moving everyone away from the fight scene as the collateral could easily kill them if it hit. 8 inner gates, first gate open. Ray said as he increased his recognition and was able to block Meliodas' attack and counter with his own more. Wounds started to appear on Ray's body while the fight continued. Ray had managed to stab Meliodas in one of his dark element enhanced limb, but the black substance instead moved somewhere else and formed a spear trying to attack him. Using the blood coming out from his wounds, Ray formed some shields and redirected the attacks, causing craters to be formed on the ground. Ray frowned slightly as he summoned a few blades to restrain Meliodas for a second. The blades stabbed through Meliodas' limbs, pinning him to the ground. Ray took the chance to quickly send a few spears of holy magic, burning some of Meliodas' limbs before they healed. Ray frowned slightly as he ran towards Meliodas once more. Meliodas made swords in each hand as sparks flashed out from the collision. Taking the chance they were locked in, Ray reinforced his knee with magic before kneeing Meliodas in the stomach, launching him away. Tracing a bow, Ray quickly gathered energy into an arrow. Only enough for one arrow, huh? Old friend. Ray said, feeling his mana drop by quite a bit. With my bow and arrows, I respectfully ask for the divine protection of the sun god Apollo and the moon goddess Artemis. Ray said as he materialized one of his favorite noble phantasms. Merging holy magic with the arrow, it started to glow with a slight golden sheen. I offer thee this calamity, Phoebus catastrophe. Ray shouted as the golden arrow shot off and pierced the dark elements on Meliodas' body. Ray then controlled the arrow to combust into 100 arrows, damaging Meliodas' dark element. Enough to suppress him but not enough to kill him. Ray kneeled down and coughed a little blood before wiping it away. Maybe fighting against someone like Dad was a bit above me for now. Ray said, feeling his internal damage slowly heal. If it wasn't for his training in mana control, he wouldn't even be able to summon 1/5 of the arrow. During this, Hawk was looking at the fight in amazement while there was a black swirl present in his eyes. To fight me son like this at his age, truly interesting. It also seems like his bloodline is equal to or above my own. The Demon King thought while he watched through Hawk's eyes. Meanwhile, Meliodas stood there with his dark element regenerating constantly. Still wasn't enough. Ray though looking at Meliodas with a frown. Meliodas suddenly flashed in front of him as he looked down at Ray without emotion. This stare-off lasted for a moment before Meliodas flew off to fight Helbram. Ray released the breath that he didn't even know he held. Standing up, Ray limped slightly over to where Ban, Hawk and Elizabeth were. Hey kiddo, I didn't know you could fight that well. Ban said as he looked at Ray with a smile. Ray only shrugged when he felt dark magic about to cover him. Shit. Ray thought as he knew Hawk was the Demon King's eyes to watch Meliodas as well as the gate to Purgatory. Ben Nii-san, don't worry about me. I'll be back sooner than you think. Help Dad and Eli-chan please. Ray quickly said, disappearing from his spot, leaving a dazed group of men, woman, and pig. When Ray opened his eyes once more, he could see that he was in Purgatory. He had some struggle breathing while his skin was blistering and regenerating constantly, leaving his body in pain. Soon Ray could see the giant body of the Demon King looking down on him. Seems like the Demon King want to chat. Ray said, looking at Demon King. Ray, who are you? Your demon bloodline is equal to, no, even higher than mine. The Demon King said, looking down on Ray. Well, I'm just a vampire demon. Ray said with a shrug. He could only answer since right now, the Demon King could easily kill him with some unknown method right now. As if some bad genes can make you superior to the demon bloodline. The Demon King scoffed. Now speak up or this king will lose his patience. The Demon King said using his pressure. Ray could only withstand against the pressure since he was weakened after his fight with Meliodas. Know the name Lucifer? Ray asked. Great-grandfather. The Demon King said, eyes wide. Yeah, wait, what? Great-grandfather. Ray said. Oi, Lucifer. You hear this? The Demon King here is your great-grandson. Ray shouted in his mind. Geez, stop shouting, not only was I injured already, you just had to go and reincarnate again and now I'm weak again. Lucifer's faint voice rang out in Ray's mind. Well, sorry, but what about the current problem? Ray asked. Well, he does have a very diluted bloodline, so I suppose so. Lucifer said. Hey. Demon King. You sure Lucifer is your great-grandfather? Because if he is, we're both his descendants then, Ray called out. This isn't what I expected. The Demon King said as he sat down again. Do you want to become my successor instead of that waste of a son of mine you call dad? The Demon King said. Nope. Ray said, causing the Demon King to frown. Why? You have a bloodline above mine and you don't want to lead the descendants of the demon clan. Yeah, I don't really want to lead the demons, you see. Ray said nonchalantly. Are you serious? The Demon King bellowed out in anger, seeing such wasted potential. Yes, I am. I'm not suited to lose my emotions and lead the demon race. Ray said, shaking his head. We'll see about that. The Demon King shouted as a wave of darkness covered over Ray, making him writhe in pain. Clenching his teeth, Ray stopped himself from screaming and pulled his middle finger out towards the Demon King. Fuck you. Ray squeezed out. The Demon King frowned slightly before he gathered energy into a demon mark and sent it towards Ray. Ray didn't dare to try eat any of the energy as it could destroy his body from the insides. We have plenty of time to turn you into a perfect candidate. The Demon King said as he watched Ray writhe in pain. Chapter 84, Demon King. Ray was sat in a lotus position as he had been accepting the dark energy yet not letting it overcome him. It has been a few centuries and yet you still resist. The Demon King said as he looked at the person in front of him. While time was faster in Purgatory, Ray hadn't changed a little except for the fact that his face became more masculine. No, resisting is futile, so I'm just going with the flow. Ray said, shaking his head. In these centuries Ray had been using the Demon King's dark energy to further improve his own demon assault mode. But it had a negative side effect of amplifying his darkest emotions. It had acted like a switch. Out of combat Ray would be friendly and caring, in combat he would be a literal demon. If you are going with the flow, then why are you rejecting the position if Demon King? The Demon King asked. Don't you understand me yet? Being tied down with looking after the demon race is not for me. Ray spoke out. In that case, would you participate in the next holy war as part of the demon race? The Demon King asked. We'll see, maybe I'll be on the human side, maybe the goddess clan, maybe the fairies, or maybe even the giants. Ray said towards the Demon King. You are too dangerous to let out of here. He said, looking at Ray. Stop the generous act, you never intended for me to leave without becoming truly loyal to the demon clan. Ray said, to which the Demon King only smiled at being found out. Well, would you like to entertain me for a while then? The Demon King asked, as guarding the gate between Purgatory can be boring. What do you suggest? Ray asked, slightly curious that the Demon King wanted to be entertained. That cooking of yours. Through the pig, I can see a lot of people collapse at the food. As the Demon King, such foods must be tried. The Demon King said as he smiled slightly. Ha 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 ha. The Demon King, one of the strongest in the realms, want to try my cooking. Ray laughed out as he didn't think that a divine-level entity would want his cooking. Are you laughing at this, King? The Demon King said, frowning. Don't get me wrong, I was amused that my cooking gained the attention of one of the strongest beings in this realm. Ray said. Just cook. I can kill you with a pinch if it wasn't for the fact that you had a good bloodline. The Demon King said as he waved away the dark energy. Ray stood up for the first time in centuries, causing his bones to crack. Stretching his body, Ray could feel that he had regained more of his lost glory. System show stats please, simplified. Ray thought. Name, Ray. Age, immortal. Bloodline, Origin Demon Emperor, Alucard. Combat rank, Peak World. Ho, the bloodline increased. Ray though in surprise. Host had been exposed to the magic of a demon king for centuries, tempering your own and gaining the next level of emperor. With this increase, your strength have also increased to peak world rank. So it seems. Ray thought before turning to the demon king. Any requests? Ray asked. None, just give me your best dish. The demon king said as he prepared to watch Ray cook. You got any ingredients then? Ray asked again. Look around, you'll find some. The demon king responded as he sat down on a makeshift throne and supported his head with his arm, watching Ray. Ray only shrugged as he could take this chance to see how he fares against the monsters in Purgatory. Ray didn't have to walk too far before he saw a huge black mammoth made from dark element. Let's try this assault mode. Ray said as demonic markings appeared on his forehead and shoulders. The dark element then formed a long coat on Ray's body as his hair spiked up slightly. Oh, now this is interesting. The demon king said, feeling the power of Ray's assault mode. Ray flashed towards the mammoth as he wanted to only use his assault mode to deal with it. Bringing back his fist, Ray crouched down as he lowered his center of gravity. Twisting his body slightly, he increased the strength of his punch to the extreme through combining body movement and his own power. *Banning. The mammoth was blasted away like an arrow in flight. So my strength increase is much bigger than the fourth gate. With the assault mode active, my body should be able to withstand using the true tremor fruit. Ray said as assault mode didn't take much mana as long as he controlled the expenditure. The mammoth soon crawled out of the crater looking pissed as it swung his trunk towards Ray. Using the dark element to form a shield, Ray tested the defensive capabilities. Boom. The trunk landed on the shield as the result caused the ground Ray stood on to crack. So as long as the attack doesn't surpass my current combat rank in one go, it can block it as well as stay there, provided that I keep a constant supply of mana. Ray thought as he condensed a small ball of dark energy on his chest. The ball suddenly shot forward, spinning clockwise as it formed the shape of a drill. Hairurch. The mammoth cried out in pain as its whole body was pierced though. Ray deactivated the assault mode as he walked towards the mammoth corpse. Dragging it towards a location closer to the demon king, Ray traced out a large cleaver as he prepared to cut the food up. The demon king watched as Ray prepared the food with great interest. It didn't take long for the food to finish. Presenting the huge portion of food, Ray sat down and watched the demon king eat the food. Argurg. You dare feed me this trash? The demon king shouted in absolute disgust. Fuck. Turn off your ability. Why the fuck would you turn the best dish you eat into the worst food? Ray said, exasperated. The demon king could only stay silent as he had always had a habit of keeping his ability active. Turning off the almighty, the demon took another bite of the food before widening his eyes. He had to restrain himself as much as he could to stop himself from losing control and devouring the food. This is not bad indeed. The demon king commented as he took another bite. Heis, if it is not bad, then this kind of mediocre food cannot be eaten by someone of your status. I shall not cook ever again. Ray lamented while he was snickering inside. Demon king, you dare say my food is not bad? I'll say I won't cook anymore. The demon king paused as he didn't think that this is how Ray would react. No, it's fine, there is no one else to cook here, so you can keep going. The demon king called out. No, I have polluted your mouth with food that is not bad, only food that is amazing can be eaten by you. Ray said, pushing the demon king into the corner, since if he wanted to eat this he'll have to discard what little pride he had. So be it. The demon king said as he was about to eat again. But suddenly, he saw Ray take the dish away. What are you doing? How dare you take this king's meal? He called out, not wanting to lose his last chance to eat this kind of food. Since this food polluted your mouth, I cannot continue to let you eat now, can I? Ray said. Come on, you overgrown bitch, you know if you want this you'll have to discard your pride, and you can't kill me either since there won't be another that can cook like me. Ray schemed in his mind. Fine. the Demon King said whilst trying to clutch onto his remaining pride. Every day from then, Ray could make sure to cook flavor bombs each meal, having the aroma fill the area. The Demon King tried to resist by using the Almighty but only led to torturing himself more. And every time he turned off the Almighty, he would be lured by the smell that he almost wanted to pounce on the food. It was when he threw a perfectly good meal away acting like it was a failed dish. The Demon King watched as the monster of Purgatory ate the meal with delight that his willpower started to crumble. Fine. This king admits that your food was the best. The Demon King shouted, unable to hold it in anymore. There, see, it wasn't so hard now, was it? Ray said as he gave the Demon King a grin. Making the food, Ray had started his scheme that he prepared during this time. The Demon King didn't suspect a single thing due to his eagerness and ate the food with vigor. Ray suddenly smiled as he snapped his fingers, causing a golden chain to explode out of the food and wrapped around the full body of the Demon King, who had no time to use his ability before he was bound. What are you doing? The Demon King shouted out in rage. Leaving. These chains are called Enkidu. They do wonders in sealing godlike entities. So enjoy trying to take it off. But don't worry, they'll disappear in time. Only when I leave, that is. Ray said with a grin as he pulled his middle finger out at the Demon King. Ray could see the Demon King's enraged face as he fell backwards into the gate of Purgatory. Arrogant bastard. The Demon King shouted, seeing Ray escape. As Ray escaped through the gate, he could feel that his mana reserves had almost completely emptied just by using Enkidu. He continued to fall when he saw a sudden burst of light, causing him to shield his eyes. Chapter 85, Druid. *bang. A resounding bang ran out as Ray crashed into the ground. Looking around, Ray could see that the sky was made from a myriad of colors. There were also an assortment of rocks placed everywhere around him. In the center, Ray could see a huge tree as he knew where he was. You're kidding, I'm where the Druids are. Ray muttered. Ray stood up when he saw 3 people surrounded him in hostility. Would you believe me if I said I didn't mean to intrude? Ray asked with a slightly forced smile. As if, who are you? How did you break through the barrier? Jenna asked. She was a short woman with blonde braided hair. She wore a long dress of red as she pointed her staff at him, radiating with holy magic. You won't believe me, but I'm Ray. I was in Purgatory for a few centuries before flipping off the Demon King, jumped through the gate of Purgatory and landed here. Ray said, lifting both hands above his head. How are you alive after spending a few centuries in Purgatory? Jenna asked with a slight frown. I'm immortal. Ray said simply. Bullshit. Jenna replied instantly. It's true, try me. Unless you want me to do it instead. Ray asked. Do it. She said, still on guard. Ray only shrugged before summoning a few swords and teared a hole in his torso. Leaving it for them to see, Ray regenerated his wounds. Ta-da, Ray said, shaking his hands a little. Okay, then why were you with the Demon King in Purgatory? She asked, getting to one of the main questions that she had. Well, let's just say he wanted to make me his successor instead of Dad and basically kidnapped me. Ray said. Who's your dad? Jenna asked as she had someone in mind but wanted Ray to clear it up. Meliodas, dragon sin of wrath, son of the Demon King. Ray said, shocking Zaneri, who was the sister of Jenna. She had black braided hair, a white dress, and was short like Jenna. She was in love with Meliodas, so she was shocked to hear he had a child. Who is you, mother? She asked hesitantly, hoping that it wasn't Elizabeth/Liz for that matter. Don't know, Dad picked me up as a kid 16 years ago, I think. Ray said as he wasn't sure after the time he spent in Purgatory. Zaneri quietly sighed in relief. So where are you going to go now? Jenna said as she didn't feel any signs of lie from Ray. Actually, can I stay here for a while? Like till Dad comes to get his power? Ray asked. Why do you want to stay here? Jenna asked. Well, I know that Dad and everyone else can handle themselves for now, so I want to relax and train quietly while I have the chance. If possible, I want to also improve in healing magic. Ray said truthfully. With all the stress of scheming against the Demon King and not letting him find out, to fighting every day. Ray wanted to settle down for a little bit before he prepares to fight the 10 Commandments. Sure, but you'll have to do some chores around here and depending on your talent, we may or may not teach you healing magic. Jenna said as she retracted her magic. Zaneri, would you please show Ray to a spare room? Jenna asked. Zaneri nodded before she led Ray away. So can you tell me about how Meliodas has been over these years? Zaneri asked when they were alone. Heis, you're just like Eli-chan when she was younger. Ray said. Well, he is cheerful, runs a bar with me. Likes to train me a lot and loves to sexually harass Eli-chan. Ray said, causing Zaneri to pause slightly at the last sentence. By Eli-chan do you mean Elizabeth? She asked. Yup. Ray said, causing Zaneri to sigh. She then led him to his room without a word. Just before she turned around to leave, Ray opened his mouth. You know Dad is extremely faithful to Eli-chan, right? Ray said, halting Zaneri in her steps. Yes, I know. She said. Then why do you persist if you know? You just hurt yourself more. Ray said, not understanding why she would harm herself like this. I can't forget him, nor do I want to forget him, so I can't stop loving him. Zaneri said as she walked out. I can't forget him, nor do I want to forget him, so I can't stop loving him, huh? Is that the same for me and you, Eve? Ray muttered as he laid on the bed, drifting off to sleep. Ray woke up the next morning feeling more refreshed than ever, especially after his time in Purgatory. He went out his room and saw that everyone was still asleep. He walked down as he saw a kitchen. He looked around and saw some ingredients that he could use and decided to make them some breakfast. I guess this can count as rent. Ray though while he got to work. The rest slowly woke up by the aroma of food. Walking down, they saw Ray with an apron cooking enough food for 4 people. Morning. Ray said as he turned his head slightly. Oh, I didn't know that you could cook. Jenna said, looking at Ray. Well, I was the chef at Boar's Head that I run with Dad, so I must know how to cook. Sit down, it should be done soon. Ray said while the other 3 sat down. Soon the food laid in front of the trio as they gulped down slightly. They looked at each other before they took a bit simultaneously. Ray took his chance to turn his head as he didn't want to see the 3 have foodgasms, especially the muscular men. Ray only ate with a smile as he heard them compliment his cooking. Ray finished first while the others were still savoring his food, making sure that none go to waste. I'll go out first, when you're finished leave it in the sink, I'll clean it up later. Ray said as the trio nodded. Ray walked out to the open field as he summoned out Tengaku and Lost Vein. Creating a clone with equal strength and technique, Ray started to fight against himself, restraining his strength and instead use only technique. Using this, Ray is able to see the holes in his moves, improving himself the more he fights. It didn't take long for the trio to come out as they watched Ray train with some interest, as they could feel an overbearing amounts of holy element ready to be unleashed from Ray's sword, Tengaku. Taking a break, Ray walked over to the trio. Is my training really that interesting? Ray asked as he could feel their intense gaze on him the whole time. Ha ha ha, no, but we were interested with the sword. The holy element in it is like a vast ocean. Where did you even get this sword? Jenna asked, looking at Tengaku in Ray's hand. Well, it's my soul sword. A Zanpakuto. It originates from my soul, and I'm guessing the holy element you're feeling is Tengaku's Bankai form. Ray said, holding up Tengaku. Oh, a sword that comes from the soul, huh? Hey, can you show me the Bankai form or whatever you call it? Jenna asked. Sure, step back a little. Ray said as he held Tengaku up in front of his face. Bankai. Ray shouted as a sudden energy storm exploded from him, filled with holy element. A golden beam shot upwards as the trio had to shield their eyes. Nanatsu no Tengaku. Ray said as he scattered the light, revealing his Bankai form. This time, there had been some slight changes this time due to the fact that he had changed significantly ever since he interacted with the 7 sins. His 14 wings glowed with a brighter sheen of white and gold, his hair extended slightly to halfway down his back, a golden halo could be seen above his head as his armor looked more holy with a mixture of white and gold, with cloth extending from the waist to his ankles colored white. Angel. Jenna muttered, seeing this form of Ray's. Ray soon undid his Bankai as the energy it consumed was still too large to be used easily. How is this possible? You're a demon yet you use holy element. Jenna said as she looked at Ray. Well, what can I say? I'm a man with many secrets and talents. Ray said, shrugging. We have some holy element spells as well if you are interested to learn. Jenna said, as the Druids had always worshipped the goddess clan. And seeing Ray become a literal angle with 14 wings, Jenna had wanted to assist Ray as much as she could. Sure. Ray smiled as he would be increasing his arsenal of weapons for him to use. Chapter 86, Sage Mode. Quick author note. Late chapter today since power cut off. Sorry. But with that out of the way, enjoy the chap. End of note. Ray woke up extra early today as he and the others got the notification that Meliodas was coming. Ray walked downstairs as he quickly whipped up a quick breakfast for the 3 Druids before training once more. Finishing the training, Ray looked at his full stats for the first time in a long time. Name, Ray. Age, Immortal. Bloodline, Origin Demon Emperor, Alucard, Archangel. Combat rank, Low Sovereign, Suppressed. True combat rank, Divine. Laws, Space. Concept, Seal, Elements. Body, Low Sovereign, Suppressed. True body, Divine. Soul, Mid-Sovereign, Suppressed. True soul, Divine. Will, Divine. Skills. Fire Demon Slayer plus Frost Domain - All Energy Eater / Gluttony. Unlimited Phantasm Works. Hockey. True Tremor Fruit. The End. Passive. 8 Inner Gates. Divine Inner Gates. Kyoki plus Tengaku. All Weapon Mastery, 55%. Perfect Mana Control, 75%. Perfect Body Control, 85%. I'm getting there. Ray muttered as he saw his current ranks. Show unsealed Meliodas combat rank. Ray said as the system showed the rank. Peak Sovereign. System, where did the Archangel bloodline come from? Ray asked, seeing this new addition. It came with the small evolution of Tengaku. I see. Ray muttered as he sat down in the lotus position. Closing his eyes, Ray started to train himself in mana control. Turning his mana into thin strands, Ray made each strand light up with a different element, making sure that the element only made a thin layer on the strands and not more. Sweat started to appear on Ray's forehead as he concentrated in this exercise. The area around him lit up in an array of colors as it slowly spread outwards, allowing Ray to feel everything that goes on here. Jenna was about to call out Ray but stopped once she saw he sitting with mana dancing around him. She only watched for a little while before walking away. She didn't want to disturb the scene of a handsome Ray being in tune with nature. Ray continued to sit still in his lotus position as he controlled the mana in the air. Soon he felt a new energy within his senses. The new energy was small than his mana but was more powerful. Each strand was equivalent to more than 10 of his strands. Ray tried to use this new type of energy but was struggling to harness it. Outside, Meliodas and the guys had already arrived. They were looking around and ready to go train when Jenna spoke up. Hey Meliodas, your adopted son showed up quite a while ago. What? Meliodas said, not expecting Ray to be here. Where is he? Meliodas asked quickly, wanting to see Ray. Jenna showed them to the location and were shocked at what was happening. Green energy could be seen surrounding him in abundance. They would feel a large surge of nature energy in the area as Ray sat unmoving with his eyes closed. Meliodas was shocked at how he couldn't feel Ray's presence at all and how Ray seems to be a fully matured man in his 20s with no facial hair. Why does he look like this? Meliodas asked with a slight frown as last time he saw Ray he was only 16. Apparently he spent a few centuries in Purgatory entertaining the Demon King before trapping him in a scheme and landed here. Jenna said, causing Meliodas to frown when he heard about the Demon King, while the others gasped slightly at the fact that Ray spent a few centuries in Purgatory. Why can't I feel his presence? Meliodas asked. It's supposed to be a secret, but since you're looking at it, I'll tell you. What Ray is doing now is similar to the highest practice of Druid magic, which is where the user would harness the power of nature to perfection. There is a delicate balance that needs to be held, or else the user would receive a severe backlash from the energy. Jenna explained. So I would suggest we leave Ray for now, or else it would be dangerous. Jenna said as she led them away. While Jenna was leading the group away, Ray was comprehending the concept of nature. Hours went by with Ray not moving at all. Soon markings could be seen slowly appearing on Ray's body and face. The markings were a mixture of gold and green spreading across Ray's body while a crown-like marking appeared on his head. Ray slowly opened his eyes, which had a golden ring around his red iris. Phoo! Ray breathed out as he felt the power of his new form. Congrats host for comprehending concept of nature and gaining the passive Sage mode. Detecting synergy between concept of nature, element and Sage mode. New passive gained, Divine Sage mode. The system's message displayed itself. Divine Sage mode huh? Ray said quietly as he felt serene on the inside. He felt peaceful, yet at the same time he wouldn't mind using this power to stand against his enemies. Ray spread his senses and found out his senses were improved even more. Wait, if Divine Sage mode makes me peaceful and reduces negative emotions, then if I pair it with Assault mode then? Ray thought as he started to manifest his dark energy. Starting with his chest, the dark energy spread out until it covered his arms. The energy then started to shift before it settled down as some dark energy covered his chest, shoulders, back and formed 10 tail-like objects behind him. Ray could tell that these tail-like objects were many times shaper than even some of the best noble phantasms he had, especially since it is reinforced with natural mana. Soon Ray turned around to see everyone standing with panic from the sudden increase of demon aura and saw Ray in his new form. Retracting it, Ray smiled. Hey guys, long time no see. Chapter 87, 10 Commandments. Ray retracted his Divine Sage mode as he walked towards the group. Hey Dad, you got your powers back yet? Ray asked as he looked over to Meliodas. Yep, but I still need a bit more training to gain some control over it. Meliodas said with a grin. Ray nodded as he looked over to Merlin. Merlin, long time no see, 16 years in this world I believe. Ray smiled towards Merlin. Hey Ray-chan, seems like you've changed quite a bit. Merlin said, observing Ray's current body. Yep, hey Merlin. Can you help me with a small favor? Ray asked. Go on. Merlin said, willing to hear him out. I want you to teleport me to the 10 Commandments for 10 to 20 seconds and bring me back. Ray said, shocking everyone. Are you crazy? Hawk shouted. Nope, trust me, it's just a small greeting for them. Ray said. Okay, but 15 seconds is the longest I'll let you go. Merlin said as she trusted Ray as well as the fact that he is immortal. Thanks. Ray smiled as he entered Divine Sage mode once more. This time Ray also brought out Tengaku. Bankai, Nanatsu no Tengaku. Ray said, shocking everyone from the sudden increase of holy magic in the air, especially Meliodas, as it should be impossible for someone to use both holy and darkness of the goddess and demon clans. Soon the light disped as Ray could be seen in his Bankai form with 14 wings behind him, long hair, a halo as well as markings to show his Sage mode. Merlin sen, get ready. Ray said as Merlin nodded and prepared her magic. Ray then urged the dark energy to wrap around him once more, but this time the wings became embroidered with black and red lines, with his hair turning black in some areas. Ray then turned the wings into 14 swords that floated near him. 8 inner gates, 4th gate open. Ray shouted as an additional layer of green energy exploded from him. Merlin now. Ray called out as he could only sustain this fusion of forms for half a minute currently. Soon Ray saw that he was in front of the 10 Commandments, shocking them. Quickly sending the 14 swords out, Ray constructed a seal around the whole area, suppressing the commandments. Ray then flashed towards Galland as his arms became a blur. Suddenly, countless cuts appeared everywhere on Galland's armor, shocking him. Greyroad tried to use his ability to keep Ray locked in here, but Ray snapped his fingers and the chains disappeared. Zeldris and Froudring flashed towards Ray, one trying to cut and one trying to punch. Ray pinched Zeldris' sword and blocked Froudring with one of his tails. Ray then manipulated 2 of his tails and pierced the duo in the stomach before launching them away. Dreary flashed near him as she was 30 hits through her combo star. Turning his body to mist, Ray dodges easily before slumming her in the sides with all of his tails, causing her to crash through the forest. Mons Pete fired magic towards Ray, to which Ray opened his mouth and ate it before firing it back at Mons Pete, shocking him. Droll tried to use giant magic to manipulate the earth to attack Ray, using his concept of nature. Ray stopped Droll using his magic before flashed near him and punched his in the chest, causing Droll of kneel down in pain. Jumping backwards, Ray dodged Zeldra's sword strike before countering with his own attack. The two swords clashed, causing sparks to appear in the air, with Zeldra slowly getting more and more wounds on his body. Estarossa flashed behind Ray as he cut down with multiple swords that he had summoned. "You're not the only one that can do that," Ray said as he summoned multiple noble phantasms, blocking Estarossa's sword before hitting him with his tail, launching Estarossa away. Taking this chance, Melascula tried to extract Ray's soul, but a sudden explosion of fire surprised her. "Sunshine," Ray said, simple as he used Escaner's power, burning Melascula as she cried out in pain. Ray sent a shockwave out around him as he felt time was soon going to be up. "That was a little greeting from me to you. See ya," Ray said simply as retracted his 14 swords to float around him once more as he disappeared, leaving a group of wounded commandments angry at what had just happened. Ray soon reappeared in the Druid's location and saw a group of shocked people looking at him. Turning off all of his abilities, Ray sat down heavily as he is mostly drained of his magic. "Ray, that was amazing. How were you able to fight those monsters like that?" Guild Hunter said, shocked, as Hauser nodded. Ray only shrugged because he couldn't be bothered to explain it. "Oh yeah, Merlin. I should be able to release you of the commandments pretty easily." Ray called out to Merlin. "That would be helpful," Merlin said as she smiled. King stayed silent as he didn't know what to do with the fact that Ray was both demon and angel. "Say, Dad, where is Diane-san and Ban-Nii-san?" Ray asked. "Diane has lost her memories of us because of Gowther." King gnashed his teeth in anger. "I can sort that out, but what about Ban-Nii-san?" Ray said, causing King to widen his eyes in anticipation. "Not sure, apparently last time he was at the Fairy King's forest," Meliodas said. "It should be time for Ban and Elaine to meet again soon, which means Escaner is next." Ray thought as he nodded. "Well, I'm gonna go sleep for a bit, wake me up when you guys are done," Ray said as he waved goodbye and went to rest to recover his mana. Chapter 88, Elaine. Ray was soon woken up by Jenna calling for him. "Hey Ray, they've finished their training. Are you going to help Merlin now?" Jenna said. Ray opened his eyes as he got up. "Sure," he said simply as he got up. Soon Ray saw the statue of Merlin and started to examine it. It's just a high-level seal. Nothing I can't undo," Ray said, causing Merlin to watch in curiosity. Pointing a finger upwards, a magic circle appeared above the statue as the petrified parts start to flake off. "Oh, your knowledge in seals have surpassed mine now," Merlin smiled proudly. Ray chuckled slightly. "It's all thanks to you, Merlin. If you didn't teach me the basics, I would be lost," Ray said as her hologram disappeared and his eyes fluttered open on her body. Ray hugged her before she fell onto the floor. "Era," Merlin said as he hugged Ray back. "Sorry I didn't huge you early, Merlin. I would have fell through your hologram," Ray said, to which Merlin only laughed slightly. "It's fine, you're making up for it now, aren't you, Ray-chan?" she said as they separated. "Right, are we going to look for Ban-Nii-san now?" Ray said. "Not yet, we haven't got a clue where he is yet, but we might know where Diane is," Merlin said as they went back to the group. "I should be able to break Gowther's spell on Diane-san once we find her," Ray said. "Say, Ray-chan, so I heard that you escaped the Demon King in Purgatory. Can you tell me in detail?" Merlin asked. Only for you, Merlin. Keep it a secret, okay?" Ray said as he smiled. "Of course," Merlin responded. "So it started with me arriving. The overgrown prick wanted me to be his successor instead of Dad, so I refused and held off against him, erasing my emotions and changing my mindset. So a few centuries went by and the overgrown prick wanted to try my cooking." Ray started to talk about his time in Purgatory whilst Merlin listened patiently. "So when he tried to eat the food, I had one of my strongest weapons to restrain him, giving me enough time to jump down the gate and landed here," Ray said as he finished his story. "So what's the strongest weapon you have that managed to retrain the Demon King?" Merlin asked, interested about what Ray said about his weapon. Summoning Enkidu, Merlin saw a spiral on golden chains appear around Ray. "This is Enkidu, the chains of heaven. The stronger someone is or closer to God, the tighter the chains bind them and seal away their power. So for someone like the Demon King, this is their worst enemy. Ray said, showing Merlin the chains. Ray-chan, be careful, okay? You never know if someone of the Goddess clan will find out and kill you because of these chains. Merlin warned, causing Ray to smile widely as Merlin didn't forget to remind him of the dangers. Ray retracted Enkidu as they were about to reach the rest of the group. Yo Merlin, you got your body back. Meliodas called out. Yes Captain, it's thanks to Ray-chan over here. Merlin said, pointing to Ray. King suddenly perked up as he muttered. Elaine. He was about to fly off when Ray grabbed hold of him. Let me go, Ray. King is frowning slightly. King Nii-san, I'll come with you. I'll be able to teleport you over there and help in case a commandment shows up. Ray said as King paused. Merlin, Dad. You two go look for a scanner, Nii-san, and I'll go help King Nii-san. Ray said as Meliodas just smiled. Be careful out there. Merlin said. Ray nodded as he walked out with King. So King Nii-san, can you tell me roughly where to go? Ray said as King nodded. Pointing to the direction, Ray held onto King's shoulder as he started to teleport them towards the location. Ray stopped once they reached the Fairy King's forest. King looked around nervously but he couldn't find her. Jurhead. Where is Elaine? King called out in slight panic. Jurhead only pointed to a direction before King flew off, leaving Ray looking over to the direction where he flew off before looking at Jurhead. She was a fairy with a long yellow dress that covers her legs and a green hat that covers an eye. Your brother is Gloxinia, right? Ray said, shocking her as she went on guard. How did you know? She said, frowning. Ray only shrugged. So do you know that he is still alive? Ray said, shocking her. Impossible. She cried out as she tried to use nature magic against him, but shocked to see the trees refuse to attack him. It's not impossible. He was forced to become one of the commandments and he should be showing up soon. Ray said, sitting down on a makeshift chair he made using magic. How can I trust you? She said in caution. You can't, I'm just telling you this because if any of my current family was missing but alive, I would want to see them again. Ray said simply as he felt pity for the pair of brother and sister, especially since he knew of Gloxinia's ending. Jurhead frowned in deep thought. Ray only shrugged as he told her what he wanted to say and stood up. He was about to teleport away when Jurhead called out once more. Take me with you to find my brother, please. She said, looking at Ray. Sure. Ray nodded as he held her shoulder and teleported over to where Ban and Elaine is right now. Ray looked around and saw that Eskaner just woken up and fighting Galen with Melas Kula watching. Galen and Melas Kula paused in slight fear when they saw Ray appear. Yo Eskaner Nii-san. Need a hand? Ray asked and he grinned widely. Ray, I can deal with this easily. Eskaner said pridefully as he looked down on the two demons. Sure, I'll talk to Ban Nii-san in the back. Ray said as he took Jurhead with him. Galen and Melas Kula looked at Ray as they considered the options on running. But Eskaner won't give them that chance. Walking through the vault, Ray saw Ban, Jericho, and Elaine huddled in a corner. You look like you've seen better days, Ban Nii-san. Ray grinned as he sat down on a table and crossed his legs. Jurhead sat silently, unable to see Elaine in the eyes due to the fact that she stabbed her lover through the chest. So you're finally back, kiddo. Took you long enough. Ban said weakly. Yeah, say, is this sister-in-law? Ray asked, lifting an eyebrow. Yep, kiddo meet Elaine and Elaine meet kiddo. Vampire, immortal, nibbled on my neck when he was a kid. Ban said, grinning. Ray quickly created a small pebble with magic and flicked it through Ban's skull, shocking Jericho. Fuck off with that. Ray said, watching Ben regenerate. Ben only shrugged before he laughed slightly. So you know sister-in-law is going to disappear right after we kill the demons, right? Ray said as he looked at Ben, who seemed conflicted. I know. He said slowly with a sign. So Ben Nii-san, if Elaine Nei-san were to get a sustainable body, immortal like yours, would you want it? Ray asked. Ben widened his eyes before he nodded. Well, you in luck. I can make her a vampire body with my bloodline so she is immortal. As a plus, the nibbling rights on the neck belongs to her new body. Ray said whilst grinning, shocking everyone present. How do you know how to create a body? Ben asked. I've done it before once. Ray smiled. Who was it for? Ben asked, curious. Someone called Eve. Ray smiled as he replied on instinct, even though he can't remember much about Eve. Elaine looked at Ray as she saw a familiar smile. One that she saw often on Ben's face. You love her, don't you, and you want to see her? Elaine said, causing Ray to widen his eyes before smiling wearily. I don't know, I don't even remember her face. I just have small instances when I remember the things I did but not detail. Ray said. Everyone stayed silent for a few seconds in pity for Ray. Right, enough about that, let's make Elaine Nasen a body now, shall we? Ray said as he smiled, dispersing the negative mood. Ben nodded as he tried to stand up. Rest for a bit, Ben. Nii-san, I'll sort it out. Ray said as he made a few seals. He was much stronger than the time he made Eve's body for her, so it was easy for him this time, which is made easier with his control in mana. Ray looked around and saw that the defensive seals were in place as he summoned out Avalon. Gesturing Elaine to walk over, Ray applied a seal to her back as a light blue orb appeared. Ben watched in nervousness as he wanted to see everything. Ben, any suggestions for the body? Older, more bust? Or stay the same? Ray asked with a shit-eating grin. Stay the same. Ben said. Ray made a OK sign with his hand before clasping his palms together as rainbow energy swirled around the sheath and started to form a body. Ray then made a slight cut on his hand as he infused his Alucard bloodline with the body. Lighting roared out as it attempted to strike down at where Ray stood, wanting to stop the process. Fuck off. Ray shouted as he waved his hand, easily dispersing the lighting and created a hole in the ceiling. Stamping down hard, Ray applied the final burst of energy as the grounds cracked with a burst of light shooting to the sky. Quickly making a large piece of cloth, Ray covered up the body of Elaine before anyone could see. The light died down, as Elaine's body could be seen wrapped up. Her eyelids fluttered open as she looked around. Tata, now I suggest you get your first feeding now. Ray said, pointing over to where Ben is. Elaine nodded as she thanked Ray. She walked over to Ben as he opened up his neck for her. Watching Elaine bite into Ben's neck, Jericho watched with a red face as Elaine started to moan from the pleasure of the first feeding. Ray grabbed Jericho and Jurhead as he walked out. Turning around, Ray gave Ben a shot-eating grin. Go for it, I'll make sure no sound comes out. Ray said as he gave Ben a thumbs up and made a silencing seal and vision seal, blocking out all sound from the room, and no one can see them either. Ben only returned a thumbs up before Ray left with Jurhead and Jericho in tow. Chapter 89, New Technique. Ray sat down on the bar counter as he watched Eskaner and Galen fight with Jericho and Jurhead. Ray was able to see the shockwaves travel through the air as he had a sudden burst of inspiration. The shockwaves travel through the entire area without it being hindered by anything. It goes through even the particles in the walls. Ray thought as he delved deeper into his thoughts. Snapping his fingers, Ray enhanced his eyesight as much as he could and barely saw the particles shift as they carried the sound. Then if I used the wave as a catalyst and synchronized a sword slash to it then. Ray thought as he summoned a katana in his hand, surprising everyone on the scene from the appearance of a sword out of nowhere. Flicking the blade of the sword, Ray saw it vibrate as the sword was duplicated slightly as it travels. Ray's eyes lit up as he started to formulate a new technique within his mind. Ignoring everything around him, Ray started to create sounds with the sword on different sections of the blade. Ray then put a seal on the sword to amplify its rate of vibration and sound. Flicking it slightly, Ray could see how the waves have surpassed the normal speed of sound as it traveled across the whole room. If I'm able to complete this, I should be able to hit my enemies beyond the absolute limits of my body without any side effects. Ray thought as he started to combine different seals and methods together to accomplish this. Meliodas Kula wanted to interfere with whatever Ray was doing but felt as if she was being pointed but a sword that could end her at any moment. This feeling was getting stronger every second while Meliodas Kula was getting paler as seconds passed. As Ray continued to experiment, he didn't notice that Galen had already been turned to stone and that Meliodas Kula was about to try eat Eskaner's soul. Ray suddenly stood up as his grin grew wider. With the seals he made on the katana, Ray had made a brand new noble phantasm that was suited towards this technique he had just created. The katana was able to amplify the speed of which the sound / traveled at, and the stronger he got the faster it was. Ray theorized that at the peak, this technique would slash faster than the speed of light and start to distort reality. It wasn't like the Gi-Balg which changed the cause and effect, but rather when combined with different laws and concepts could potentially affect the object / person before the universe even registered the attack. Such an technique would be devastating in a fight. Being able to kill a person before the universe even recognized it. Ray started to fall back into old habits, smiling with bloodlust when he imagined how the fight could have gone against Alea and Gaia if he had this technique. Even during a fight, as long as the swords collided, the technique would allow him to create attacks everywhere, meaning the person had to defend against a slash from every particle in the area, which if done correctly even a divine-level entity can't block. Ray held his katana as he turned around to look at Galen in front of him and brought his katana back slightly. Ray then gave the blade a gentle flick. Before anyone could realize what had just happened, the stone statue of Galen was already erased from its location. Slash marks could be seen densely gathered around the area. The only downside to this ability was the fact that the technique has ridiculously stringent requirements to be used at its fullest. Not only does one need to understand several different laws to concepts, they also needed an inhuman amount of control and energy reserves. Ray was only able to recreate a weaker version of his technique through using seals, but the energy taken by this was unbelievable. Without the concept of seals, Ray, the maker of this technique, wouldn't have been able to use it. At the current level, the attack was only a few times faster than sound. To increase this, Ray would need the law of seals and law of atoms with the addition of even more energy reserves, as the stronger it gets the more energy it takes. Looking at the sword, Ray realized that he would be able to use the technique with Tengaku. I shall name this technique, Instance --. Ray said lightly. He named it Instance due to the fact that the instant he touches the sword, the enemy would have already been slashed by the particles around them. Congratulations host for creating the passive, Instance. Grade, Divine/God. Host has gained rewards for creating a personal Divine/God rank skill. Rewards. Comprehension increase, concept of seals 68% to 98%. Acquired, concept of particles/atoms, concept of sound. Would host like to add skill to shop catalog? Yes, no. Ray looked at the system message in slight confusion. What do you mean add to shop catalog? Ray asked in his mind. This places your self-created skill in the system shop so other people may gain access to the skill. Wait, other people uses the system shop? Ray asked, slightly shocked. Certain people in the higher realms are granted skills from the shop as rewards for tournaments and events hosted by the system god. Only skills below Sovereign are sold, while some important people are allowed access to the Ascendant rank skills. But having the skill and being able to use it are two separate cases, which is why the people in higher realms derive techniques from these skills and pass them on. You are the only exception from this rule. The system replied, giving Ray more information on the higher realms. That means people in the higher realms are not able to use the system too. So why am I the only exception? Ray was cut out of his thoughts when he heard Meluskula scream out in pain due to a scanner burning her entire body with his magic. Ray saw that Meluskula was still alive, seeing that half of her hearts were still there, and decided to finish the job. Snapping his fingers, Ray used a very toned-down version of Instance to destroy the rest of Meluskula's hearts. She died the moment Ray used Instance with no visible damage on the surface of her body. Chapter 90, Fighting Festival. Ray was walking back to the group when he suddenly slapped himself on the forehead. How did I forget about the true tremor fruit? Although I can't make the vibrations and tremor appear away from my body, I can at least use it on the sword to lessen the mana drain as well as amplify the amount of slashes being made. When I awaken the fruit, I should be able to create vibrations in the area around me. Ray thought when he covered his finger in a small coating of white before tracing out his katana and gave it a gentle flick. The katana suddenly started to shake at a dangerous level when it suddenly exploded into shards. Ray quickly created a small space around the sword to keep the damage minimal. The true tremor fruit is slightly overkill, but it sends out the waves/vibrations at a faster rate and covers more area at the cost of the sword's destruction. Ray thought, holding the broken katana. Until I've awakened my fruit, I should increase the control of it so I don't break my swords. Ray thought as he untraced the katana. Ray, what was that? Escaner asked with curiosity. It's my newly made magic Escaner Nii-san. It allows for me to instantly attack anyone as long as there are particles around them. Each particle represents a slash, and just on a finger are several million to trillions. Ray said, lifting a finger. Oh, and you just made that magic now? Impressive. Escaner said, smiling at Ray. Ray only grinned as they returned to Jurhead and Jericho. Ray saw that Ban and Elaine still haven't walked out of the room yet, so they waited for a little while. A few hours passed when the duo walked out with Elaine wearing a makeshift dress and blushing madly. Ban only had a grin as he sent a thumbs up to Ray, thanking him for the room. I'll erase the evidence, don't worry. Ray said as he collapsed the space, turning everything inside to dust, leaving a square-shaped hole in the vault. Everyone sat down to rest for a while to regain some stamina. Jurhead eventually got some guts to talk to Elaine about what she did to Ban. To her surprise, Elaine forgave her, causing her to tear up emotionally. On the other hand, Ray started to tell the story of him being in Purgatory to Escaner and Ban, who only laughed when they found out that basically Ray cooked his way out from Purgatory. Oh yeah, Ban Nii-san, I should tell you some of the abilities that my vampire bloodline gives. First, you already know, true immortality. Unless she wills it, she can't be killed. Blood control, which you've seen me do. Mist transformation is this. Ray said, turning his entire body to mist. In this you can't be touched at all except for a few exceptions. Ray's voice rang out as he rematerialized himself. True transformation, this turns your entire body, bones and muscle to the form you want. Different gender, race, and even beasts. Ray said, turning his body into Elizabeth's, then to a giant Diane's, and finally Hawk's before turning back to himself. This takes a lot of mana since you change your whole body structure, and I can only do this right now because of my control and mana reserves. Ray explained. Also, my bloodline has no weakness against the sun, so she can be out in the day if she wants to. Ray continued as each ability only served to make everyone's jaw drop even more. Isn't that too much of a cheat? Jericho shouted out as she couldn't believe such a bloodline was possible. Well, I like to call it #lifehack. Ray said with a grin and spread his arms out. The sun set not too long after, and Escaner was back to his weak form. Sneezing a little, Escaner looked around and saw his vault being complete non-existent. My wine. Escaner shouted as he fainted from the shock. The rest of the group only blinked slightly before Ray made a cloth for Escaner so he doesn't get sick, even though that is impossible. Before they could continue where they left off, King floated down as he saw Elaine in Ban's embrace. Elaine. He muttered before frowning heavily. What did you do, Ray? He shouted in rage as he saw Elaine was now a vampire. King was about to launch his spear towards Ray when Elaine and Ban stood in front of King, shielding Ray. Nissan, listen to me. Elaine shouted as she stared at King. I was brought back by the demon's magic. But Ray helped me make a new body so that I'm truly alive and made me a vampire so that I'm immortal like Ban and can't die anymore. Elaine shouted as King calmed down slightly. King, Elaine would have disappeared again if Ray didn't do what he did. Ray saved Elaine. Ban said as King calmed down fully with what he had said. King had mixed feelings for Ray right now. He was thankful that he saved Elaine, but he was also annoyed at the fact that he had turned Elaine into a vampire and couldn't be changed back. Thank you. King muttered as he then ignored Ray. Ray could only shrug and sigh. They then saw a poster saying that there was a fighting tournament to which the winner would gain a free wish. I can guarantee that this was done by the commandments. Since we just got rid of 2 of them, there should be 8 left. If we can take care of more of them, it would be good. Ray said as he looked towards the rest of the people. Jurhead, I believe that your brother would appear at the fighting tournament. Ray said as Jurhead perked up and nodded. Shall I teleport everyone there, or do you guys want to rest a little before we go? Ray asked. Let's go now, we shouldn't let more people get their soul taken from them. Ban said as he just had the soul of his father figure get taken instead of his, so he doesn't want anyone else to have the same experience. Okay, just hold on then, I'll need to get some mana back. Ray said. Need some blood then, kiddo? Ben asked as he knew that Ray gets more mana from blood. This. Ray said, looking at Elaine. Go for it. She smiled back as she was grateful for Ray making a body for her. Ray nodded as he made a barrel and held it towards Ben, who slit his wrist and blood started to pour out into barrel. While it was being filled up, Ray made a rubbed tube as he started to drink from the barrel. The more blood Ben put in, the faster Ray drank, and soon Ben poured enough blood to fill huge bath for nobles. "Kiddo, aren't you drinking a bit much?" Ben asked, as he didn't think that Ray would drink this much. "Fuck do you mean bit much? I had a few centuries in Purgatory not being able to drink blood since the monsters there had no blood," Ray said as he continued to drink. Ben only stopped for a second before stabbing the tube to his vein. "This should be faster, no?" Ben said as Elaine giggled as the sight of Ray using Ben as a water bottle. Ray shrugged as he dismissed the barrel and started to make a complicated seal to teleport the whole group towards the location. When he was marking the location, he found Meliodas' signature and turned to Ben. "Ben Nii-san, I can teleport us to Dad if you want, since he is going the same way," Ray said. Ben hesitated for a second before he remembered what his father figure had said to him when he told him about how he tried to kill Meliodas to revive Elaine. "Sure, kiddo," Ben said. Ray only nodded when he started to lock down on Meliodas' mana signal and finished his seal. "Barber girl, bring a scanner here please," Ray called out to Jericho. "My name is Jericho, not Barber girl," she shouted, but still complied. Ray then set down the seal as a neon blue light twisted around the area. "Grab hold of the nearest person and brace yourselves. Next stop should be now," Ray shouted with a wide grin as he teleported everyone. Chapter 91, Destruction of the Commandments. Author's note. Sorry for the late upload, I had an exam today so I was busy. End of note. Ah! Jericho shouted out as the group was suddenly teleported to where Meliodas was. "Yo!" Ray said as he landed on his feet. Meliodas only grinned while he saw that Ray brought everyone. Ray looked around and saw that they were already at the entrance of the fighting festival. The commandments have made this entire area into a maze. This is where they kill Dad and he turns back to his old self with no emotions, Ray thought while Meliodas was talking to everyone that just arrived. "What's up, Ray? You look like you're thinking of something serious," Meliodas asked, looking at Ray. "Oh, don't worry about it. I'm just gonna go set up a few seals around the place as a fail-safe for when things go to shit," Ray said, turning back to Meliodas. Alright, do you need some help with that?" Meliodas asked, offering his help. "It's fine, Dad, I got this. Just go to the fighting festival, I'll join you guys after I done this," Ray said as he gave everyone a wave before jumping off. Making some blood wings, Ray flew as high as he could with the help of the night to camouflage himself. Looking down on the area, Ray started to think up of a seal. "What do I need? I need a seal to restrain the commandments, a seal to weaken them, and a seal to stop the commandments from leaving once they arrive," Ray thought as he started to make a seal. Flying above the clouds, Ray made sure that no one saw him make the seals. Azure energy started to twist into an intricate seal while Ray attacked them to 6 different swords. Waving his hands, Ray sent the 6 swords to 6 different points, causing a faint grid of energy to connect each of the sword, forming a hexagon. Ray started to then form more layers to the seals, making them more powerful. For every 5 seals that Ray made, it would become a magic circle. For every 5 magic circles Ray made, he would turn them in a larger ring while he layered more rings below the first ring. These magic circles gave many benefits to everyone he had registered. From attack increase, defense increase, to weakening the enemy who have the magic signal of commandments in their body. Creating one last magic circle to mask away the huge array that he had just created, Ray floated downwards as he had a look at what was happening. He could see that 2 of the commandments were about to explain the tournament. Ray suddenly had a grin as he went into Divine Sage mode. Marking appeared everywhere on his body as his presence was masked from everyone. Manipulating the water element in the air, Ray redirected the light so he couldn't be seen. Landing behind the 2 commandments, Ray made a makeshift chair as he make it so that people could see him again. Gloxinia and Droll, the 2 commandments, started to explain the rules when Jurhead stepped out from the crowd. "Ni-san," she said with slight tears in her eyes as she looked at the familiar figure of her brother. Gloxinia paused in shock for a moment before his face turned cold. "Who are you? I don't know you. My sister died 3,000 years ago." he said looking at her. You know Gloxinia, you should be more truthful with yourself. She had thought that you died all those years ago. Ray spoke as the two commandments suddenly turned around in slight fear as they didn't even feel Ray approach. In slight panic, Gloxinia and Droll attacked Ray while he just held both palms out and blocked it easily. Ray only smiled as he saw the duo panic slightly. Since you guys didn't have a choice but to join the commandments, I'll spare you. Ray said as he overrided the commandments that the Demon King had given the duo. Removing his hands, dark symbols could be seen in Ray's palms while Gloxinia and Droll had pained faces from the commandment being forcefully taken out by Ray using his comprehension of seals. Gloxinia and Droll collapsed onto their knees as Ray finished extracting the symbols. Jurhead ran over to Gloxinia as she held him softly, hoping not to hurt him more. I've removed their commandments so they aren't under the Demon King's control, Ray said as he jumped down next to a gigantified Diane. Let me help you out with this, Diane-san, Ray said while Diane tried to walk back in slight panic. Holding out his palm, a seal could be seen being constructed on Ray's hand. Pushing his hand forward, the seal approached Diane's forehead while she tried to shield herself to no avail. Dane's eyes shone with clarity as she remembered everything, even the fact that King had saved her during her childhood, which she completely forgot. Thank you, Ray-chan, she shouted as she hugged Ray in her human-sized form. Ray only smiled as he patted her back. Diane then ran over to King preparing to confess when Ray felt the rest of the commandments approach through his seals that he set up. Dad! Ray shouted out. I know, Meliodas said frowning. You take half, I'll take the other, Ray said as he grinned. Meliodas grinned back as he knew the chances that they had were much bigger with him and Ray working together. Guys! Retreat, the commandments are coming, Meliodas called out as he and Ray jumped to the tallest peak looking towards where the commandments are coming from. Ray went into Divine Sage mode as it took the least amount of mana to sustain since it mostly used natural mana. Meliodas had his dark element appear on his body. Soon the rest of the members of the 10 Commandments appeared. Only Galen, Melas Kula were missing as they were killed. Gloxinia and Droll are no longer members as they never wanted to be one. With Ray removing their commandment, they were free from this binding. Dad, I know you don't like killing, so I'll ask now. Am I allowed to kill the commandments? Ray said, giving Meliodas a side glance. Yes, but leave Esterosa and Zeldris to me, Meliodas said, to which Ray only grinned. Shall I take Dreary, Mons Pete, and Grey Road then? Ray said, to which Meliodas nodded. Let's get some of these guys into my collection of souls to use. Ray though about the souls he imprisoned using his Alucard bloodline. Ray only grinned further when he saw his prey in sight. Let the hunt begin, Dad, Ray said as he flashed towards his targets. Chapter 92, Absorbing Commandments. Ray suddenly appeared before Mons Pete as he gave him a devastating roundhouse kick. Bringing up his hand, Ray blocked Driery's punch, while he then pulled her punch towards him and kneed her in the stomach. Summoning 2 swords, Ray sent them piercing towards Grey Road, who was forced to dodge. Suddenly, a fire bird appeared behind Ray, hitting him, causing a huge burst of fire upwards. The flames started to twist and turn before exploding outwards, showing Ray covered in white flames. Ray only grinned as 2 flaming chains suddenly appeared, ripping Mons Pete in half. Reforming the chains into a shield, Ray blocked a punch behind him. Tisk! Dreary clicked her tongue, seeing how she didn't succeed in hitting Ray. The shield parted slightly as it showed Ray's palm. A sudden lance of ice appeared as it pierced through Driery's body, launching her backwards. Grey Road sent a few curses towards Ray, hoping to restrain him when he didn't expect it. Ha-iya! Ray shouted as he pushed his palm out towards the incoming attack, causing shockwaves as a spear of black flames impaled Grey Road, setting his body alit as it slowly reduced to ashes. Quickly separating into multiple bodies, Grey Road sacrificed one of its bodies to survive. Ray then felt Mons Pete gather a huge amount of fire as it turned to a white flame. A huge phoenix shot towards Ray while Dreary appeared behind him, trying to restrain him. Before Dreary could even touch him, Ray had already turned his body to mist, rendering the efforts of the duo to waste. Rematerializing, Ray summoned a katana as he looked towards Grey Road to suddenly began to run the different directions. Instance! Ray muttered as he gave the katana a flick. Grey Road's multiple bodies suddenly exploded into blood mist the moment Ray flicked his katana, shocking Mons Pete and dreary. If that hit me, all of my hearts would have been gone with that. They both thought in cold sweat. They looked at Ray with caution as he waved his hand and a commandment seal appeared in his hands. So that's 5 commandments now, Ray said as he put away Grey Road's commandment. Looking over at Mons Pete and dreary, Ray could imagine what they were thinking. Too bad that wasn't the real instance, or else you won't even be able to see the blood mist. Ray thought as he started to walk towards the duo with a grin causing fear to sink into the bodies of Mons Pete and dreary. However, before Ray could attack them, he heard Meliodas shout in pain as he looked over. Standing on Meliodas' chest, Estarossa could be seen about to stab Meliodas. Throwing his blade over, Ray forced Estarossa to block while he used his space laws to teleport over in an instant. Cutting upwards with the katana, Ray made a deep cut on Estarossa's torso, causing him to quickly jump back. Now uncle, no need to go this far, Ray said as he gave Estarossa a grin. Estarossa only looked at Ray nonchalantly as he walked towards him. Soon both Estarossa and Ray flashed towards each other. A sudden clash could be heard with Ray and Estarossa cross swords. Combining the use of his sword and limbs, Ray made his movements unpredictable with a series of feints and crossovers. Estarossa could only frown slightly as he was being thrown onto the defensive continuously. Ray had to bend backwards as Zeldris cut horizontally towards him. Landing on a handstand, Ray kicked towards the duo as they separated and looked towards each other. Facing off against these two may be a stretch for now. Ray though as he frowned slightly. His mana was entering the danger zone as he still had his Divine Sage mode activated. Sending his hockey towards the group behind him, Ray could see that they had already been teleported away. That's good, Ray thought as he readied up against the duo in front of him once more. Suddenly throwing his sword towards the duo, Ray brought back his hand as it was covered with a white glow. Asterisk crack. By the time Estarossa and Zeldris avoided the blade, they saw a spider web of crack in the air. They suddenly felt a huge force collide into them as they threw up some blood. Looking towards Ray, they saw him pick up Meliodas as he disappeared from the location. Teleporting next to the rest of the sins, Ray sat down as he panted heavily from the mana exhaustion. Meliodas laid weakly beside him while Elizabeth was hugging him in worry. Dad, I'm going to go into seclusion while I train for more power, Ray said as he realized that he was way too weak right now. He needed a longer period of time to increase his reserves so that he can fight. Sure, I'll help the others train, Meliodas said weakly. Ray only nodded as he turned towards Gloxinia and Droll, who were still weak from him taking their commandments. Go train up some successors while you're here, Ray said, to which Gloxinia and Droll nodded since they had candidates in mind already. Seeing that they agreed, Ray sat in a lotus position as he regained his mana. A night passed while Ray opened his eyes. Creating a seal, Ray teleported away with efficiency. Appearing in a mountain range, Ray set up a few seals as he brought out the 5 commandments that he took. Demon King, my friend, you're not getting these back, Ray said as he knew that the Demon King could feel what would be happening to his commandments. Eating one, Ray started to convert the Demon King's power into his own. Ray wanted to use the commandments to increase his own mana reserves along with his demon bloodline. Elsewhere, the Demon King sat with a frown as he was annoyed from the fact that Ray was able to escape, as well as the fact that 5 of his commandments were in Ray's possession. Suddenly, a hazy figure appeared in his view. You. Its deep graspy voice called out towards the Demon King. Who are you? How dare you address me in that manner? The Demon King shouted as he was in a bad mood. Swinging his giant sword, the Demon King tried to kill the stranger. Asterisk boom. The sword phased through the figure as he stood there unaffected. I may be a projection since the laws doesn't allow me to be here, but, the figure said, drawing out the butt, I can kill you easily without lifting a hand, the figure said as a sudden pressure crashed into the Demon King, causing him to crash downward, spitting up blood. Know your place, fool, the figure spoke as he continued to increase the pressure on the Demon King. I want you to do a job, kill the kid named Ray or whatever. If you don't, I'll kill you and find someone else. The figure spoke as he soon disappeared, causing the Demon King to grit his teeth in anger as he had never been treated this way, but sadly he couldn't do anything but to comply with the stranger. The same scene could be seen with the Goddess clan as the two main clans were tasked to kill Ray. The person in question, however, was sitting in a lotus position absorbing the power of the commandments and turning them into his own. Chapter 93, Breakthrough. Lighting started to gather above a certain mountain range. Ray sat in a lotus position as he had absorbed all 5 of the commandments he took and broke through to the divine rank, unlike last time where he had forced himself up, which in return had killed him. Right now, Ray could be seen with a spiral of neon blue and green energy twisting around him as particles could be seen floating around him. It didn't take long for more strands of energy to appear around him as they represented everything that he had. From the different colors for the elements he could use to magic circuits being spread out, constructing phantasms and destroying them at the same time. Entering Divine Sage mode, Demon Assault mode and Bankai. Ray prepared to take on the tribulation that was required for him to ascend into divine rank. Then started to coat his arms in a deep red hockey while the lightning was about to strike. Pointing up his hands, Ray directly opened his true 8 inner gates as the lightning stuck. Asterisk boom. The mountain range collapsed and was reduced to ashes as the lightning struck. A huge cloud of dust could be seen from everywhere in the country. Suddenly, a force exploded outwards as Ray could be seen floating while he held a spear of lightning in his hands. He had his own purple lightning flash around his body as he had used this to help him grab the lightning. Humph, I eat lightning for breakfast and you use it to test me. Ray spoke as he crushed the lightning in his hands as he ate it. Obtained, Heavenly Tribulation Lightning. Congrats host for entering pseudo-divine rank. Ray saw the message and was confused as to why it wasn't divine rank. Host has yet to comprehend any type of divine essence, so host can't enter true divine rank. Divine essence, huh? I guess it's the level above the law. System show comprehensions. Ray thought as he floated to the ground. Laws, space, element, new, seals, new. Concepts, particles/atoms, new, sounds, new. I should try to get my space laws to divine essence since I've had it for the longest time. Ray thought before looking back at the destruction the tribulation lightning had caused. I guess I can't stay here anymore. Ray shook his head while he walked away from the location. Ray continued to walk as he passed a lake. Looking into the lake, Ray could see that his hair had grown to halfway down his back, his face had sharpened up and he had lost most of his baby fat. Looking at his clothes, Ray could see that what he wore for the most of his current life was in complete tatters. Host still has unbreakable armor set. The system messaged Ray, causing him to turn his head in slight confusion. When did I get that? Ray asked as he couldn't remember how he got this. Host is unauthorized to know. The system replied, causing Ray to only shrug before changing his clothes. He changed back into his outfit. Ray saw how the clothes adjusted themselves to his size and could only marvel at the helpfulness. Right then, system, show me full stats. Ray though, as he wanted to know where he was at currently. Name, Ray. Age, immortal. Bloodline, origin demon emperor, archangel, Alucard. Comprehensions, law of space, law of seals, law of elements, concept of particles/atoms, concept of sound. Combat rank, pseudo-divine. Body, divine. Soul, divine. Will, divine. Skills. All energy eater. Unlimited phantasm works. Hockey. True tremor fruit. The end. 25%. Passive. 8 inner gates. Divine inner gates. Kyoki plus Tengaku. All weapon mastery, 70%. Perfect mana control, 97%. Perfect body control. Heavenly Tribulation Lightning. Show description of my last skill and Heavenly Tribulation Lightning. Ray though, as he wanted to understand what he got. 25%. Comprehension speed increases exponentially. Accurate value can't be viewed. Heavenly Tribulation Lightning. Allows for host to gain the control of the strongest form of lightning. Can scatter souls, rendering them unable to reincarnate. So that's why I was able to comprehend laws of seals and elements. Ray thought as he felt it weird for him to understand their law as he knew the years required were long. But truly, what even is that skill? Ray thought, looking at his last skill, which was 25% unlocked. Shaking his head, Ray started to walk towards the closest village that he could sense. During his walk, Ray had started to give himself a haircut as he didn't like long hair since it affects him badly in combat. I wonder how many years have passed. Ray muttered as he could start to see the village from afar. Walking over, he could only see demons roaming around, causing him to frown slightly. If this is the case, then seems like the holy war had already started. Ray said as he sent out his hockey to check if anyone were still alive. Sensing 2 life signatures below a basement surrounded by demons, Ray frowned. Walking over, Ray snapped his fingers, reducing all of the demons to ash with small spears of fire. Can you open up? It's safe now. Ray said as he knocked onto the basement door. There were no reply as Ray could only hear whimpers of fear. Making a small blade, Ray cut the lock of the door from the outside. Opening the door, Ray saw a woman holding a child backing away. Before Ray could even say anything, the woman charged towards him with fear written all over her eyes. Run! Go quick! The woman shouted towards her child as currently they couldn't trust anyone during this time with demons roaming around. The child froze up as she didn't know what to do. Ray grabbed hold of the woman's wrist, stopping her from hitting him. It's safe now, the demons are gone. Now I want you to tell me what happened. Ray said as he looked at the woman. Ray frowned harder as he saw how the woman was insane from everything that had happened. Ray was about to help her when her skin started to turn red like the red demons and black markings appeared on her face. Her body started to enlarge as Ray let go of the woman. Grabbing the child, Ray quickly ran out of the house while he looked at the soon-to-be-made red demon. Making a seal, Ray scanned both of their bodies and found out that the woman was already fully infected but held on with sheer willpower. The child, on the other hand, was completely uncontaminated. The child shuddered with fear as she saw what had become of her mother. Close your eyes, I'll take you somewhere safe. Ray said as the child complied by turning around and covering her eyes. Making sure that the child won't be able to see what he was going to do, Ray turned towards the demon. Ray only drew a line with his finger before it turned into a blade of white fire that turned the demon's body to ash without it even saying anything. Ray then teleported him and the child away from the village. Looking down at the child, Ray saw that she fainted from fatigue. Sighing deeply, Ray shook his head. Poor child. Ray thought with pity. Creating a new type of seal, Ray mimicked what the system could do but foreseeing the stats and condition of other people instead. Name, Aiko. Age, 4 years and 11 months. Current condition, extremely malnourished. Ray frowned seeing the extremely malnourished status. Heiss. He sighed once more as he carried Aiko in his arms as he looked for some animals. It didn't take long for Ray to find a bear. Making a seal to seance the bear, Ray walked up to it. I can't have you growling or you'll wake up Aiko. She needs her rest after what she had to go through. Ray said as he made a sword shape with his hand and cut down. The bear only freezed up for a second before it was cleanly bisected in halves. Making some equipment for cooking, Ray started to prepare the bear for Aiko when she wakes up. Ray made a makeshift bed with some wind element and placed Aiko on it before making a fire nearby so she doesn't get cold. Ray finished preparing the bear ready to be cooked at a moment's notice and freezed the space around it to stop it from going bad. Sitting on a makeshift chair made from wind element, Ray made sure that there were no animals that went by so that Aiko can have her sleep. Looking back at her, Ray could see that she had raven black hair that went to her lower back, pale skin, a face that one could tell that she would become beautiful when she grows up. I bet she would have had a decent life if this holy war never existed. Ray muttered before shaking his head and went back to making sure no animals disturb Aiko. A few hours passed before Aiko's eyes fluttered slightly before she opened them and saw that she was in a forest. She then saw Ray sitting on nothing. Her head hurt slightly as she was confused as to why she was here in the forest with a stranger. Her eyes widened as she remembered what had just happened. Tears formed in her eyes as she realized that her mother had died. Ray looked over and saw that Aiko was awake and was about to cry. Walking over, Ray hugged Aiko, letting her use his shoulder to cry out her pains. After a few minutes, Aiko had stopped as Ray had been comforting her this entire time. Do you want to eat something right now? Ray asked, seeing that Aiko was awake. She only nodded as her eyes were red around the rims. Ray got up as he started to make some food for Aiko, using a mixture of magic into his cooking. Ray was able to make a dish that would have required him a full day to prepare everything in just a few minutes. Handing her a plate with a spoon, Ray gestured for her to eat. She looked at Ray hesitantly before she chowed down on the food. Ray only sat in his air chair while he crossed his legs, seeing her eat with vigor. Soon she handed him an empty bowl. "You want seconds?" Ray asked, to which she nodded. Waving his hand, Ray made the bowl fill up with the more food. Aiko's eyes lit up slightly seeing Ray use magic before eating again. Ray only smiled slightly seeing her actions. Soon she was full as she only eyed the food, wanting to take it all in but not being able to. Seeing her eye the food like her biggest treasure, Ray chuckled slightly. "Don't worry, I can cook more when you want to," Ray said, ruffling her hair before he stood up and waved his hand as everything disappeared like it was never there. "Did you kill my mum?" Aiko asked, causing Ray to freeze up slightly. "This." Ray hesitated slightly before he nodded. They stood there in silence as Ray didn't know how to continue the conversation. "Heis, I'll take to you a safe city before you can go join other people, is that okay?" Ray asked as Aiko only nodded. "So do you want me to carry you there or walk?" Ray asked. As if to respond to him, Aiko held her arms out. "Are you sure? I mean, you know that I just killed your mum, right?" Ray asked, slightly confused as to why Aiko still wanted him to hold her. She nodded as she looked into Ray's eyes. "She became a demon. Daddy also became a demon and tried to kill Mum. Mum got bit but she still carried me to basement. She told me that she was going to die, so if she did, don't feel sad," Aiko said as some tears started to gather. "That doesn't explain why you're okay with me after I killed you, Mum." Ray sighed as he couldn't help but look at the weird child in front of him being okay with everything that had happened. "Because you tried to help us," Aiko said simply. Ray paused slightly before chuckling. "Some people might want to help you with ulterior motives. What if I'm one of those people?" Ray said with some humor as this child was smarter than normal. Aiko only shrugged as he held out her arms once more. Ray shrugged back with a smile as he carried her in his arms and started to walk towards the closest city. Chapter 94, Inheritance. Ray held Aiko as they were walking toward the city of Camelot. Ray wanted to come here as it meant that he would be ascertain what time it is during the Holy War. Making 2 cloaks, Ray covered both him and Aiko. "This will help us hide from other people's senses," Ray said with a smile as he looked at Aiko. She nodded as she hung the hood lower. Leaping to the roof, Ray made some silencing seals to silence his footsteps as he jumped across from building to building. Ray could see that Camelot was overrun with demons. I hope that Arthur hadn't died yet. I don't want Merlin to be sad," Ray thought as he sent out his hotkey. He could feel that the city was mostly filled with demon life signatures while there was a power human life force going towards the castle. Ray smiled slightly as he couldn't feel Meliodas' signature. This either means that Dad hadn't lost his emotions and is still with Eli-chan, or that he did and is somewhere else. I'd much rather the first option, Ray thought while he leaped towards the castle and walked calmly. Walking through the walls, Ray could really marvel at the infrastructure. "Aiko-chan, this place is quite amazing, isn't it?" Ray said as he showed Aiko the decorations. "How do you know my name?" "I haven't told you yet," she said, tilting her head. Air. Asterisk boom. A sudden explosion cut Ray off as he looked towards the direction. "Let's go, Aiko-chan, there is something interesting over there," Ray said as he switched topics and walked over to the location. Ray sat on top of a wall with a smile as he and Aiko watched what was happening. "Why don't you help?" Aiko asked. Because it's coolest to arrive just before disaster," Ray said with a slight tilt of his head. "Like a hero?" Aiko said, turning her head to Ray. I suppose so. After all, years ago I did want to become a hero," Ray said with a smile as he remembered about his life in Boku no Hero Academia. "I did. So you don't want to be a hero now?" she asked. "You really ask the hardest questions now, don't you?" "Well, I suppose it's because there is no good or bad. There is only the zone in the middle, and some people are just lighter to darker. Everyone has their own backstory, and while I may be a hero to someone, it also means that I'll be a villain to someone else," Ray said as he looked towards Arthur, who pulled out Excalibur. "So you're a lighter shade of gray?" Aiko questioned as she looked towards Ray. I'd say I'm more in the middle, as I have done evil things to people." Ray said. Well, you're a lighter shade of gray to me. Aiko said as she leaned more on Ray. Stockholm Syndrome. Well, I did kill her mum and take her with me. Ray thought as he gave Aiko a side glance before looking back at Arthur. Right now, Arthur was using the techniques that various human legends had left behind in Excalibur. He's going to die. Aiko said out of nowhere as she looked at Arthur fighting back against top-ranked demons. Oh, how can you tell? Ray said with curiosity as Aiko was able to understand what was happening. Weak points are showing up everywhere on his body while the two demons don't have a single one that was hit by him. Aiko said, shocking Ray slightly as Aiko was able to see the weak points of people. How can you tell that these are weak points? Ray asked, wanting to confirm. There are red dots everywhere on their bodies. She said simply. She would be perfect to be an assassin with this talent. Ray thought. Arthur screamed in pain as blood could be seen appearing everywhere on Arthur's body. Righto, it's my turn now. Ray said as he stood up. He was about to set Aiko down when she grabbed him, signaling him to bring her along. Ray only shrugged as he jumped down. Cusack, one of the highest-ranked demons, crouched near Arthur as he looked at him and spoke. You made two grave mistakes, lad. First is your fatal lack of power. I'd wager that the sword contains countless souls of countless human heroes and granted you power. But with that the strain was much bigger. I'm sure that you trained yourself but you couldn't reach their level, so now your body is destroying itself. And the second, you trifled with the wrong opponents. Cusack said as he was about to use his ability to control Arthur's body. You made one too, no detecting me. Ray said as he placed a hand on Cusack's shoulder, shocking everyone as Ray seemed like he appeared out of nowhere. Cusack couldn't move as he was drenched with sweat. The pressure he felt from Ray was on par with the Demon King and could easily kill him at any moment. Ray threw Cusack backwards as the body made a shockwave as it collided with Chandler, who was also one of the highest-ranked demons. Merlin appeared a split second after Ray threw Cusack as she was about to attack him. She was shocked at the sudden appearance of this duo as even she didn't detect them. One small and one large, the pressure she felt from the large figure was the same as what she felt from the Demon King and the Goddess. Ray waved his hand as he healed all of Arthur's injuries with nature magic while Merlin was about to attack due to the fact that Ray might have wanted to harm Arthur. Who are you? Merlin questions, on guard in case Ray tries anything. Ray chuckled slightly as he lifted his hood. It's been a long time, Merlin. How has it been? Ray smiled as Merlin hugged Ray. You have no idea how worried I was when you disappeared. Merlin said. Well, let's talk later, we need to get Arthur out of here first. Ray said as he separated from Merlin. She nodded as she teleported all of them away. Landing on Hawk, every one of the 7 sins were shocked at the 3 new additions that Merlin returned with. Removing the cloaks completely. Ray grinned. Yo. Ray said while Aiko gave a small wave towards the group. Ray-chan. Diane shouted as she shrunk down and gave Ray a hug. Ray only smiled wearily when he saw King looking at him with jealousy. Ray. Meliodas walked out with Elizabeth while he smiled as Ray. Separating from Diane, Ray looked towards Meliodas and gave a grin. How is everything going with Eli-chan? Ray asked as he gave a shit-eating grin. Meliodas grinned back as his made an okay sign. So mind bringing me up to date? Ray asked. Sure, but first, who's the kid? Meliodas asked, pointing at Aiko in Ray's arms. Oh, her. I picked her up on the way to Camelot. Her village was completely overrun by demons. Ray said. HAAA, like father like son. Merlin said as she walked over since Diane helped bring Arthur to a room to rest. What do you mean? Aiko asked, curious. Well, Meliodas here also picked up Ray when he was a baby on his way to Lyonesse. Merlin said. So Ray isn't Shorty's real son? Aiko asked, tilting her head. Don't call Dad Shorty. Ray said as he gently bopped Aiko's head. She held her head as he nodded. Dad adopted me, so I'm not his biological son. Ray explained to Aiko. Are you going to adopt me? She asked. Ray thought about the things he will be going through. The higher realms, enemies, and most importantly going to different worlds. Ray then shook his head. I can't, I'm going to be going to much more dangerous places and I can't protect you if I did take you with me. Ray said as Aiko looked down. Host, if Aiko breaks the barrier of ranks herself, she would be able to go to the higher realms but not the different worlds. The system displayed its message. How about this, I'll give you something to help you get stronger. And it will tell you what to do to find me. So that way you'll be able to decide whether you want to follow me or not. Is that okay? Ray asked as she looked up at him and nodded. Right guys, I'm going to make something for Aiko. If there is anything important tell me after I'm done. Is that okay? Ray said as he asked the group. Sure, go ahead Ray-chan. Merlin said with a smile while the rest nodded. Ray nodded as he took Aiko to a lab he made in the boar's hat years ago. Right then Aiko-chan, I'm going to make an inheritance seal which imprints some of my teachings into your soul. What you do with it will be up to you, but if you decide that you want to join then at one point it will remodel your body to make it so that you will be able to reach my strength, okay? Ray asked one more time to make sure. Aiko nodded as she started to watch Ray make his inheritance seal. What should I give her? Mana control, body control. I should also give her a way to make her own Zanpakuto. Ray though as he started to make the seal. It contained a weaker form of unlimited phantasm works which is only usable once to help her make a Zanpakuto. He then started to add different techniques and ways to understand concepts and laws. How there was another level beyond laws and the tribulation to reach divine rank. Higher realms and finally a weaker version of instance that can be used by her and her only as the technique is bounded to her soul, Sage mode, and how to achieve it. Adding a drop of his blood, Ray made it so that when she was sure that she wanted to follow him, it would convert her to a vampire. Granted that it needed her permission. Ray also started to make some slight changes and made it so that she only need mana instead. As a final touch, Ray made it so that it would be able to save her life a total of 5 times by summoning a portion of his power. Ray started to stab Lee's the seal as he wanted to make sure that it didn't harm Aiko in any way and that even if she didn't want to follow him, it would still protect her 5 times regardless. To help her out, Ray made some instructions on how to access each of the inheritance so that she won't be lost. Okay, Aiko-chan, are you ready? Ray said as he looked over to Aiko. She nodded as Ray then sent the seal into her soul and directly imprinting itself to her soul so that it would follow her even if she were to reincarnate in case she changed her mind. Aiko didn't feel a thing but knew how to access it. Thank you, she said as she looked at Ray. Ray only smiled back as he held her in his arms once more. To think that I'm able to give out inheritances now. Ray though as he walked out of his lab. Chapter 95, Annihilation. Ray walked out of the room as he saw Meliodas sitting there waiting for him. What's up, Dad? Ray asked. No much, I just want to talk to you. Meliodas said as he stood up. Did you see a tall demon with a beard, and a short fat demon when you went to Camelot? Meliodas asked as they walked towards the boar's hat. Yeah, I did actually. One was called Cusack but I didn't hear the other one's name. Ray said. Well, they're the highest class demons and the short one was my master. You should be careful of them, Meliodas warned. Well, they weren't a problem. I've gotten stronger now, Dad. If I were to say, I'd say I'd be able to defeat the Demon King in a 1v1. Ray said as he smiled. Meliodas was shocked when he heard that Ray was stronger than the Demon King. How? I can't feel a speck of. Meliodas' eyes widened at the realization that he couldn't feel Ray's strength. Meliodas turned his head over and saw a smiling Ray. If he didn't see him he wouldn't even realize that Ray was there due to the fact that there was no energy signature. Well, damn. Meliodas muttered before shrugging. So I'm guessing from the way you mentioned them they probably already visited? Ray asked. Yeah, it was terrible. While I could somewhat put up a small fight my master would have killed everyone. I don't know why but he suddenly said, young master is here though, fine as you wish. Before turning around and flew off. Meliodas said as he sighed. So where is Gloxinia and Droll? Ray asked. This caused Meliodas to sigh harder. Droll and Gloxinia sacrificed themselves to give us a way to escape. Gloxinia's final request was for us to look after Jurhead. Meliodas said. I see. Ray muttered while they were approaching the war room where the 4 Archangels were. Walking in, Ray could feel the stares on his body while he dismissed them easily. Meliodas, why did you bring a useless person here, with a child no less? One of the Archangels said. Ray could easily feel the hostility they have for Meliodas. Meliodas was about to retaliate when Ray put a hand onto his shoulder. Don't worry, Dad, I'll show them what I can do later. Ray whispered so that only Meliodas could hear. Meliodas nodded as he sat down. Enough about that, the main reason that we are here is because of the Demon Clan's suspicious movements. The leader of the Archangels started to talk while Ray listened. Ray, you will be a part of the group that is to attack Camelot at the main war zone alone. Can you handle it? Merlin asked. Ray only smiled and made a okay sign. 2 of 3 Archangels scoffed at Ray, thinking that Ray was being arrogant. We'll go there in case this fool can't deliver his orders. The 2 Archangels said as they looked at Ray with disdain. Ray frowned as he didn't want to cause a scene, but these 2 were making it harder for him. Right, Meliodas, you go strike Camelot at its heart while Elizabeth will help heal everyone at the main war zone. Merlin said, switching topics. The rest of the meeting was boring for Ray as they were talking about strategies. Walking out, Ray stood next to Meliodas as he said, Dad, I have a way to break both yours and Eli Chan's curse. Ray said, causing Meliodas to pause in shock. I can make a seal to counteract the curse, but after this if Eli Chan dies it's permanent. Ray said as Meliodas nodded. But don't worry, I'll protect her on the battlefield. Ray smiled. Making a seal in his hand, Ray handed it over to Meliodas. Just push this against her heart and it should remove the seal. Ray said with a shit-eating grin, emphasizing the her heart part, making sure that Meliodas got his suggestion. Ray then walked off towards where Merlin was with Arthur. Merlin. Ray said, waving to her as he entered the room. He could see Arthur sitting there on the bed awake while Merlin was beside him. Ray-chan. Merlin said as she looked over. How's Arthur doing? Ray asked, making a chair for him and Aiko. He's fine now. Though his body is fatigued. Merlin said with a slight frown. Thank you, Ray-san, for saving me. Arthur said as he bowed. Don't worry about it. Ray said as they had some small talk about all that has been happening. Arthur, can I trouble you with looking after Aiko-chan in the time that I'm gone for war? Ray asked. Sure, leave it to me. Arthur said as he knocked on his chest, causing him to flinch a little. Aiko-chan, be good, okay, I shouldn't be long after the war. Ray smiled as he patted Aiko's head. She nodded as she grabbed Ray's collar. Be careful, she said, looking at him. Ray only smiled as he patted her head. The next day, Ray was walking with the march as he approached the war zone. How long ago was it that I last joined a war? It was in Marineford, the One Piece world. Ray thought as he walked. Using wind magic, Ray floated above the army as he looked at the vast expanse of demons. There was a variety of tall, fat, thin, red, blue and grays. But in Ray's eyes they were all just cannon fodder. Charge! One of the commanders shouted as the army charged towards the demons. Let us show you what you can never get. The 2 Archangels said as they flew towards the demons. Omega Arc. They said as huge white sphere covered a small portion of the battlefield, killing all the demons in the area. Hey, this is what we Archangels can do that you can never hope to compare to. One of them said, looking at Ray with disdain. Oh really? Ray said as he was fed up of their crap. Summoning Tengaku, Ray brought the sword in front of him. The 2 Archangels frowned, feeling the dense amount holy element. Bankai. Ray said as the place where he was at exploded with a holy light, pushing the 2 Archangels away. The battlefield paused as they looked at the ray of holy light. Dispersing the light, Ray could be seen with 14 wings, white armor, long hair that reached halfway down his back and a halo above his head. Nanatsu no Tengaku. Ray said as the light cleared. FFF 14 wings. One of the Archangels stuttered in slight fear as Ray had more wings than the goddess herself at 12 wings. Within the goddess clan, the amount of wings represented the power they had, and seeing that Ray had more wings than their goddess made them realize that they have potentially provoked the wrong person. Turning all of his wings to magic circles, Ray controlled them to enlarge. Covering more than 70% or the demons, the magic circles glowed with holy light. 7-layered extinction magic, annihilation. Ray said as a beam of light struck down from above. Everyone had to cover their eyes as the light was too bright. Opening their eyes once more, they could see that the demon army had a giant circle missing in their ranks as dust floated around. "So you were saying about how I can't compare to you archangels?" Ray said as he stared at the two archangels who only backed away slightly in fear. Chapter 96, Abomination. Ray then ignored the two archangels as he flew into the army of demons and started his slaughter. Every time he had killed a demon, he felt something inside him change and beckoned him to continue. He had made his katana as he dual-wielded it with Tengaku, and a weaker version of instance will be activated every once in a while, causing a huge line of corpses as Ray continued forward his slaughter. He was also improving his sword techniques with this as he is fighting a group of enemies and had to conserve his stamina. While he was making a path of carnage forward, his 7 holy swords also helped him kill in 7 other directions. "Oi oi, are we even needed here?" one of the commanders asked as they saw Ray literally hold back an entire army. The two archangels only stood dumbstruck as they couldn't believe how easy it was for Ray to fight the entire army. So Merlin was saying the truth when she said Ray can handle this. They muttered. They paused slightly as they frowned before looking at Ray. Looking at each other, they nodded in understanding. Ray was unaware of this as he continued his slaughter. He then felt Esterosa's energy signal approaching the battlefield. Why does he have 5 of the commandments? Ray thought as he frowned. He knew that in the original timeline, Esterosa took commandments from the other commandments. However, Ray knew that he took 5 of the 10 commandments. Unless the Demon King made new ones and gave them out, which also means that he is weaker right now. Ray thought as he flew back to Elizabeth. "Eli-chan, take this seal. It should protect you from the fight." Ray said, constructing a seal, and handed it to Elizabeth as it formed a protective barrier around her. Before she could even say anything, Ray twisted his body and roundhouse kicked Esterosa, who suddenly appeared. Walking over, Ray stared at Esterosa while he was getting out of the crater. "So you got the order as well?" one of the archangels said as he landed next to Esterosa. "Kuhu, must be annoying to partner up with someone that slaughtered male, huh?" "Ha ha ha." Esterosa laughed out while the archangel had a tick mark but chose to ignore the statement. "Oh, and what's this?" The archangels partner up with one of the commandments. Ray said as he had a small frown. "Kuhu, both the demon and the goddess clan wants you dead. The old man even gave me 4 more commandments." Esterosa said as he entered an assault mode much like Meliodas. "Both of them want me dead? Is it the same guy who had all for one, I am, Alea and Gaia?" Ray thought with a frown. Bringing up his arms, Ray pinched 2 holy swords that the archangels attacked him with. Esterosa was about to attack him, when Ray sent a sword towards him that pierced through his body. "Serial. Tarmiel. What are you doing?" Elizabeth shouted towards the 2 archangels when she saw them attack Ray. "It was Mother's orders. We can't let this abomination alive," Tarmiel said as he and Serial retreated. Everyone looked at Ray, not understanding why the duo called Ray an abomination. "Sir Serial. What do you mean by abomination? Didn't he help us fight against the demons?" one of the leaders asked. "Ray here is a collection of curses and lineages. He is angel, demon, and vampire. Such an evil existence shouldn't even exist," Serial said, causing everyone to take a second look at Ray. Someone tried to shoot magic as Ray as he only reached out and pinched it, causing it to disperse. "Everyone. If the archangels have to go as far as to partner up with the demons, then this abomination here is more of a threat," the person shouted as everyone started to ready their weapons to attack Ray. "And here I was helping you fight your war," Ray said as his eyes grew cold. "I'll give you a second chance. Are you sure you want to fight me? I won't kill those that leave, but for those who stay, death is the only result," Ray said slowly as he increased the pressure he was outputting. "We don't fear you. We have the archangels on our side," one of the knights said as he put on a fearless smile. "Oh, is that so?" Ray said as his voice grew cold. "Eli-chan, you might want to close your eyes," Ray said as he floated up. His 7 swords spread themselves to encircle the entire battlefield. No one was left out as no one left. The archangels and Esterosa struggled to move as Ray started to crush them with his pressure. Ray enlarged the 7 swords as he brought forward his katana, Ray covered it in a white glow as the other 7 swords also glowed. Sevenfold destruction, instance. Ray said as his fingers tasted the blade of the katana. The Archangels had a bad feeling the moment the sword were covered with a white glow. A vibrating sound rang through the battlefield as everyone burst into blood and flesh, killing them before they even realized. Even the Archangels and Estarossa burst into blood. Waving his hand, Ray gathered all of the blood into a pill before eating it. Estarossa revived as his commandments took effect while the 2 Archangels appeared in their true forms. Are the Demon King and Goddess so confident that you ants can defeat me? Ray said as each word brought fear into the trio, as they never imagined that Ray could have killed them without them even realizing. Serial and Tarmiel were drenched in cold sweat as if that was their true body. They would have died before they did anything. Elizabeth opened her eyes to an empty battlefield. She put her hands to her mouth as she sat down in utter disbelief. An army made up of the hopes of humans gone with one move from Ray. But seen as though they were so kind as to give me a present of 2 graces and 5 commandments, I'll take them gratefully. Ray said, appearing in front of them using his space laws, and ripped out 7 seals from their bodies as they cried out in pain with their eyes bloodshot. Storing them away in a separate space, Ray looked towards Camelot as he could feel that the Goddess and Demon King have the greatest chance of appearing there. Oh, and did you know that Estarossa was male to begin with? Ray said as he removed Gauther's seal on Estarossa's identity as the 4th Archangel. Flying off towards Camelot, Ray left behind a silent battlefield where there had been an army of humans and demons. Chapter 97, Heavenly Demon. It didn't take long for Ray to arrive at Camelot, and he could see that the leader of the Archangels were clutching his head in pain from the truth of Estarossa being male. Oi, I'm sure you have received the orders from your Demon King and Goddess, am I correct? Ray said as he saw how both the demon and Archangel looked towards him. Ray, why are you here? What about Elizabeth? Meliodas shouted out to Ray. She's safe, Dad, don't worry. But everyone else is dead. Ray said, face cold. Meliodas frowned as he knew what this meant. I helped them fight their war, and in return they follow the shitty angel's commands to try kill me. What a bunch of idiots. Ray told Meliodas the reason as he walked towards the Archangel. The 2 graces were particularly nice. Ray said as he smiled. However, it was also this smile that brought fear to the Archangel. First, get the fuck out of her body. Ray said as he forced the Archangel out of his current host. The princess, which was his host, collapsed from fatigue while the Archangel's true form was revealed as he was crouching and clutched his head. Reinforcing his finger, Ray held it up as he broke Zeldra's sword when he had tried to attack him. You can piss off to one side. Ray said as he flung Zeldris away with a kick. Aiming a palm at the weakened Archangel, Ray's hand glowed while he crushed the Archangel's head and pulled out a seal, causing his body to fall. Storing the grace into separate dimension, Ray looked in the air. Oi! Piece of shit goddess! You provoked the wrong person. Ray shouted out as he knew the goddess could hear him. Looking forward, Ray could see that Chandler, Meliodas' master, and Cusack were in the process of fusing together. Yo Ray, thanks to the souls we got when you killed the army, I finished my evolution faster. Kyoki's voice rang out in Ray's head as he watched the 2 demons fuse. Oh, that's so. So what's changed? Ray asked, not bothering about the fact that the enemy is fusing in front of him. Well, the domain has changed. From space to slaughter, shadow, and darkness domain. You'll keep all of your laws, but not you can also get slaughter law, shadow law, and darkness law. Kyoki said, voice tinged with excitement. But don't I already have the element law? Shouldn't the law included darkness? Ray asked. No, it doesn't. Your element law covers all of the elements except of conceptual elements, such as darkness, holy, destruction, and creation elements. And that's not including the origin element, which is yin and yang. Kyoki replied. Ray's interest grew when he heard about the conceptual elements. Demon. The 2 finished fusing, but Ray didn't hear their full speech. Come again. Ray said, asking for them to repeat what they said. We are the origin demon. The man-horse hybrid look-alike shouted as he charged at Ray. Before the demons could even approach, a ring appeared beneath it as constricted against the origin demon, causing it to fall. Seal of Solomon. Great for restraining demons. Ray said with a smile. The demon tried to struggle, but the ring started to burn his soul, causing mass amounts of pain. It clenched his teeth, trying not to scream out. So you call yourself the Origin Demon, huh? Well, Lucifer, what do you think about this? Ray said as a man's figure started to appear. Meliodas' eyes widened as he heard the name Lucifer. The Demon King had told him about his great-great-grandfather, who was the first and most powerful demon, but one day he disappeared mysteriously. And now this demon appeared besides his adopted son at his beckoning. First off, Ray, I was still sleeping. Second, surely you don't need me to deal with this trash now, do you? Lucifer said as he looked at the quivering demon with disdain. No, but rather it would be interesting for the Origin Demon to meet you. Ray said with a grin. Well, don't bother me with this kind of trash. Lucifer said as he waved his hand and a black fire shot out, engulfing the Origin Demon before he was reduced to ash. Such powerful flames. Meliodas thought when he saw how easily Lucifer killed the Origin Demon. Che, cocky prick. Just because you reached true divine rank before me. Ray said before walking to Zeldris and extracted the remaining 5 commandments easily. Now then. Since you two don't want to come to me, I'll go to you. Ray said towards the goddess and demon king. Spreading out his wings, Ray flew up into the sky, leaving the rest of the group dazed about how Ray dropped in, killed the enemy and flew off before they could even show off their skills. Ray clasped his hands together when he was high enough and used his space laws to open up a portal towards the goddess realm and purgatory. Exerting more force, Ray merged the two, shocking everyone, especially the goddess and the demon king, as Ray was able to merge 2 different dimensions together. Walking in, Ray closed off the entrance as he stood facing the demon king and the goddess. So here we are. You bastards wanted to try kill me so much. Why aren't you moving now, Ray said with his face cold and exerting more pressure as he entered Divine Sage mode, Bankai, and Demon Assault mode. The pressure exerted from Ray almost made the Demon King and Goddess kneel, as both the Demon Clan and Goddess Clan watched in horror as Ray suppressed their gods easily with pressure alone. Since you like to see people being used as pawns so much, I'm sure you don't mind if I do the same. Ray said as his aura continued to rise. Release restraint level 0. Ray said as a huge burst of dark red energy exploded out from him. An ocean of blood flowed out from his feet, and within the ocean was all of the people he had killed. This included all of the demons and humans. Let me give you a surprise. Ray said as both the Demon King and Goddess could feel 2 divine auras radiate from the pool of blood. Gaia and Alea appeared as they followed the army and started a massacre on the Demon and Goddess clan. The Demon King and Goddess tried to move but found out they had golden chains appeared from the blood ocean and restrained their bodies. Demon King. If I could restrain you when I was weaker, do you think I can't do it now? Ray said as regret dawned on the Demon King. If he had ignored the stranger's request, his clan will still live on. But now no, a single one was spared. The same thought passed through the goddess' mind as they could only watch the clans they nurtured after thousands of years laid to waste. Aerg. The Demon King screamed out in rage as he tried to have a final battle with Ray, but the chains bound onto him too tightly and he couldn't escape. From this day on, there shall be no goddess or demon clan. Ray said as his army finished slaying the last remains of the 2 main clans of this world. Summoning out Kyoki and Tengaku, Ray could see how Kyoki radiated much more bloodthirst and killing intent now that it had finished its evolution. Ray suddenly had an idea as he approached the Demon King and Goddess. Kyoki, Tengaku. You ready to try something out with me? Ray asked. Go on. Tengaku replied as she was curious on what Ray had planned. The Demon King is a divine entity of dark element, while the Goddess is a divine entity of holy element. What if I allow you to absorb their divine essences? Ray said. Oh, that might be interesting. Kyoki said. Stabbing Tengaku into the goddess heart, Ray made a seal as it started to convert everything the goddess had into Tengaku. While he did the same with Kyoki. The 2 roared out in pain as they could feel all of their power taken by the 2 respective swords. Don't worry, we have time. After all, I fused Purgatory with Heaven and the time had increased to be much faster than the real world. By the time they finished, only a few minutes or hours would have passed. Ray said as he sat down in a lotus position and started to comprehend the divine essence of space. When he had fused the 2 dimensions together, he had felt himself on the verge of a breakthrough, so he took this chance to study the law. Time passed in centuries as the aura of the goddess and demon grew weaker and weaker. On the other hand, the dark and holy elements in Rei's Zanpakuto became more and more prominent to the point that it had started to change Rei's souls in a good way. With the harmony of dark and holy, Rei's soul had started to make a balance between the two as the two conceptual elements started to merge. Soon, Rei had a burst of energy as the ground cracked around him, the space started to twist and turn under Rei's control as he had just comprehended the divine essence of space and broke through to true divine rank. Congratulations host for entering true divine rank. In true divine rank there is a total of 10 different stages before one can enter the god rank. Kyoki, Tengaku. Are you finished? Rei asked as he looked at the two swords sticking out of the dried-up corpses of the goddess and demon king. Yep, Kyoki replied as the two swords flew back to Rei's hands. System status. Rei said. Name, Rei. Age, immortal. Bloodline, origin demon emperor, demon king, Alucard, archangel, goddess. Archangel plus goddess equals holy. Origin demon emperor plus demon king equals true demon. True demon plus holy equals heavenly demon. Bloodlines, heavenly demon, new, Alucard. Comprehension. Divine essence, space. Law, elements, seals, darkness, new, holy, new, slaughter, new. Comprehension, particles/atoms, sound, shadow, new. Combat rank, divine stage 1. Body, divine. Soul, divine. Will, divine. Skills. All energy eater. Unlimited phantasm works. Hockey. True tremor fruit. The end. 25%. Passives. 8 inner gates. Divine inner gates. Kyoki plus Tengaku. All weapon mastery. Perfect mana control. Perfect body control. Heavenly tribulation lightning. Well, let's go back to the guys. I think it's time to change worlds after this. Rei said as he stored away the two swords and opened a portal. Creator's thoughts. Chapter 98, Successor. As Rei left the dimension through the portal, the hazy figure who gave the task to both the demon king and goddess appeared. Kohuhahaha, that system god wasn't wrong. This kid is perfect to also be my successor. The figure's voice rang out as he looked at the destruction caused. But truly, what a lad. While most derived techniques from the skills, he actually evolved the skills himself. No wonder the system god also wanted him to be his successor. The figure spoke while he erased this dimension with a wave of his hands. Rei, my lad, you'll need to kill more to inherit my Berserk War God legacy. But don't worry, I have plenty of worlds for you to train yourself. Ha 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 ha. The Berserk War God laughed as he left the scene. Meanwhile, Rei, who returned to the real world, felt a bad sense to what is about to happen in the future. He frowned before dismissing it. He looked down as he saw the 7 sins staring at him. Landing in front of them, Rei took a deep breath. Dad, I've destroyed both the demon and goddess clan. For this day on they won't exist. Rei said, causing everyone to widen their eyes in shock. That and also I'll be leaving this world. Rei said as he sighed. What do you mean by leaving this world, Rei-chan? Merlin asked in worry. Merlin, I'm not a part of this world. I was reincarnated here. My original goal was to travel to different worlds to get stronger, but overestimated myself and got killed. Rei said, shaking his head. But so far, this world had truly been my favorite. Thank you for giving me a real family. Dad, Merlin, Ban Nii-san, Diane Nei-san, Ezener Nii-san, King Nii-san and Gauther Nii-san. Please help me look after Aiko-chan, live well and goodbye. Rei smiled sadly as he teleported from his location. Teleporting next to Aiko, Rei surprised the young girl. Rei. She cried out in surprise before jumping and hugged him. Rei stroked her head fondly as he allowed her to hug him. Aiko-chan, I'll be heading to other worlds in a few minutes. Rei said as Aiko looked up in shock. But, can I come? She asked. Rei shook his head. It'll be too dangerous for you. How about this? I'll make a seal so that you can find me once you're strong enough, no matter which world I'm in. Rei said. Aiko nodded as she sat aside and watched Rei construct the seal. Now that he had reached Divine Stage 1, Ray found it much easier for him to do what he had done before. He only needed to lift a finger before the seal was done. Pressing the seal against Aiko's head, Ray saw the seal integrate with her soul before he removed his hand. Now then, Aiko-chan, I'll see you again in the future if you decide to follow. Remember, ask the 7 sins for any help if you need it, okay? Ray said as Aiko nodded. Ray also made it possible for him to forcefully teleport next to her if her life comes into danger that she can't handle. However, it will only activate after the 5 life-saving barriers and her immortality as a vampire are bypassed. See you, Aiko-chan, stay safe. Ray smiled as he stroked her head one last time before disappearing. As Ray disappeared, Aiko sat there holding her head where Ray had stroked her before leaving. However, she felt some regret as she didn't tell Ray the full truth. The demons didn't kill her dad. She did. He had been using her as a sex slave and she couldn't take it anymore before stabbing him through the eye and through the brain. It was there where she awoke her ability to see weak spots. No one knew about this, not even her mother. Though she hated her for marrying this sort of man. Which was also why she had got the demon blood smeared on the wall and drugged her drink. So when she saw Ray, how he took care of her, how he helped her. He was her first experience of warmth. She wanted more of him, to follow him, to take him for herself. Ray-sama, I'll defiantly get stronger and find you. Aiko muttered with a heavy blush, feeling where Ray had touched her. However, Ray, who was traveling through the space tunnel of Go to other worlds, felt a sudden chill. The fuck is wrong with me today? First a bad feeling, then a chill down my spine. Ray thought with a frown before traveling through the gateway and found himself back into the galaxy of orbs once more. Turning around, he could see the orb with the image of Meliodas' grinning face. Now how to get to the higher realms? Ray thought before turning around, coming face to face with a hazy figure. Ray's eyes widened as he didn't think someone would be here. He went on guard as he couldn't feel this guy's aura, but his senses are screaming out danger. Who are you? Ray said carefully. You don't need to know, Ray lad, but you're not going to the higher realms just yet. And these anime worlds are too weak for you. The Berserk War God said as he could see that Ray was prepared to either escape or fight at a moment's notice. I'll take you to novel worlds as they should prove more of a challenge for you. The Berserk War God said, causing Ray to frown. And what if I don't want to? Ray said, causing the Berserk War God to grin. You have no opinion in this, Ray lad. He said before waving his hands, and Ray was blasted away to a different space tunnel. Ray didn't forget to stick a middle finger up at the Berserk War God as he disappeared into the tunnel. Old friend, I know you've been watching. Berserk War God said as 2 figures also appeared. It was the System God and another hazy figure which the Berserk War God could feel was calamity-bringing Element God. Ho, to think the almighty Element God had also come to take a look. The Berserk War God said with a battle-thirsty grin. Humph, don't you dare turn Ray like you. I still want him to be calm and not a musclehead like you. With his control in the elements so far, he is perfect to be my successor. The Element God said as he had a clash of aura with the Berserk War God. The System God only snapped his fingers, causing the two to calm. He needs to get stronger before we talk about successors. If anything, it should be my successor, since when have you seen anyone this in tune with the system's skills? The System God said as the 2 gods nodded. Hey ol buddy, still mad at how Ray lad took your daughter? The Berserker War God said as he grinned at the System God. No, he hadn't touched anyone, even though he only knows Eve's name. Though that Aiko girl worries me a little. The System God said, looking at Aiko. It's fine, look at it like a trial for Ray in the future. The Element God said. Oh, how is your daughter, by the way? The War God asked. Humph, you should be happy I didn't kill you for the stunt you pulled with Alea and Gaia. The System God said with his eyes cold. Haha, sorry, it was an accident. But damn, aren't you in daughter-con, I think some people call it. The Berserk War God laughed as he had his hand on the back of his head. The System God grew a tick on his head before blasting the War God off to another dimension. The Element God face-palmed as he though. Insensitive idiot, and this is why I don't want you to turn Ray into a musclehead like you. Chapter 99, Cultivation. As Ray was blasted through the space tunnel, he tried to move but was unable to. Host, system has detected foreign energy. Recommended for host to adapt as new worlds will have no natural means to replenish mana. Wait, if it doesn't use mana, what does it use? Ray asked as he could only go with the flow of the tunnel. These worlds use different variants of chi. From astral energy/chi, do chi to profound energy. In the next world, the people use spiritual chi mixed with spirit rings which aid them in battle. Final warning, there are no natural ways to regain mana, so it is advised for host to use previous abilities with caution. What about the way to cultivate? Ray asked as he felt the suction increase. There will be basic knowledge on how to create host's own ring. The system said as Ray was immediately thrown out of the tunnel and into the sky of his new world. Phuck. Ray cursed as his body shot down towards a mountain range like a meteor. Boom. A huge crater was formed as Ray had used some mana to keep himself from turning to paste. Ray frowned when he felt the absence of mana and how it took a lot more to affect the world with mana. Where the hell am I? Ray muttered as he stood up. Looking around, Ray could see that he was surrounded by a lush forest. Spreading out his senses, Ray could feel many dangerous beasts gathering at his location. While I can take these guys on using mana, I won't be able to regenerate my reserves. Ray pondered as he decided to ultimately leave as he doesn't know what the inhabitants could do. It was better to be careful than guns blazing resulting in death. Running through the forest with just his physical strength, Ray was able to leave the mountain range in the distance easily. I should learn how to use chi and any other forms of energy. It would help if I had a multitude of reserves to back up on. Ray thought as he ran. He found a beautiful lake of the clearest blue and walked over. There are not many beasts around here, I should cultivate here for the time being. Ray muttered as he sat on a boulder near the lake. Calming his mind, he started to ponder over how he should create his own ring. I need to infuse my spiritual energy as well as physical energy together as a medium. While doing this, I'll need to synergize an aspect of my previous powers into the ring, allowing me to use it with spiritual chi. Ray thought as he started to construct his ring. I cannot go full power but rather slowly nurture my energy while the ring ages. As it passes each threshold it would gain a different color. The most basic will be white. After it passed the 100-year threshold it will turn yellow. Going further will be the 1000-year threshold, turning the rings into purple rings. 10,000-year threshold will make the rings black while 100,000 turns them red. At the 100,000 threshold, spiritual beasts are able to turn themselves into human and cultivate using the human system. At 1,000,000 years, the ring becomes gold and gains colors based on the attribute that I choose to nurture the ring with at the start. So this is why system wanted me to nurture my own rings. Not only is my body compatible but I can make all of my rings 1,000,000-year rings with this method. Ray thought as he started to gather this foreign energy around him to construct his first ring. Let my first ring be my heavenly demon bloodline. Ray thought as he started to infuse his bloodline into the ring. While in the state of cultivation, Ray had lost his concept of time as every passing thought resulted in years passing. As he constructed his ring, Ray had also stumbled on comprehending the concept of time. Time is but a passing thought. It was a concept made by men to begin with. There is nothing such as time but rather the acceleration at which things age and decay. Ray had thought as he hit the 1,000-year threshold for his ring. The purple ring had engravings of angels and demons while there is the symbol of a heavenly demon in the middle. Clad with 14 wings, dark energy, and a cold expression. The demon stood proud as the ring became more and more detailed. Many more years passed as Ray cultivated. During this, Ray had started to understand some aspects of this new energy. It worked similar to mana but revolved around using one's own energy instead to borrowing energy from the surroundings. As Ray cultivated to the 100,000-year mark, the ring had transformed itself into a deep crimson color, making the demon seem more demonic. Ray suddenly felt a disturbance in his surroundings as he hit the 850,000-year mark. Opening his eyes once more after 850,000 years, Ray looked at the familiar lake and saw a small white rabbit look at him in caution. Rabbit. Ray muttered as he stood up and shook off the vegetation that had gathered onto his body. The rabbit backed off in slight fear as Ray walked towards it. Don't worry, I won't harm you. Ray said as he crouched and patted the bunny's head. The rabbit slowly opened its eyes as it saw Ray's handsome smiling face. First company since I first started to cultivate. Ray said as he smiled as sat back down. Ray was about to go back to cultivate when the rabbit placed itself on his lap and made itself comfortable. "Usagi-chan, rabbit," Ray said looking at the rabbit. The rabbit ignored him as it laid there. Ray only sighed as he stroked the rabbit's head. System cultivation status. Name, Ray. Age, immortal. Cultivation, Spirit Master rank 20. Rings. Heavenly Demon, 850,000. Skills. Allows for user to enter Heavenly Demon mode. Increase in overall status. Slaughter domain. Black energy manipulation. Heavenly Demon avatar. System. What's the overall ranks for cultivation? Ray asked. Spirit Trainee, 1 to 10 no rings. Spirit Master, 11 to 21 ring. Spirit Grand Master, 21 to 32 rings. Spirit Expert, 31 to 43 rings. Spirit Ancestor, 41 to 54 rings. Spirit King, 51 to 65 rings. Spirit Emperor, 61 to 76 rings. Spirit Saint, 71 to 87 rings. Spirit Douluo, 81 to 98 rings. Titled Douluo, 91 to 99 rings. God, 100. What is God rank compared to the previous combat ranks? Ray asked unsure. Divine Stage 1. How would I be able to combine both cultivation systems together? Ray thought as it would mean that his reserves for energy would double. He would have the options of spiritual chi, mana, and natural energy. Since I am making my own rings, I think after I evolve my Heavenly Demon ring to million-year rank I should turn my Zanpakuto into the second ring and boost their powers. Ray thought as he went back to cultivating his ring. Chapter 100, Spirit Awakening. Author note. Some people have questions about my choice for Douluo Dalu. So first reason is poll self-explanatory. Second is that this will be like a stepping stone for other novels to come as it will give Ray some more experience in chi. And finally some questions about how long it took Ray to get to rank 20 is because his body isn't used to the energy system and that he only has one ring. Once he understands concept and law of time, ring aging will be much faster as well as rank progression. Enjoy the chap. End of note. Ray breathed out heavily as he felt movement on his lap. You awake, Usagi-chan? Ray said as he looked at the rabbit on his lap. The rabbit made a small yawn as it climbed onto Ray's shoulder. Ray rubbed the rabbit's nose as it knocked his hands away and made a small protest with its voice. Ray chuckled slightly as he smiled. Let's go look for a human town to get you some food and me some information. Ray said as they stood up. Looking in the river, Ray could see that his hair grew out once more. Heis, I really need to stop my hair from growing out. Ray said as he used some chi to make a small knife on his finger. Cutting his hair, Ray paused before looking at the location. I think I should mark this place since it's quite relaxing. Ray thought as he used a small amount of mana to mark down the location. Usagi-chan, do you know where the human towns are? Ray asked looking at the rabbit. The rabbit nodded as it pointed its small paws behind Ray. Thank you. Ray said as he gently stroked the rabbit behind the ears. It didn't take long for Ray to exit out of the forest as he could see that there were a small town nearby. Walking over, he could see that everyone could summon a tool of some kind. Excuse me. Ray called out to a farmer. The farmer said, completely confusing Ray. Installing translation function. Can you repeat that? Ray said as he saw the system install the translation function. I said, little brother, are you calling out for me? The farmer repeated. Ah yes, sorry, I want to ask, where are we right now? Ray asked. Oh well, you see that forest behind you, that is the Star Duo forest. Little brother, you are lucky that no beasts harmed you. Further that way is Suato City. The farmer said, pointing out the locations. I see, are you able to tell me about this world? You see, I woke up not too long ago and I can't remember anything. Ray lied as he wanted to get some information about this world. Well, we are in the Douluo continent and people here go through an awakening ceremony to get their essence spirits. The farmer explained as Ray took it all in. So basically, we are in the Douluo continent where people go through awakening ceremonies to get their spirits. With these spirits, they cultivate, and once they reached a threshold they kill spirit beasts to rank up all the way to titled Douluo, which is rank 90 and above. Ray repeated, wanting to confirm. Yes, speaking of which, little brother, how you gone through the awakening ceremony yet? If not, then there is a spirit elder/expert, rank 31 to 40, here performing the ceremony. It could be helpful for you. The farmer said. Thank you. Ray said as he bowed a little as thanks. Walking over to what seemed like a plaza, Ray saw a large gathering of people. Usagi-chan, you wait by the side, okay? Ray whispered as the rabbit nodded and walked to the side. Excuse me. Ray called out, gaining the spirit elder's attention. Yes, make it quick, I need to get through everyone here. The spirit elder said as he frowned. He couldn't believe that he was sent out here to awaken some trash spirits. You see, I never awakened my essence spirit, so can you help me out here? Ray said as he ignored what the spirit elder said. Fine, prepare yourself. The spirit elder said as he started the process of spirit awakening. Ray felt a sudden tug in his soul as he frowned slightly before allowing free itself. A burst of black and crimson energy exploded out of him as the illusory figure of a man clad in armor appeared. He had a fearless grin while it seemed like there were a bloody battlefield behind him. The spirit elder backed away slightly as he felt the suppression from the figure as he was sweating out cold sweat. Congratulations, host, for awakening, Azura War God Spirit and Samsara Eyes. The system's message appeared as Ray felt a cooling sensation in his eyes as the Azura War God disappeared. Ray blinked his eyes a few times as the sensation disappeared. In innate full spirit. The spirit elder stuttered slightly as he still felt fear from the suppression of the Azura War God. Young man, would you like to come with me to the spirit hall? I can assure you that with your spirit, they will nurture you into an amazing titled Douluo. The spirit elder said. If I bring such a good spirit back, I'll defiantly get rewarded. The spirit elder thought with greed. Ray thought. If I join this spirit hall, I'll get nurtured. But that also means giving my allegiance to them. I have too many secrets, and who knows if one of them could find out about them. And from what I could tell, they value spirit rings, and if they found out I had a 850,000 years old spirit ring, they'll try to kill me for it. While I can easily kill them, I'd rather save mana for something else than what I could have avoided. Ray thought about this spirit hall as he didn't want to take too many chances with the unknown. I'll have to decline, I need to find out about my lost memory. Ray lied as he was about to turn around and walk away when the spirit elder was about to forcefully grab his shoulder. Bringing up his hand, Ray moved the momentum of the spirit elder elsewhere as he missed Ray's shoulder. What's the meaning of this? Ray said as he frowned. You should be grateful that Spirit Hall wanted you. How dare you reject the offer? I'll give you a second chance, will you come willingly or should I use force? The spirit elder said as he revealed his spirit. A scorpion-like armor covered the spirit elder's body as he looked at Ray. Well, if this is how Spirit Hall is like, then I'm glad I rejected the offer. Ray said as he went on guard. He could feel that there were no one else except for this guy here in the town. Fine then, don't blame me for being vicious. Paralysis sting. The spirit elder shouted as his scorpion tail launched forward towards Ray. Before Ray could even respond, he saw that he was looking at a forest. Ray responded dumbly as he blinked a few times and looked down. So it was your doing, Usagi-chan. Ray said as he smiled and picked up the rabbit. Thank you. Ray said as he placed the rabbit on his shoulder. Let's go home. Ray said as they made their way back to the Star Duo forest. Reaching the lake, Ray sat down as he gently stroked the body of the rabbit with a smile. System, show me the abilities of my spirits. Azura War God. Azura War God Avatar. War God Domain, enemy suppression of 20%, strength, speed, defense increase of 15%. Samsara Eyes. See the weak points of enemies. Able to see through illusions. See the life and death of anything when cultivated to the max level. Azura War God Avatar and my Heavenly Demon Avatar could go together. It seems like I also need to get rings for my Samsara Eyes. As for the Azura War God, I should integrate my Heavenly Demon ring with it when it reaches 1 million years. Ray thought while he started to cultivate once more, training his body to adapt to chi even more and some control over chi, be making small chi threads around him. Chapter 101, 1,000,000-Year Ring. Ha! Ray shouted as he summoned out his 900,000-year heavenly demon spirit ring. The deep crimson ring glowed with menace as Ray activated the heavenly demon avatar. An energy covered his entire body as a construct was formed as its size increased higher and higher. When it stopped, Ray could easily peer far into the distance of the forest as the lake was the size of a large puddle beside his feet. 14 wings sprouted out from the construct's back. Instead of the normal pristine white wings that Ray had in his Bankai form, these wings were deep black as each feather seemed to glow with a sheen of red. Dark energy could be seen covering the construct's entire body except for the head, turning them into black-plated armor. Behind his wings was an energy ring colored gold while his spirit ring laid in the middle. Heavenly Demon Assault Mode. Ray said as a network of information on the ring appeared in his head. Heavenly Demonic Beast Mode. Ray said as the energy construct crouched over and 10 tails appeared behind him, his wings condensed into 4 large pairs while the construct's head became that of a dragon. Heavenly Demon Assault Mode allows me to use some of my techniques, while the Heavenly Demonic Beast Mode allows a much larger increase of physical power at the expense of techniques. While in these forms, any dark and holy abilities are 2 to 3 times as powerful. Ray said as he dispersed his avatar form. Ray sat down heavily next to the lake as he panted heavily from the spiritual energy drain the mode took on him. While it may be my own spirit ring, the energy taken in is ridiculous. Even by just summoning it and not doing anything drains everything from my reserves. Ray though as he saw the rabbit snuggle next to him. Ray smiled as he stroked the rabbit's head. Usagi-chan, shall we explore around Star-Do Forest a little after I recovered? Ray asked with a smile. The rabbit nodded as it waited for Ray to recover. It was only after a full day did Ray finally recover. Come on Usagi-chan. Ray said as he held his hand out. The rabbit hopped onto his hand as Ray stroked it gently as he walked through the forest. Ray took the rabbit sightseeing as they discovered many beautiful zones. From reverse waterfalls, floating islands to a sanctuary of blue river grass. Whoa, this is quite the surprise. Ray said as he saw the sanctuary of blue river grass. All of these are spirit beasts. Ray muttered as he crouched near a blue river grass and gently touched the grass. Ray suddenly felt a burst of spiritual energy aimed towards him as if to warn him not to harm the grass. After spending time with the rabbit, Ray had understood somewhat of how spirit beasts communicate. Sending out a gentle wisp of spirit energy, Ray sent his goal, which was to just explore the places around here. It didn't take long for the spiritual energy to fade but was still on guard as Ray explored the location. Ray left not long after as he looked at the rabbit. Usagi-chan, that was quite surprising, wasn't it? Even a spirit like the blue spirit grass which seemed harmless can be dangerous in certain situations. Ray said, to which the rabbit nodded while it closed its eyes. Lazy rabbit. Ray chuckled as he poked its back, causing it to hit Ray with its ear. Ray only shrugged as he returned to the lake with the rabbit. It shouldn't be long until Usagi-chan reaches 100,000 years, I wonder what it'll do then. Ray thought, looking at the rabbit in his arms before shaking his head. What it wants to do it up it. If it wants to stay then it shall stay. Ray thought while he sat down by the lake once more. Ray calmed himself as he entered deep concentration. Time, acceleration, deceleration, aging, continuation. As Ray dived deeper into the understanding of time, different concepts to do with time appeared within his mind. Due to the fact that Ray already had an understanding of time, comprehending the concept and law came easily for Ray. Years passed as Ray finally understood the law of time. While this law is good for aging my rings, I still need to be careful of when I use it. I should make sure that the foundations for each grade is stabilized before I increase the age, or it could become problematic. Ray thought as he stood up from his cultivation. Looking at the rabbit, Ray could see that the body was glowing with a faint hint of pink. Using his Samsara eyes, Ray was able to see the spirit ring of the rabbit slowly turn red. So you're wanting to become a human, Usagi-chan? Ray said as he understood what was happening. Ray only smiled faintly as he brought out his 910,000-year spirit ring. Using spiritual energy, Ray started to age the ring as it approached the 1,000,000-year mark. 920,000. 930,000. 960,000. 990,000. Ray frowned when he felt the energy to increase his own ring to 1 million increase. I should have enough chi to push it to the 1 million mark. Ray though. Normally, the energy required to upgrade a ring to the 1 million year mark would be astronomical. However, due to the fact that the ring was Ray's own spirit ring, the energy needed was decreased by several folds. Ray steeled himself and started increase the age to 1 million years. A red, black and gold beam of energy shot towards the sky as most of the beasts in Stardew Forest could see it. 8 million year ring. They all thought as each of them bowed with respect one after another. As the light died down, Ray could see his heavenly demon spirit ring transform into a brand new ring. The new form had 3 colors. The main color was gold as the patterns were intertwined with a mix of red and black. Ray fainted from spiritual chi exhaustion as he finished forming his 1 million year ring. Before Ray could hit the ground, the human-formed rabbit spirit grabbed his body before it could fall. If Ray was awake, he would see a girl with brown hair that reached below her back, round eyes, soft features and a light pink dress that covered her whole body. She held him gently as he stroked his hair like how Ray would have done to her. She smiled softly when she felt the softness of his hair with her own fingers. Chapter 102, Bywo. Ray opened his eyes slowly as he still felt the signs of fatigue from upgrading his spirit ring. Ray said as he saw a girl stare at him. Usagi-chan. Ray said slowly, wanting to confirm. She smiled sweetly as she nodded. Ray sighed out in relief as he relaxed. So Usagi-chan, do you have a name? Ray asked as it would be weird for him to call her Usagi all of the time. She shook her head while. You make one for me. She said as her voice were soft. Are you sure? Ray asked. She said as she played around with Ray's hair. How about lazy rabbit? Ray said with a grin. She directly chooped down on Ray's forehead. I'm not lazy. Just saving energy. She said as she continued to play with Ray's hair. Ha ha ha, fine, how about Bai for white and Wu for dance? Since your fur was white and when you hopped around you looked like you were dancing. Ray suggested as he used the language used on the Douluo continent. Bywo, and I like it. She smiled widely as she repeated her name in joy. Ray chuckled at her display. I still don't know your name. Bywo said as she looked at Ray. I haven't told you my name yet, have I? Well, it's Ray. Ray said as he looked up to Bywo. Lightning. Lei, which is lightning in Chinese, weird name. Bywo said. No, not Lei, Ray, Rei. Ray said slowly. Tired. Why are you called tired? She asked as Ray felt a twitch surface on his mouth. Screw it, go with lightning. Ray said, giving up. Unlay. So why do you have red, black and gold ring? Bywo only has red. She asked as she was curious. So you know how Bywo is 100,000 year spirit beast. Well, once you pass 1 million year your ring becomes gold and with colors to do with your attribute. Ray explained. So Lei is spirit beast who lived 1 million years. She said, looking Ray. Well, I suppose that it mostly correct. Ray said as he tried to get up. Bywo held his head down, stopping him from getting up. Rest more, your energy low from upgrading ring to 1 million year. Bywo said as her tone didn't allow him to say no. Hi's fine. Ray sighed as he and Bywo enjoyed the lake scenery. After a few hours, Ray opened his eyes as he felt refreshed. Looking up, Ray saw Bywo drooling on his hair. Ray's eyes twitched as he carefully got up, making sure to not wake her. Walking off to the side, Ray took off his jacket and shirt as he washed his hair from Bywo's drool. Ah! Ray suddenly heard a scream as he quickly ran back to see a startled Bywo. What was that scream? Ray asked as he looked around and saw no one. Bywo thought Lei disappeared. She said as she tried to hide her face as she had a heavy blush from seeing Ray's bare upper body. Oh, that's good then, at least there were no danger. Ray said as he sighed and went to retrieve his clothes. Say Bywo, we might want to go to a city again since it has been a few thousand years. Ray said as he got dressed again. Bywo nodded as she stood up. Since her body wasn't as strong as Ray's, Ray took her into his arms as he leaped from tree to tree, making their way out from the forest. Wee ha 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 ha. Bywo cried out from the thrill as she laughed happily from Ray holding her like a princess. So she likes the thrill just like Eve. Ray though out of nowhere causing him to frown as he stopped suddenly feeling a throbbing pain in his head. Ray kneeled as Bywo crouched near him in worry seeing Ray clutch his head. Lei, are you okay? Lei. She asked in worry. Yeah, it's fine, it's gone now. Ray forced a smile as he stood back up. It's been a million years since I had last had a resurface of Eve's thoughts. Is it because of Bywo? When can I go find you? Ray thought as he shook his head and carried Bywo once more. Let me down, Lei is tired. We'll walk. Bywo said as she tried to struggle out of his carry. Fine, fine. Ray smiled seeing Bywo be considerate as he set her down and they walked instead. Ray only smiled as he saw how Bywo was curious about everything since she is in human form. Chuckling slightly, Ray helped her gather things of interest for Bywo. From fruits to flowers, Ray and Bywo spent their time slowly as they walked out of the forest. You think they still remember me from last time? Ray asked Bywo. She shook her head. It's been a few thousand years since it happened. I doubt they would remember such a thing. She said, to which Ray only nodded. Entering the village once more, Ray and Bywo can see that it was much more developed than the last time they had visited the town. Asking around, they looked for a carriage to Suado City. Excuse me, are we able to tag along to Suado City? I can help protect the carriage. Ray called out to a merchant. Are you even strong enough to protect my carriage? The merchant said with a questioning look. If it helps, you can just tell me how to get to Suado City instead. Ray said as he doesn't want to deal with humans too much as they will easily betray as long as a more powerful being wills it. The route is confusing for first-timers. All you need to do is prove to me you can protect the carriage and I'll take you there for free. How's that? The merchant asked as he wanted a free bodyguard using this excuse if he has another meat shield if anything goes wrong. Ray frowned inwardly as he could see the evil thoughts radiate from the merchant thanks to the additional benefits that his Samsara eyes gave him. Sure, with just my physical strength I should be able to defeat a spirit elder, rank 31 to 40, easily. Ray said. Is that so? Then you'll guard the carriage. Is this young lady guarding with you? The merchant asked. No, if it is okay, can she rest in the carriage? You don't need to pay me at all as long as she can rest. Ray suggested. I suppose it's fine if she just sits with the cargo. And maybe halfway there we can. The merchant thought his evil thoughts. Sure, we're leaving in a few minutes. The merchant said as he turned away. Lei, that guy seems to be pretty nice. Bywo said as she looked at Ray. Ray only shook his head. Bywo, humans are fickle people. They can change their mind with a snap of a finger. I would suggest that you always be careful when dealing with people. Ray said as Bywo only nodded while she sat on the carriage and watched Ray walk with the carriage. There had been several beasts that approached the carriage on the journey but the other bodyguards dealt with them before Ray could be bothered to move. Seems like he was all talk. If he could really beat a spirit elder he would have killed the beats to show off. The merchant thought while he made a small sign to the other bodyguards. This sign didn't leave Ray's sight as he only sighed in disappointment for human nature. They won't change no matter the world. While there may be exceptions, how could it be easy to truly meet a nice person? Ray thought as he shook his head. Walking closer to Bywo, Ray kept an eye out for the other guards. Soon, night fell as they stopped and made a campfire. Young lad. Why don't you and that last join us for food? A smiling guard said as he waved to Ray and Bywo. Lei, they said we can join for food. Bywo said looking at Ray. Let's take a look then. Ray said as he held out his hand for Bywo to help herself down from the carriage. Bywo was about to hold it when she used it as a launch pad and made a 10-point landing instead. Ray only chuckled as he followed her. Here, try this out. A guard said handing her some meat. Thank you. Bywo said politely as she was about to eat. Ray stopped her before she could. Bywo, don't trust everything blindly. Especially food from strangers. Ray said as his face was cold. You can stop acting now. Don't think I don't know about what you did to the food. Ray said throwing the food back confusing Bywo. Kakik, if you know already then why did you follow? You're truly strong or too idiotic to think you can take us all on. The head guard said with a grin as he drew his weapon spirit with the other guards. Ah, Bywo, this is what I mean by you should be careful of humans. Ray said as he shook his head. Bywo only had an angry expression on her face as she saw how the people she thought was good being hostile instead. With these guys they don't need a second chance. Ray said as he summoned his war god domain. A heavy suppression force attacked the group of guards as they kneeled heavily, causing loud cracks from their knees showing that it was broken. Normally, if a person says they can beat a spirit elder with pure physical strength alone, they're bragging. But unlucky for you, I wasn't. Ray said as he punched the ground, causing it to crack and form a deep ravine. Hergerg. They all shouted as they fell into the ravine, life and death unknown. Even if they were alive they won't live for long. Releasing the domain, Ray took a map he saw in the carriage and some gold in the bag. Come on Bywo, we'll head to Suda City now. Ray said as Bywo followed. They walked while Bywo was curious on Ray's domain, so she looked around his body to see where it had come from. Bywo, are you not going to ask about what I did to them? Ray said, glancing at Bywo from the corner of his eyes. She shook her head. Strong beasts eat weak beasts. It's the same everywhere. She said as she understood the law of the jungle. Well, at least you know. Ray said as he continued to walk with Bywo. At the speed they were traveling, it didn't take long for them to reach the city as Ray looked for an inn to stay for the night. Chapter 103, Comb. Ray rented a single room for the night. While Bywo slept, Ray started to make his second spirit ring. Making sure that he suppressed his chi, Ray started to infuse his Zanpakuto with the chi around him. A black and gold energy started to intertwine as it started to thread together into a ring. After his first attempt at making his spirit ring, Ray had understood more on what he should do and increased his proficiency. This time it had only taken Ray a little while before a white spirit ring could be seen with two blades crossing in the middle. Sword Monarch Ring. Sword Materialization, summon Kyoki and Tengaku in their base forms using chi. Can use Bankai and Shojin if supplied with mana. Sword Zone, within a radius of 1 meter is the user's absolute zone. User is able to wield swords with 2x speed, accuracy, and power. Ray read the description of his ring as he started to infuse chi to stabilize its creation. Well, isn't this a new type of energy? Kyoki's voice rang out within Ray's mind as he felt the influx of chi in his system. Yes, but by intertwining the different energies into us, we're also being refined into better swords. Tengaku said. Since it's beneficial to you, then that's good. Ray called out as he continued to stabilize the energy. The night passed as Ray managed to increase the stability enough for the ring to hit the 500-year zone. Fua morning lay. Bywo said as she rubbed her eyes after yawning. Morning, let's go shopping and get some information of the current world. Ray said as he retracted his sword monarch ring. Bywo nodded as she got up and followed Ray. They walked around the streets while they heard some useless gossip. Nothing had changed except for Spirit Hall gaining more influence. Ray muttered while Bywo frowned at this. They had a mutual dislike for Spirit Hall due to the fact that they would force their way if someone refused. Since that's the case, shall we get you some clothes? Ray asked, smiling to Bywo. Bywo nodded happily as Ray led her to a clothing stall that he could see. It was a higher class store and Ray didn't mind spending more money, especially since he didn't need it. Welcome, how can I help? A staff said as she approached the duo. She gasped slightly as she saw how handsome and beautiful Ray and Bywo was. Can you help me get some clothes for her, please? Ray said politely as he encouraged Bywo to follow the staff. The staff nodded with eagerness as she took Bywo by the hand and helped her pick out dresses. Ray sat down and watched Bywo pick out several clothes while he silently nurtured his ring within his palm. Lay. What do you think about this one? Bywo asked as she had a long white dress on. She gave it a twirl as she waited for Ray's response. It's very nice, I think it fits you well. Ray said with a smile. Hearing Ray's response, Bywo's smile grew wider as she looked around for more dresses. Picking out a few, Ray took them as he paid for them up front. That'll be 5 gold. The staff said as Ray handed them 5 gold. From the merchant's bag, Ray had managed to obtain a few hundred gold. So this amount he didn't mind. Ray walked out of the store with a happy Bywo who swung her arms around with joy. They spent some time walking around the market as Ray saw a belt that contained some space fluctuations. Eh? What's this? Ray asked the stall manager. This? It's just a belt that I bought from a merchant. I have no idea how to use it and hadn't been able to sell it for a few weeks now. The manager signed. How much for the belt? I'll take it. Ray said as he was curious on the first sign of space fluctuation he saw in this world. Really? Little bro, you better not trick me, okay? The stall manager said happily. Don't worry, just tell me how much it is. Ray said with a smile. That'll be 2 silvers and 50 coppers. The manager quoted, fearing that it may be a little high for Ray. Little bro. If it is too high for you, I can give you a discount. The manager said, looking at Ray. Don't worry about it. Here. Ray said as he flicked a gold coin at the manager, surprising him as 1 gold was equal to 100 silvers. 1 gold would be able to last a family of 4 for quite a while before they would run out. The manger only looked up to see Ray off into the distance with the belt. Lay, what's so good about this belt? Bywo asked as she saw Ray make a happy face when he obtained the belt. Not sure, but I can tell that it's something good. We'll check it out when we return home. Ray said as they walked past the streets. As they were returning home, Bywo was curious about a comb as she saw its strange shape. Hey Lay. Lay. What's this? She asked as she pointed to the comb. It's a comb, it's used to brush your hair and make it look nice. Ray said as he looked at the comb. The comb was a wooden one but was decorated with detailed engravings. Ray bought the comb as he looked at Bywo. I'll show you how to use this, okay? Ray smiled, handing her the comb. Bywo took it as he held it towards the sky before bringing it back to her chest. Thank you, Lay. She said, giving Ray a hug. Ray only smiled as he patted her back for her to calm down. Ray gave Bywo a piggyback as he quickly traveled back to their lake in Stardow Forest. Letting her down, Ray and Bywo sat down as they looked at the belt. Carefully examining it, Ray could recognize some aspects of the spatial fluctuations he felt from it. This belt allows for people to store items into a separate space. It seems to use chi as an activation code and takes whatever the user wanted into its dimension. Ray muttered while he tried it out. Injecting some of his chi, Ray attempted to absorb some of the clothes as he witnessed the outfit disappear and reappear as he injected the chi. The belt is so magical. Bywo muttered as she looked at the belt. Do you want it? Ray asked, gesturing her to take the belt. Bywo hesitated before nodding. Belt is so special, she said. Ray smiled as he patted her head and handed her the belt. I'll show you how to comb your hair, come. Ray said as he led her by the hand and sat next to the lake. Grabbing the comb, Ray started to gently comb her hair as Bywo watched in wonder. Would this really make my hair beautiful? She asked. As long as you like it. Ray replied as he continued to comb gently. What about Lay? Does Lay like it? She asked, looking at Ray. As long as you like it, then I like it. Ray said as he finished combing her hair. See, nice and smooth. Ray said as Bywo looked into the lake and looked at her reflection. She smiled before hugging Ray from behind. Hey Lay, can you comb it for me every day? She asked. Sure, it shouldn't be too hard. Ray replied with a small smile as he helped Bywo store all of her clothes into the belt. But Bywo, I might have to call you Lazy Rabbit again if you need me to do everything for you. Ray smiled as he looked at Bywo hugging him from behind. Che, like I said. I am not lazy, just saving energy. Since Lay can help me, I should let you do it. She grinned cheekily as Ray chuckled slightly. Sure, just saving energy. Ray said as he sat down with Bywo. Laying on the grass with Bywo, they gazed at the sky filled with stars as another day had passed quickly for them. Chapter 104, Snow. Bywo was sitting by a rock as he was swinging her legs back and forth in the lake. Ray was besides her as he was making a seal using chi. What are you making, Lay? She asked, seeing his detailed seal. Oh, this. It's a secret. Ray smiled as he continued making the seal. So it's a secret. Bywo said as she laid her head against Rei's lap. Rei only smiled faintly as Bywo rested her head. Hey Lei. Bywo looking at Rei above her. What is it? Rei replied as he looked down. Do you have any family? Like a father, mother, or maybe even a wife and kids? She asked while Rei only smiled in nostalgia. Yeah, I do, they're far, far away. My father was called Meliodas, he was always easygoing. Rei started to talk about the 7 sins while Bywo listened carefully. What about a wife, does Lei have a wife? She asked wanting to know. Rei shook his head causing Bywo's face to light up with hope. But I feel like it's not far off being a wife. She is called Eve. I don't remember much about her but I know that she is very important. Rei said as he stroked Bywo's hair. Bywo felt sad when she heard that Rei had someone similar to a wife. So important that you like her even after millions of years? She asked. I don't know about like, but I can tell that she is important even after millions of years. Rei said causing Bywo's face to drop slightly in sadness. So Lei loves someone else? She thought before looking back at Rei. What about Bywo? She asked. Lazy sister/daughter I suppose. Rei chuckled. Bywo frowned as she hit his torso gently. Stop calling me lazy. She said causing Rei to laugh lightly. But why is Bywo a sister/daughter? She muttered. Because I watched you grow from a lazy bunny to lazy person, I am also much older than you. Rei said. So if Bywo met you earlier would Bywo be your wife? She asked while staring at Rei. Heis, Bywo. It doesn't work like that. But rather who you love becomes your wife or for you, your husband. Rei explained. Then does Lei not love Bywo? Bywo asked as she sat up in fear. I do, but it's a different type of love. Rei said patting her head. Then how can Bywo make that love into make Bywo wife love? She asked leaning closer. Silly rabbit, it comes naturally. You can't predict when it will happen. Rei sighed. Go on Bywo, it's getting pretty late. You should go and rest. Rei said as Bywo nodded sadly and curled up next to Rei. But Bywo already love you, why won't you love Bywo? Bywo thought as she fell asleep with tears in her eyes. Bywo. Rei muttered seeing the tears. Wiping them off, Rei only sighed before going back to make the seal. System, why is it that there are people much younger but higher ranked in power? Rei asked while making the seal. That is because host's power is on a much higher scale than inhabitants of this world. As a spirit grandmaster, rank 21 to 30, host can fight on par with low spirit saints, rank 71 to 80. That is with just chi and power without taking into account for reserves. I see. Rei thought as it made sense for him, all of his rings do far is based off of attributes be gained when he was using mana. System, show my current stats. Name, Rei. Age, immortal. Rank, 23, spirit grandmaster. Spirit, Azura war god/Samsara eyes. Rings. Heavenly demon, 1 million. Sword monarch, 2,500. Rei continued to make the seal as he dismissed the status board. This seal was harder for Rei as he wasn't as proficient in using chi as he was using mana. While he could easily wave his hand and make the seal with mana, Rei took this chance to increase his control with chi. After a few hours, Bywo woke up with a slight yawn. Morning Bywo. Rei said as he looked at her. Bywo responded but it was devoid of the energy that used to be there. Was it because of yesterday? Rei thought. Heis. Rei sighed as he stood up. Lei. Bywo asked seeing Rei stand up. Close your eyes. I got a surprise. Rei said as he walked over to the lake. Bywo nodded as she closed her eyes. Clasping his hands together, Rei gathered some mana to decrease the temperature. Touching the lake, Rei froze it over as he swept his hands and made the area snow. Due to the sunrise, the snow looked like diamonds floating in the air. It didn't take long for the surrounding area to be covered with snow. You can open your eyes now Bywo. Rei said as he stood looking at her with a smile. Bywo opened her eyes as she was surprised at the scene. She looked around in wonder as her previous energy returned to her. Eh? Eh? What's this? Bywo said as she crouched down and picked up some snow. The snow instantly melted as Bywo held it in her palms. Her eyes sparkled as she played around with the snow. Bywo. Ray called out to her as he presented his hand. Bywo grabbed it with a wide smile as Ray took her to the lake. Stepping onto the frozen lake, Ray took her skating as she smiled happily. Ha 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 ha. She laughed cheerfully as she skated. Ray smiled seeing Bywo regained her former energy. Lay. Look. Bywo called for Ray as she skated around the lake at high speeds. Careful. Ray called out she was about to fall. Flashing over to her, Ray carried her in his arms stopping her from falling. Bywo looked up at Ray with a smile as he was hugging her. Lay. She said causing Ray to look down. Yes. Ray asked as he slowly skated around with Bywo in his arms. I'm not giving up, I'll make you love Bywo like a wife. She said determined. Heis. Ray sighed seeing her determined look. I won't stop you, but you'll have to try really hard. Ray said truthfully as he poked her nose. Bywo frowned as she rubbed her nose. Heh, just you wait. She muttered as she skated away from Ray. Was it really fine for me to say that? Ray thought before shaking his head. Heis, let time decide what will happen. Ray muttered. Chapter 105, Game. Ray breathed out as he raised his sword monarch ring to the 700,000-year threshold. With the addition of his law of time, Ray was able to mature his rings much faster, saving him a lot of time. Lay. Seeing that Ray finished cultivating, Bywo launched herself onto Ray's back. How many years is the ring? She asked curious as she knew Ray was able to age his rings much faster. 700,000 years now. Ray said patting Bywo's head. To upgrade his ring, Ray and Bywo had spent 7,000 years by the lake. Can you teach Bywo how to age her rings faster? She asked with her chin on Ray's shoulders. I can, but you need to understand the concept of time and then the law of time. Ray said as he confused Bywo. So confusing. Bywo lamented as she didn't understand what Ray was talking about when he talked about concept and law. Ray chuckled as poked her nose. Stop poking my nose, Lay. Bywo complained as swatted Ray's hand away. Ray chuckled as stood up. Come on Bywo, let's go to the human cities again. It has been 7,000 years, we should see if anything has happened. Ray said as Bywo nodded. Bywo had always enjoyed their day outs to the human towns. Oh, can we spend more time there? We can see so much more fun stuff. Bywo smiled as she moved around happily. Sure we have got time. Ray smiled as he walked with Bywo out of the forest. Bywo walked with a slight skip in her steps while Ray only smiled as he followed her. Paying for a carriage, Ray and Bywo decided to take their time heading to the city. So why you two going to the city? The driver asked curious. Just sightseeing I suppose. Ray said looking out of the carriage window. Going on a date with a beautiful young lass in the city, good on you young man ha 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 ha. The driver laughed. Date? Bywo asked curious on what the driver meant by date. Sheltered one huh? Well a date is when two lovers have a day out together and have fun. The driver said glancing backwards. Bywo blushed hearing the truth. Date with Lay. She muttered continuously as she became more and more red. Hey driver sir. What do people do on dates? Bywo said leaning closer to hear every detail. Well just call me Old Chen, and as for what people do on dates. Old Chen started to tell Bywo about dates while Ray only watched in humor at how Bywo nodded in seriousness. So what happens most times is the couple will kiss in their free time to display love. Old Chen said as Bywo tilted her head in confusion. Kiss? What's that? She asked. Young miss don't tell me you're this sheltered. Old Chen said as he only looked in shock. Bywo didn't learn about these things. She said shaking her head. Old Chen, watch the road. Ray said snapping Old Chen out of it. Well young lady, I think it's your lover's job to teach you about it. Old Chen said as he got Ray's hint. But Lei said I have to try hard myself so I can't ask him. Bywo whispered while she glanced at Ray. Then young miss it's like this. Old Chen was about to say when Ray spoke up. I can still hear you. Ray said, causing Bywo sit up straight. Bywo wasn't asking about kissing. Bywo said, causing Old Chen to mentally slap himself in the forehead. Ray raised an eyebrow as he looked at her. Since when did I say anything about kissing? Ray asked. Bywo paused as her eyes wandered around. Ya Old Chen, what were you saying about couples looking at nice places again? Bywo quickly asked as Ray chuckled before looking away. It didn't take them long to reach the city. Well, this is your stop, young miss, and I hope you have good luck in your attempts on your partner. Old Chen said, giving Bywo a smile. Bye. Bywo said as she waved him goodbye. HNN, Bywo was humming happily as she managed to get more information about dates and what lovers do together. Hey Lei, can we go visit the Flower Plaza? Old Chen said it was very beautiful. Bywo suggested. Yeah, beautiful and fit for couples. Ray said, looking at her. Bywo paused her step as Ray easily caught her out. You know, you shouldn't make it so obvious. Especially since I heard you and Old Chen talk about it on the carriage. Ray remarked as he walked forward, leaving a dumbfounded Bywo. Come on, didn't you want to go to the Flower Plaza? Ray asked, turning around. Bywo smiled widely as she jogged over and grabbed Ray's arm. He Lei treats Bywo so well, she said as they walked to the plaza. Since Bywo wanted to show what she learned with Old Chen. I'll let you take me where you want to go. Try to impress me. Ray said as Bywo took it as a challenge. You see this flower, when two people who love each other see it, it's supposed to increase their love for each other. Bywo said, pointing at a flower. Bywo, that's a normal rose. The flower you're on about it over there. Ray said, pointing towards the center of the plaza. Bywo, who was about to touch the rose, paused as she looked over to where Ray was pointing. Ahaha, they look similar, so Bywo got it wrong. Bywo laughed nervously. One's pale pink and one's deep red. Not to mention, they're different shapes. Sure, they look totally similar. Ray said, looking between the two flowers. Never mind that, let's go somewhere else. Bywo said as she dragged Ray along. Ray only smiled as he allowed her to show him around. Bywo took Ray to the lake, the restaurants, the chapel, and finally they reached the lover's balcony, which Old Chen had told Bywo was one of the best couples location. From here they could see over 80% of the city. Old Chen said lovers kiss here, but Bywo doesn't know what's a kiss. Bywo muttered quietly. Bywo. Ray said, catching her attention. Yeah. She said, looking back at Ray. Let's play a game. You teleport around the city to find out from different people what kissing means, and I have to find you. When I grab your shoulder, it means you lose and you're not allowed to ask around for hints on kissing, okay? To make this easier, I'll only use physical power. Ray said. This should help her learn sense danger when people are approaching. Ray thought. Really? So Lei is allowing Bywo to ask about kissing? She asked, eyes glowing in anticipation. Yes. The game starts in 3 seconds and ends when the sun sets. Ray said as he held up 3 fingers. 3, 2, 1. Ray counted down as the moment he said 1, Bywo teleported away. She doesn't realize that she leaves spatial signs when she teleports. Ray muttered as he leaped from building to building at blistering speeds. Ray didn't take long to see Bywo being cautious around a building corner, looking out for Ray. Landing quietly behind her, Ray stood there with a smile. Bywo couldn't see Ray as she sighed out in relief before turning around. Kaya! She shouted out in shock, teleporting to the roof on instinct. Ha ha ha, Bywo. You should use other senses and not just your eyes. Use your chi to prod your surroundings and act like a radar. Ray said as he jumped towards Bywo, who teleported away. This game of cat and mouse continued as Bywo slowly was able to spread out her senses so that she is able to tell when Ray was near. Finding out the trick, Bywo was finally able to spend some time asking about kissing. Excuse me, but I'm in a rush. What is kissing? Bywo asked quickly. Oh. The girl, Bywo asked, screamed out, seeing a person appear out of nowhere. Damn. Bywo said as she quickly teleported again. She could feel that scream only drew Ray to her position faster. Learning her lesson, Bywo teleported further away and walked up to a couple. Do you know what kissing is? Bywo asked quickly. The guy paused in shock seeing how beautiful Bywo was while the girl frowned at Guy's reaction. Bywo frowned slightly at the guy's pause before quickly teleporting away. Ray appeared on a nearby roof not long after. So her detection range is increasing. This is good. Ray said with a smile as he leaped towards her next location. Bywo became more and more proficient in using her senses as she was able to determine how long it would roughly take for Ray to approach and teleport away at the last second. This had allowed her to use more time to ask about kissing, but she only got 2 answers. 1. Pause and blush. 2. Are you serious? This had frustrated Bywo as she wasn't able to find out what she wanted. Ray on the other hand was happy that Bywo was able to sense people better so that she can protect herself. Let's change it up a little. Ray muttered as he fluctuated his speed when he would dash towards Bywo. He would go slow to give her a false sense before accelerating quickly, making her flustered. Arg. Bywo shouted in frustration as she still didn't know what kissing was. Why won't anyone tell Bywo what's kissing? She said with a deep sigh. Hey, I'll show you what's kissing. A good-looking person said, walking up to Bywo. Really? Bywo said, looking at him. Yes, here it's simple. He said, approaching Bywo. Bywo focused seriously as she wanted to know. The guy almost reached Bywo when she suddenly teleported away. The guy said, seeing his prey disappear. Ray appeared where Bywo stood with a slight frown. So you wanted to demonstrate what kissing was to her, huh? Ray said, voice a slightly frosty. What's that to do with you? The guy said, annoyed at the fact that one of the most beautiful people he saw disappear. None of your business. Ray said, kicking the guy in the stomach as he leaped away. Kua. Motherfucker. The guy shouted as he was kicked away and crashed against a wall. Ray had ignored the guy as he continued to where he could sense Bywo. During his chase, Ray saw something that caught his attention. There was a bracelet on display that had a carving of a white rabbit. This would look good for Bywo as it is like her rabbit form. Ray thought as he landed near the stall. Excuse me, how much is this bracelet? Ray asked. Ah, sir, you have a good eye. This rabbit bracelet was made from an exquisite dash. Spare me the details, just tell me the price. Ray said as he didn't want to waste too much time. Sure, it'll be 30 gold. The person said, clearly asking for more, but Ray didn't mind. Here, 30 gold. Ray said as he passed the person 30 gold and took the bracelet and left. The shopkeeper slapped his forehead as he realized that he should have quoted a higher price since Ray seemed like the price didn't matter. Meanwhile. Hey auntie, can you tell me what is kissing? Bywo asked as she walked up to a woman. Lei isn't approaching. Bywo thought. Young lady, you don't know what kissing is. The auntie said, looking at Bywo. Bywo shook her head as the auntie seemed surprised. Well, you see the boys and girls holding hands. The auntie said as Bywo looked where she was pointing. Bywo saw a couple kissing each other whilst sitting on a bench. That's kissing. The auntie said as she walked away. I should have time to ask them too. Bywo thought as she walked near them. Tapping their shoulders, Bywo brought them out of their kiss as they looked at her. Excuse me, but can you tell me why do people kiss who they love? Bywo asked. Young sister, I'm guessing you haven't kissed anyone. The woman said, looking at Bywo, who nodded at the question. Do you have anyone you like/love? The woman asked. Bywo nodded once more. Well, it's better if you try it out for yourself. When you get time with them alone, kiss him lip to lip like this and it'll feel good for you. The woman said, demonstrating by kissing her lover. Bywo watched curious as she walked away. If I do this it'll make Bywo feel good. Would Lei feel good though? She muttered. Bywo will know when she tries. She said as she teleported to the lover's balcony. Ray appeared not too long after as he could see that the sun is setting. Bywo, seems like I won. Ray said as he turned to her and paused slightly. He could see her long brown hair sway with the wind as her dress fluttered. Yeah, Bywo didn't find out what a kiss was. She said, but a minuscule smile formed itself as she walked towards Ray and tried to kiss him on the lips with her eyes closed. Feeling a different sensation on her lips, Bywo opened her eyes as she saw that she was kissing a rabbit bracelet Ray held in front of his face. If you hid your smile properly, I might have been caught off guard, Ray said, handing her the bracelet. Here, that's your prize, Ray said as he chuckled at her surprised expression. Eh? But I thought Bywo will be allowed to kiss Lei if she knew what kissing was, she said, looking at him. I said you can find out what it was. Not you can find out then kiss me, Ray said, poking her nose. Come on, we'll be gathering some information tomorrow. It's getting late, Ray said as he walked away with Bywo following behind him, pouting. She looked down at the bracelet as she saw that something was written underneath it. Bywo was carved behind the carving of the bunny in fine words as she understood that Ray got the bracelet for her and had her name carved it. She smiled as she wore the bracelet. Lei, does it look good? Bywo asked with a smile as she showed off what she looked like wearing the bracelet. Yes, it does, Ray said whilst he patted her head. Making their way to the inn, Bywo went to sleep while Ray started to cultivate his ring again. Ray felt like there should be an event tomorrow as the city seemed to be way more crowded than normal. Chapter 106, Crystal. Sword Monarch, 800,000. Absolute Zone. Everything in a radius of 3 meters is the user's absolute zone. User is able to wield swords at 3x power, speed and accuracy. Fated Steps, an unpredictable step of footwork that allows for the user to enter the enemy's range in an instant without detection. Sword strike directly after Fated Steps is 3x as strong. Tengaku plus Kyoki. Bankai form. Ray looked at the latest description of his Sword Monarch ring and smiled at the possibilities. If I combine it with the Samsara eyes, then I'll have an almost perfect defense within a 3-meter radius. I wonder how far this'll increase to when it reaches 1 million. The Fated Steps is also good as people would have no way to detect me should I attempted to enter their range in a fight, Ray thought as he sat on his chair with right leg crossed over his left. Ray rested his head on his arm as he watched Bywo sleep with such a peaceful expression. Ever since Ray started to cultivate chi, he realized that he no longer needed sleep while it was still an option since it would help increase his energy recovery in the time he slept. Currently I'm a rank 30 Spirit Grand Master, but my overall power is at a rank 80 Spirit Saint. Though I can't last as long as them since my abilities take too much chi. Once I increase my chi reserves, this problem should be gone, Ray thought in his head. Hey, Ray suddenly heard Bywo giggle as she hugged the bracelet he gave her earlier. Ray smiled softly seeing this. This girl, what is she even dreaming about? Ray muttered as he stood up and moved the cover up again as she had knocked it away. Ray sat back down but then frowned. Aiko has used a life-saving barrier, only 4 more remain, Ray muttered. Seems like she chose the path of trying to follow me. Ray shook his head as he looked out the window. He could see that the city were preparing for something grand as they started to put decoration up in the city. So not only are there lots of people coming to the city, but they also started to decorate the city, Ray remarked as he rested his head on his hand and looked at the city road. Even though it is still a while before sunrise, Ray could see many people setting up stalls early. That reminds me, I have a total of 9 rings I can make and so far I have 2 of them. So I have 7 more to go. I need to try make rings for all of my abilities as they only take mana, Ray muttered whilst shaking his head. Due to his second rebirth, all of his abilities had adapted to his mana, so unless he uses mana he can't access them. By infusing them into rings, Ray will be able to broaden his combat ability so that even if he is thrown into an unknown world like this, he would be able to use his skills. The sun slowly rose as the sunlight decorated the streets. Ray watched as the dark streets slowly lit up. The stalls started to open as people started to cook breakfast for people going by. I haven't cooked for a long time, maybe I should start again, Ray muttered looking at his hand. Amen. Ray heard Bywo waking up and turned around. Bywo sat up slightly as the cover was almost falling off her. Her hair was slightly messy, while she yawned slightly and rubbed her eyes. Ray looked with a soft smile as he got the comb out. Morning, Bywo, Ray said as he sat behind Bywo and started to comb her hair. Morning, Bywo said, still slightly out of it. Ray knew Bywo had her moments of confusion waking up, so he only smiled while waiting for her to wake up fully. She bobbed her head around gently while Ray brushed her hair. Ray finished brushing Bywo's hair as she was still half asleep. Packing away the comb, Ray went through his own morning routines. Bywo walked behind Ray as she poked his shoulder. Ray turned around and saw Bywo. Before saying anything, Ray held his hands between his and Bywo's lips. Ray raised an eyebrow. "Trying to kiss me as you wake up?" Ray said, causing Bywo to frown in frustration at her failed attempt. "Che. Lay two on guard," she said, stomping away. Ray only chuckled as he followed behind her. "Bywo, there seems to be a festival going on today, want to go have a look?" Ray asked. "Festival? Food?" Bywo said with her eyes lit up. "Ha ha ha, you little glutton." Ray laughed slightly. "But human food tastes better than just energy." Bywo complained as Ray could only agree. While he could survive on just energy, it tasted quite bland if one was to be honest. Then I'll show you what a real cook can do," Ray said as he walked to the staff of the inn. "Excuse me, but can I borrow your kitchen?" "Of course I'll pay for me borrowing it," Ray said as the staff went to ask. She returned not too long after and gave an okay sign. "Bywo, wait a little, okay? I'll make you some food." Ray smiled as he walked into the kitchen, leaving a smiling Bywo. He lays food in the morning, lays food in the morning," she hummed with a blissful smile while watching Ray preparing to cook. Looking around at the ingredients, Ray decided to go with something simple yet delicious in the morning. Using his own method of cooking, Ray broadened the horizons of the chefs in this inn when he was making everything with amazing accuracy. Right now, Ray was operating 6 pans all by himself as he was also working on making the syrup. As Ray was making the food, the noise it created sounded like music as everything was rhythmic. Bywo felt like she could watch this forever. Ray's serious face as he made something just for her made her smile uncontrollably. It didn't take long for Ray to finish the breakfast as he presented the 6-layered pancake breakfast for Bywo. On top of the pancakes were his freshly made syrup using concept of time to speed things up. The syrup wasn't too sticky or too sweet. It was perfect for a light yet delicious breakfast. "Try it," Ray said with a smile as he put away his apron. Bywo smelled the aroma and got her fork. Stabbing it into the pancake, Bywo saw that the fork easily went through the pancake, yet it wasn't flimsy. Bringing it to her mouth, Bywo took a bit as she closed her eyes. Bywo moaned as she tasted the food. Ray's heart suddenly thumped seeing this while everyone currently blushed at Bywo's display. So she can restrain herself to not gobble it down. Otherwise it would make her look bad. This seems to be a nice way for her to train her will, Ray thought with an approving smile. Asterisk clang clang clang. Bywo started to eat the pancakes in her own little world the moment Ray thought that. And there it goes out the window, Ray thought as his initial smile twitched. "Customer, I know it's embarrassing to ask you, but can you cook more portions? We'll pay you for each dish and the ingredients are on us," the manager said as he can tell how nice the food was just from the aroma. "How much per dish?" Ray asked as they should make it worthwhile for him. "How about 1 gold per dish?" the manager asked, as he knew that while they may be making a loss here, the attraction of godly food will draw in more customers in the future, making it all back. 2 gold. Ray said without letting the owner lower the price. His tone stated either take it or leave it. Ray initially wanted to cook for Bywo, but since this guy wanted to promote his in using his food, Ray though he should extort the guy a little. Fine, 2 gold. The manager said after some long thoughts. Ray nodded while he started to make the food. The aroma started to even attract the customers outside of the inn as they all queued up to eat Ray's food. "Hello, chef. Would you like to cook for the royal family?" a nicely dressed butler asked after he had tried Ray's food. "Not interested," Ray said as he finished cooking since there were no more ingredients. "Manager, that is a total of 358 dishes. I'll let you off 8 of them, so that'll be 700 gold. Ray said as the manager handed him a stack of money. Ray thanked him as he and Bywo walked out of the inn. However, what the manager didn't realize was that 15 of those dishes went to Bywo alone. "Did you really need to eat 15 plates? Aren't you worried you'll get fat?" Ray asked, causing Bywo to kick him in the leg. Humph, Bywo won't get fat. The food Bywo eats becomes chi. Bywo pouted quietly so that only Ray could hear. Is that so? Ray muttered. Young chef. Wait up. The butler shouted as he finally got out from the crowd of people. Are you sure you don't want to cook for the royal family? Think about the benefits you can get. The butler tried to persuade Ray as he talked about the benefits he would get. Titles, roles, money. Each time Ray rejected, but the butler didn't give up. He didn't want to let such a talented chef go. For the last time, no. I'm not interested in cooking for the royal family. Ray said, clearly displeased. The butler only lamented as finally got the cue that Ray won't ever say yes. The butler sighed as he walked away. He finally left. Bywo said in relief as she had wanted to kick the butler away if Ray didn't tell her to hold back. Yeah, now let's go see what this whole festival is about. Ray said as they wandered the city streets. Ray could see that everyone were either selling food or carving sculptures out of crystals. Ray grabbed a pamphlet that someone was handing out. Crystal Sculpting Event. As celebration for the Crystal Festival after the city had discovered a huge crystal mine, we are holding an event to see who could make the best sculptures. Entry fee of 5 gold per person. Winner will get the biggest crystal this city had mined up, the 1,000-year dream, as well as a winner's reward money of 300,000 gold. It was then followed by an image of the crystal. The crystal in the picture seemed to contain a myriad of colors as the size and width was perfect for a sculpture. Hey Lay, this seems interesting. I wonder if I can win if I make a carrot. Bywo asked, causing Ray to laugh. It'll have to be a really good carrot for it to win. Ray said, patting Bywo's hair. Come on, we have some time to register. Since this is only a festival and nothing major, we should enjoy it while we can. Ray said as Bywo nodded with excitement. Crystal carrot. Crystal carrot. She called out excitedly. Ray only smiled as he led her to the large venue the map pointed them to. Hello, can I register too for the crystal sculpting event? Ray said as he handed the person 10 gold. Yes, you shall be contestant 425 and you are 426. She said, handing Ray and Bywo their badges. Please enter the main stadium area as your crystal shall be prepared soon. She said. Ray and Bywo walked to the main plaza and saw that the spectator seat was almost filled to the brim. Here's so many people. Bywo said, looking around. Of course, since this is such a large festival, people are bound to be interested. Ray said as he led Bywo to an empty spot. Soon staff showed up as they handed Ray and Bywo a medium-sized crystal. Ray looked up as he can see a big screen as it would go around the contestants and look at their crystals. Everyone had the same type of crystal to make things fair. Ray and Bywo got the tools needed as they waited for the queue to start. I thank you all for coming to this event hosted by the royal family. As celebration to the recent discovery of the crystal mine, we will start the tournament to see who is the best at crystal sculpting. Mind you, we may also have some hidden masters that will surprise us with their products. You have 3 hours to make your sculpture and start. The person shouted as fireworks or spirit abilities shot up. Bywo immediately started to make her carrot as she carved the crystal with care. Ray smiled seeing her concentration and decided to make a sculpture of him when he held Bywo as a rabbit. Ray crossed his legs as he had a gentle smile. The screen zoomed in on Ray as many females were swooned by Ray's handsome appearance while sculpting with a small smile. Oh my goodness. He's so handsome. Where did this Prince Charming show up from? Many females started to chatter while members of the royal family watched him as their head butler told them that he was the chef he wanted to recruit but failed. Seems like he is using a spirit ability to help him sculpt. The prince said, looking at Ray. Meanwhile, Ray was having an easy time as the Samsara eyes helped him see everything with detail. This allowed Ray to carve the crystal with ease as he knew where to cut and how to make the sculpture detailed. 3 hours passed as the fireworks shot up signaling everyone to stop. Ah. But Bywo haven't finished her carrot yet. Bywo made a pained face as she looked at her half-made carrot. Ray patted her head with a small smile. I'll buy you some crystals and tools so you can make more carrots when we get home. Ray said as Bywo turned to him with sparkling eyes. Really? She asked with excitement as Ray nodded. Bywo saw what Ray did and was surprised. Isn't that Lei holding rabbit Bywo? She asked, picking up the detailed crystal. Rei's small smile as he was holding Bywo, his posture, and the rabbit. The sculpture looked like it was taken directly out of the scene. Beautiful. She muttered. Everyone watched the screen zoom in on Rei's sculpture as the details presented was amazing. They could even imagine the sculpture move to life right now, and they won't be surprised. Well, it seems like we have truly found a master today. From the natural expression of the contestant sculpting himself to the rabbit. Everything was done with so much detail, even the masters we have invited today are impressed. The host shouted out as he got his assistants to bring out the rewards. Contestant number 425, congratulations for winning the event. Everyone, let's give him a round of applause. He shouted as everyone clapped their hands, as they knew they wouldn't be able to add the same amount of detail as Rei even if they were given twice the amount of time. Lei. Can you make a sculpture of Bywo? She asked, holding the sculpture that Rei made. Seeing the excitement in her eyes, Rei's smile softened as he nodded. Is it okay for me to sculpt it now? Rei asked as he has just the image in his head. Sure, do you need any tools? The host asked as everyone waited for what masterpiece Rei would make now. No need, with such a large crystal it'll take too much time. Rei said, summoning out Tengaku and Kyoki with his sword monarch ring. Rei made sure that he didn't show his ring as people only saw 2 swords appear in Rei's hand. Oh, now this is interesting. The prince said, looking at Rei in the main area. Rei got people to step back as he walked towards the crystal with his Samsara eyes active. Absolute zone. Rei thought as he started to carve at the crystal. Due to the fact that the 2 swords were reinforced with a mixture of chi and mana, their sharpness increased by many folds as it cut through the crystal like butter. Everyone could only see small hints of Rei's swords as his hands became a blur while he slowly shaved the crystal away. Bywo watched by the side, wanting to see how Rei would make the crystal with a smile. The originally large crystal started to reduce in size as a figure started to appear from the crystal. Since Rei had mastered the art of controlling his body, Rei was able to carve the sculpture easily whilst still capturing the details. Rei smiled as he stopped. People started to frown when they saw that it was still an undetailed sculpture of a person. When they were about to protest, Rei walked up to it and gently knocked the crystal with his hands. The crystal started to break off as it revealed a lifelike figure of Bywo sitting on a medium-sized rock. She was scooping water in one hand with a gentle smile. Her expression, her hair, the clothes, everything looked so beautiful as the crystal shone slightly with a myriad of colors, making it seem even more beautiful. Let's leave the name as it is. The 1,000-year dream. Rei said, carving words, 1,000-year dream, into the rock. The stadium was silent as they couldn't help but be mesmerized by the sculpture. Rei turned to an emotional Bywo as he smiled. Lei. She cried out as she never saw anything so beautiful in her life. She launched herself onto Rei as she hugged him. Rei only smiled gently as he accepted her hug. Do you like it? Rei asked softly. I love it. She replied. The screen zoomed in onto the duo as they hugged in front of the goddess-like sculpture. Chapter 107, Fated Steps. Asterisk clap clap clap. The prince walked towards the hugging duo with a smile. Bravo bravo. Lovely sculpture by the way. The prince said as he smiled. Thank you. Rei said, giving the prince a side glance. Would it be fine if I purchased this sculpture from you? Of course, if you want to keep it, then it's also fine. The prince said, not having any visible reaction towards Rei's dismissive glance. What do you think, Bywo? Do you want to keep it? Rei asked as Bywo's opinion for this was more important for him. Let's keep it here. Then more people can see how amazing Lei's sculpture is. She said, smiling. Rei smiled before turning back to the prince with a neutral face. Since she said she wants to keep it here, I won't take it with me. Goodbye. Rei said as he didn't like the feeling the prince gave him. This was only further emphasized by his already high distrust for the human race. Wait, I also have something else I want to ask you about. The prince said as he was about to reach out for Rei. Rei, however, frowned as he gave the prince a warning glare. The prince paused from the glare. I want to ask if you would like to join my faction. I'll provide you ample training resources, and as long as you swear your loyalty to me, I'll even help make you a titled Douluo. the prince said, throwing out an olive branch for Ray. While he and the rest of the royal family had wanted to just enjoy the event, he never imagined he would find such an hidden gem like Ray. Twin spirits, one to help him see details from what he observed happen in the first stage of the event, and the other was dual swords with extreme sharpness. He only knew this as the 1,000-year dream crystal needed very special equipment to even make marks on it. Yet Ray easily cut through it with his dual sword spirits. "Oh, and what makes you think I should dedicate my loyalty to you?" Ray said, raising an eyebrow. Ray didn't know what the prince was thinking, but he certainly isn't going to dedicate his loyalty to someone who just rocks up and say, "Hey, join me, I'll make you a titled Douluo." The prince was slightly surprised when Ray asked that question. Was the chance to be a titled Douluo not enough? The butler said that he didn't care for titles or material riches, so surely power will interest the guy, right? The prince thought. "I'm talking about being a titled Douluo. The highest in the spirit ranks." The prince repeated. "Yes, I know, 9 rings, rank 90 and above. But what make you think that you deserve my loyalty?" Ray emphasized with a frown. Bywo only giggled lightly, as she knew Ray never trusted humans, and one shows up asking for Ray's loyalty without a good reason. "This." The prince hesitated, with his smile faltering. "Since you have no reason for me to follow you, then I bid you farewell," Ray said, turning away with Bywo leaving a slightly frowning prince. The prince walked away as he entered a lone hallway. "Shadow 5, I want you to get Shadow 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14 to kill this guy when he is alone. If I can't have such a talent, then no one will," the prince said as his face was cold. "What about the woman?" a voice rang out. Bring her to me. It's not every day you see such a beautiful woman," the prince said, licking his lips. "Understood," the voice rang out once more. The prince only smiled as he waited for the news. "Oh, you should have taken my offer when you had the chance," the prince said as his footsteps rang out in the hollow hallway. Ray was walking with Bywo when he felt presences enter his web of chi. So it's this type of human again, Ray thought with a frown. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so only 5. Ray muttered as he focused on his senses. 5 what? Bywo asked. 5 people that the prince sent to get rid of me. He is a person which can only be summed up as, if I can't have it, no one can. Ray explained, pulling Bywo closer to him. Stay close, Ray said as Bywo blushed and nodded absent-mindedly. Lei is hugging me. Lei hugged me on his own accord, meaning Lei cares deeply for Bywo. Does it mean Lei loves Bywo with wife love? Bywo's mind started to fantasize as Ray walked with her in his arms, making sure that she is within his absolute zone so he can protect her. Walking over to the West Plaza, Ray made sure he went to a place with less people so that they won't get caught in the crossfire. While Ray distrusts them, it didn't mean he will go and kill every human he sees, but only ones that go against him. Come out, the 5 of you don't need to hide anymore, Ray said as he stood in the middle of the plaza. 5 figures donned with black armor appeared as he circled Ray and Bywo. 65, 65, 68, 64, and 67. Not too bad, but not enough, Ray said as he summoned Tengaku and Kyoki. The 5 of them attacked as Ray activated Samsara Eyes and Absolute Zone. Asterisk clang 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 clang. 5 separate clashes could be heard as Ray deflected all 5 attacks easily. Bless of Wind, Frost Lance, Iron Shackle, Eagle Thunder Talon, Might of 1,000. Ray only scoffed at their attacks as he swung Kyoki, cutting the Ice Lance with increased sharpness thanks to Bless of Wind. Twisting Tengaku into a reverse grip, Ray cut apart the chains trying to bind him and Bywo. Pivoting on his right leg, Ray kicked towards the Eagle Thunder Talon as he redirected the lighting to the ground, rendering the ability useless. Ray was about to intercept Might of 1,000 when Bywo moved. Using her left leg to kick down the fist, Bywo used the person's momentum against them as she kneed him in the face with the combined power of his momentum and the force behind her knee. Asterisk crack. Bywo easily broke the guy's nose as he was forced backwards from the collision. Humph. You dare to try attack Lei? Bywo will show you what real might of my foot is compared to your might of 1,000. Bywo mocked whilst standing on one leg with the other ready to attack. Bywo used this form as she mostly used her legs for combat. Ray only chuckled when he heard how Bywo compared an attack from a rank 67 Spirit Emperor with her foot. While Bywo may not be able to harm them normally, she was able to use the Spirit Emperor's momentum to effectively have him hurt himself. Bywo, you shouldn't talk too much when fighting, Ray said as he fended off the combined attacks from 3 of the 5 people. She nodded as she started to struggle a little since the rank 67 Spirit Emperor was more on guard against her now. She could only dodge as weave as the Spirit Emperor mostly used physical enhancements. Teleporting around the Spirit Emperor, Bywo gave the occasional attack in the Spirit Emperor's weak point. Titan Guard. The Spirit Emperor shouted as the force of the guard threw Bywo off balance. Might of 1,000. The fist charged towards Bywo as she didn't have the time to guard. She flinched and closed her eyes. Bang. A large collision occurred as Bywo opened her eyes. Ray stood in front of her with one leg forcing the fist downwards as the Spirit Emperor cried out in pain. Ray had Tengaku positioned behind him as he blocked 4 attacks. You shouldn't be too aggressive in a fight and prepare for the unexpected, Ray commented as Bywo nodded. Pushing strength into his sword, Ray forced the 4 of them back before giving the Spirit Emperor a harsh kick that twisted his neck in an unnatural way. The 4 spirit watched in slight fear as they saw how Ray killed a 67 Spirit Emperor with a simple kick to the head. Looking back, Ray looked to the 4 people. Since you people attacked, don't even think about leaving, Ray said as the 4 was about to retreat. Ray disappeared from where he stood as he used fated steps to invade the 4 Spirit Emperor's area of control. Appearing behind the support-type Spirit Emperor, Ray easily decapitated his head as he faded from his location once more. The remaining 3 stood back to back as they didn't think that someone they felt ranking around rank 30 Spirit Grandmaster could be this monstrous and kill Spirit Emperors like cutting grass. Argag. A scream rang out as Ray could be seen cutting the rank 68 Spirit Emperor into 3 pieces with his dual swords. The remaining 2 Spirit Emperors jumped away quickly in fear. Bywo teleported behind the rank 64 Spirit Emperor and concentrated her power into a single attack. Kicking at the spine of the Spirit Emperor, Bywo broke his spine in 2 as the rank 64 neglected his physical training and only focused on his abilities, allowing even someone like Bywo to kill him with a concentrated attack on his weak point. The rank 64 Spirit Emperor could only scream in agony while he tried to crawl away. Fear crept into his eyes as he couldn't feel the rest of his body and realized that he was paralyzed. He was about to turn around when Bywo directly teleported above his body and gave a crushing step which burst his heart and killed him. The final Spirit Emperor could only lament the fact that his brother-in-arms were killed so easily. Accepting the fact that he couldn't escape, he burned the entirety of his spirit power as he was ready to self-detonate. Ray frowned as the self-destruction of a rank 65 Spirit Emperor would be devastating. Sending out his 1,000,000-year spirit ring, Ray used the suppression of the ring to cause a slight lapse in concentration from the rank 65 Spirit Emperor. Taking advantage of the lapse in concentration, Ray killed the Spirit Emperor before he could continue the self-destruct. That could have gone south, Ray commented with a frown. Seems like the prince has more up his sleeve if he can send out Spirit Emperors against a rank 30. Ray said as Bywo walked next to him. Ray looked at Bywo and saw that the lower section of her dress was covered with some blood. Ray frowned as he took out another dress for Bywo from the spatial belt. Here, Bywo. Get changed first, we'll see about what we should do with the prince at a later date, Ray said, handing her a dress. Help Bywo dress, Bywo said as she looked at Ray. Help yourself, Ray said as he gently bopped her forehead. Party pooper, Bywo said as she found an hidden area where no one can look and got changed. Halfway through changing, Bywo held a mischievous grin as she looked at Ray, who was looking away from her. Lay, look, I'm finished, she called out as she was still half nude. No, you're not. I can sense everything as well as I can see, Ray said, causing Bywo to frown. Che, Lay still on guard now, wait, Bywo said as she caught onto something. Lay can sense as well as he can see. Lay, you've been peeking on Bywo changing, Bywo said with a grin. Ark. Ray choked as he lost his composure slightly as he heard what Bywo said. Ha 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 ha, Lay peeked on Bywo. Lay peeked on Bywo. Bywo laughed out loudly as Ray could feel a twitch creeping around his eyes. Why the fuck is she so sharp at the worst moments? Ray thought as he initially sent out his senses to check for more enemies, but as Bywo called out for him he sent his senses over and saw the full scene with detail. What was originally meant for keeping on guard was turned into a pervert's peep ability thanks to one sentence from Bywo. He did Lay enjoy what he saw. Bywo grinned as she had finished changing for real. Where did you even learn about these? Ray said with a sigh. Bywo learned from a old uncle when we were in the stadium. He was muttering something like, oh, it's a man's dream to see so many ladies concentrating. They don't even know I'm peeking on their bodies. He had a grin like this one. Bywo said, imitating a lecherous grin. Ray frowned as his face became slightly cold. Who the fuck corrupted Bywo with this grin? I'll kill him. Ray thought with murderous intent as he vowed to kill whoever caused Bywo to learn about this. The said person suddenly felt the touch of death creep around his body as he looked around in fear before slowly dismissing the idea while still being on guard. Never mind that, the prince seems like an obstacle we need to take care of. Ray said while shaking his head. The fact that they seemed to be looking for a chance to take Bywo away during the fight had angered Ray to the point that he will actively seek out the mastermind and kill him. How about Bywo teleport you next to him? Bywo suggested. No, there could be the possibility that he has a spirit Douluo, rank 81 to 90, or even a titled Douluo, rank 90 plus, under his faction, and they would be able to sense the energy fluctuations when you teleport. The battle could break out suddenly, and right now fighting a titled Douluo isn't something I would like to do if I can help it. The best way would be for me to sneak in there beneath their detection. Fated Steps is a set of footwork rather than a heavy energy-based skill, so I should be able to suppress the small fluctuations so that even titled Douluos can't detect me. Ray said as he thought about the plan. Wait, does that mean Lay will go alone? Bywo said in worry. Yes, but don't worry, I can fight off titled Douluos if it comes to it. Ray said with a gentle smile as he heard Bywo's concern for him. But Bywo was about to continue when Ray patted her head. It's fine. I'd rather be hurt myself than to see someone I care about get hurt. Ray said while Bywo blushed. She held the part where Ray had patted. I'd rather be hurt myself than to see someone I care about get hurt. Lay would rather hurt himself than hurt me. Does this mean Lay love for Bywo turned to wife love? / Nabla / Bywo thought as her face blushed furiously. Ray's expression softened as he saw her slowly drift into her own world again. Come on Bywo, we have plenty of time to daydream later. Ray said as Bywo was brought back from her fantasies. Oh sure. Bywo panicked slightly, trying to ease her blush away. Ray only raised an eyebrow as he walked back the inn with Bywo. Chapter 108, titled Douluo. Rai and Bywo returned to their room as Ray maid showed Bywo his seal he had been working on for a few thousand years. It had only took him this long as he wasn't used to controlling the chi to help him make the seal. But as he went on, making the seal had actually improved his chi control, which was another benefit. Bywo, here. Ray said, handing her the seal. Bywo tilted her head in confusion as she looked at the highly detailed magic circle. What's this? She asked, taking the seal. It's a seal. I made it so that if you're in danger you can use the seal to help protect you. If you input spirit energy into it, you'll also be able to talk to me. And if you're in grave danger I'll be able to teleport to you. Ray explained the functions of the seals. Oh, is this tiny circle so magical? Bywo asked, looking at Ray. Yeah, try insert spiritual energy and think about what you want to say to me. Ray said with a smile. Okay. Bywo said as he thought about what she should say before inserting spiritual energy. Lay has to make Bywo wife love. Ray raised an eyebrow when heard her voice in his head. Lay has to make Bywo wife love. Ray asked, looking at Bywo. Why is it not true? Bywo asked, slightly nervous. Ray thought about what he felt for Bywo so far. While it could still be technically be called sisterly love, it is slowly going beyond that area. Maybe. Ray said with a soft smile, giving Bywo a vague answer. Bywo's eyes lit up in hope as Ray didn't reject her, meaning she was making progress. Anyways, Bywo, go rest. I'll be back before you know it. Ray said, patting her head before walking out of the room. As Ray left the room, Bywo flopped herself onto the bed and started to roll around in happiness. He Lei didn't reject Bywo. She muttered while she laid on her stomach and swung her legs and looked at the little seal. HNHNN, it's like having mini Lei with me. Bywo smiled, poking the seal. She got an idea as she sent another thought. Lei is in love with Bywo. This is Lei's head speaking, Bywo said, trying to imitate Rei's voice. Rei, who was walking, raised an eyebrow when he heard this. This silly rabbit. Rei thought with a smile as he sent out his senses and found out a large amount of people around building in the noble district. Using faded steps, Rei was able to walk under their detection. So this whole area is made up of 4 main zones. First zone is Spirit Ancestors, rank 41 to 50, and Spirit Kings, rank 51 to 60. Second zone is Spirit Emperors, rank 61 to 70. Third zone contains around 8 Spirit Sages/Saints, rank 71 to 80. The last zone has 1 Spirit Douluo, rank 80 to 90. If he can promise that he can give someone resources to reach titled Douluo, then it's either he is not here, can hide very well, or he hadn't produced a titled Douluo yet but has the resources. He just needs someone with enough talent. Rei thought as he entered the premises like a ghost. Either way, he is dying tonight for even thinking about taking Bywo. Rei thought as his face was frosty. Even when he was walking next to a spirit sage, they didn't even realize that Rei was there. Rei focused hard as he was entering the final area. Landing next to the window, Rei peeked in as he saw the prince with someone else. The prince was drumming his fingers as he looked at the figure in front of him with a frown. So you're telling me that Shadow 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14 had all been killed with signs of combat? The prince said with a frosty voice. The figure stayed silent as he didn't know how to respond. They were the prince's shadow division trained for the art of battle. Yet they just lost 5 of their spirit emperors to a rank 30 spirit grandmaster. Shadow 5, did you at least get some information back about this guy? The prince said. Yes, he seemed to have a domain-type skill which allows him to increase the speed of his swords. The area by estimate is more or less 3 meters. Shadow 5 said as he showed the prince a screen recording the situation from far away so they can't see clearly. The prince widened his eyes when he saw Rei's 1,000,000-year ring. Shadow 5, is that a mutated 100,000-year ring? He said, voice tinged with fear. He had mistaken the ring for 100,000-year as humans didn't know about the existence of 1,000,000-year rings yet. Seeing the red, the prince immediately thought it was a 100,000-year ring. Sadly, if he knew it was a 1,000,000-year ring, he would have probably died from shock. Shadow 5 explained to me, how the fuck can a rank 30 spirit grandmaster have a 100,000-year spirit ring? The prince said, slamming the table. There are a few rumors saying one can get a 100,000-year ring if they have the spirit beast turn into a ring willingly. The person can then absorb this ring regardless of rank. The other would be the fact that he is a spirit beast turned into human. Shadow 5 said, bowing, as even he didn't know the real reason as to why it happened. The prince sat down heavily as he seemed to age by 10 years from the stress. I fucked up. I might have invited a calamity to my royal family. The prince said in tired. That you have. Rei spoke out as from what he could see with his Samsara eyes. The spirit Douluo was a particularly strong one, 1 white, 2 yellow, 4 purples and 1 black. This spirit Douluo would be among the lowest tier of spirit Douluos. The prince and Shadow 5 jumped in shock as they saw Rei appear in the room. Rei had summoned out his 1,000,000-year ring as he sent the suppression out in full force. The level of suppression started to climb as the prince and Shadow 5 tried to resist. Shadow 5 sent out his rings trying to contend with the pressure enough so that he can move. Humph, how long can you last for? Rei said as he wanted to install deep fear into the prince before he died. Rank 60, 70, 80, 85, 89, 90. Rei's spirit ring suppression reached the realm of titled Douluos as Shadow 5 collapsed onto his knees heavily. The prince and the spirit Douluo laid on the floor, slowly being crushed by the spirit suppression. Esteemed Douluo, please let this foolish one off. A voice rang out as Rei looked out of the window. A old man could be seen floating as Rei could feel his power. Rank 92 titled Douluo. 1 white, 1 yellow, 3 purples, 4 blacks. This titled Douluo would be classed among the low to mid-tier titled Douluos. The elder had called Ray a Douluo as he felt it would be impossible for anyone to get a red spirit ring otherwise, and seeing that the force had reached into the realm of Douluos, the young man couldn't be underestimated. Esteemed Douluo, can you let my foolish grandson off? I'm sure he had already learned his lesson. The elder cupped his hands as the life of the royal heir was in Ray's hands. Ho, once bitten twice shy, I had enough dealings with your type of humans. You'll always find a way to get revenge once you are confident in killing me. So why would I let him off? Ray said as he increased the suppression even more. Stop. The elder cried out as he activated his essence spirit manifestation. His energy erupted outwards as a titan gorilla could be seen. Before the elder could even do anything, the prince and Shadow 5 were crushed into meat patties as Ray jumped out of the room and onto the roof. Looking in front of him, Ray could see the titanic gorilla with its glowing red eyes staring at Ray with hatred. You dare kill the royal heir, die. It shouted out while Ray used his fated steps to evade and jump onto the gorilla's shoulder. I was worried that there would have been a skilled Douluo, but it seems like I was overestimating you guys. Ray said as he was able to see the weakness of the giant gorilla with his Samsara eyes. Little shit. The titled Douluo shouted out as hit towards Ray, who only escaped from his location, causing the Douluo to hit himself. Ray only smirked in disdain. While he may not be able to fight a skilled titled Douluo, a hysterical and low-tier titled Douluo would be no problem. This titled Douluo didn't even know how to use his other skills and only the brute force of his titan gorilla. It's either he is too mad to even fight properly, or human martial arts aren't too developed. Ray thought as the fight went on, the titled Douluo was like a literal gorilla rather than a human using the spirit. The fight had caused a mass amount of destruction as people could be seen trying to run away. Weak point. Ray thought as flashed towards the head of the gorilla. Punching out with all of his strength, Ray punched the temple as the gorilla cried out in pain and the essence spirit manifestation faltered. Bywo. Ray said as he saw that Bywo was nearby. The fight had slowly progressed from the noble district to the inn where Ray and Bywo was staying. Lay. I'll teleport you out of there. Bywo sent out her thoughts as she was about to jump towards him. Stop. I got this. Ray shouted as a misfired attack from the titled Douluo would cause a great amount of damage to Bywo, and he didn't want that. I'll end the fight fast. Ray thought as he brought out his 1,000,000-year ring. Heavenly Demonic Beast Mode. Ray said as he activated his ring. He chose Beast Mode as right now he didn't have the reserves to use any techniques in Assault Mode, so it would just be a waste. A gigantic dragon with 4 wings and 10 tails appeared as Ray launched himself towards the giant gorilla. Ray caught the titled Douluo off guard with the sudden appearance of the heavenly demonic beast and pierced the arms of the gorilla so that it couldn't defend itself. Before the gorilla could even roar, Ray sent his remaining 8 tails and shredded up the essence spirit manifestation of the titled Douluo as he also dispersed his beast mode. Ray landed next to the titled Douluo as he summoned out Kyoki and killed him while he was at his weakest after his manifestation was destroyed. Bywo teleported next to Ray as she held him up. She knew Ray was weakened right now, especially after using his heavenly demonic beast mode with his current reserves. Thanks, Bywo. Ray said as he panted. Bywo will get us out of here. She said, teleporting them continuously back to the Star Doe forest. She didn't want to stay for too long since she wasn't confident that she could fight off everyone while protecting Ray. Ray looked at the worried face of Bywo, who was teleporting them continuously back to safety as his smile slowly became a loving one. Ray closed his eyes as he entrusted his safety to Bywo. Landing back by the lake in Star Duo forest, Bywo set Ray down gently as she also panted from heavy energy exhaustion. Bywo sat down next to Ray as she saw that Ray was sleeping for the first time since she met him. Fighting off the exhaustion, Bywo leaned closer for a better look. Bywo smiled faintly as she saw Ray's peaceful face during sleep. Lay never slept before, but he looks so handsome when he sleeps. Bywo thought, leaning closer. She blushed when she had a thought appear in her mind. Lay's guard is down. Bywo blushed even more as she saw his lips unguarded. Looking around to make sure no one was around, Bywo looked back at Ray and kissed him on the lips. Bywo held the kiss for a few seconds before separating. She touched her own lips with her finger. Soft. She muttered as she was considering on a second kiss. Bywo might wake up Lay, next time then. She thought as she laid beside Ray and rested her head on Ray's chest. Making sure that she is asleep, Ray opened his eyes slowly. He looked down as he saw Bywo's happy face as she slept. Why did I allow her to kiss me? Ray thought as he felt like something sprout in his heart seeing the loving face of Bywo. Maybe I do love her. He thought as he closed his eyes and went to sleep. Chapter 109, No Need, No Want, No Worry. Ray woke up as he felt the lack of weight on his chest. Sitting up, Ray yawned slightly as it was the first time he slept in a million years. Ray got up as he went to look for Bywo. It didn't take long for Ray to find her as she returned from the forest carrying some fruits. Ah. Lay, you're awake. Bywo waved as she jogged over. As she got close to Ray, she blushed remembering what she did and paused. Amen. Ray was confused as to why she suddenly paused in her steps. Bywo. Ray asked as he walked closer to her wanting to see what's wrong. Nothing. Nothing is wrong, just thinking. She said averting eye contact. She cupped her cheeks as she felt them burn up. Stop blushing cheeks. Bywo will get found out. She shouted mentally. Ray only raised an eyebrow as he looked at Bywo cupping her cheeks. Ray only chuckled as he walked behind her. Leaning forward, Ray smiled. Bywo. He said close to her. Ah. Bywo jumped in shock hearing Ray's voice so close to her ear. But as she jumped, her head collided with Ray's head causing her to fall forward. Why is Lay's head so hard? Bywo said as she clutched her head with her hands. Because I train my body up. We should work on your combat techniques. It'll help you out in the long run. Ray said with a smile seeing Bywo's expressions. So Lay is teach Bywo how to fight? She asked standing up still rubbing her head. Yeah, I'll teach you so that you can protect yourself. Ray nodded. But can't Lay protect Bywo? She asked. I can, but we need to think about when I can't protect you. Ray said. Does Lay mean when Bywo had to escape with Lay? So, Lay wants Bywo to protect Lay. Bywo thought as her eyes glowed with determination. Lay so shy. If you want Bywo to protect Lay just say so. Bywo smiled. Half and half. I want you to get stronger so you can protect yourself. Ray said emphasizing the yourself. Sure, so what does Bywo need to do? She asked. We're going to have a spar, you attack me with everything you got and I'll see what your capabilities are. Ray said. But Bywo doesn't want to hurt Lay. She said frowning slightly. You think your kicks can hurt me? Ray raised an eyebrow. Oh yeah. Lay has very tough defense. Bywo said as she remembered how Ray has a ridiculously high defense. Okay, Bywo is attacking now. She said as she teleported towards Ray. Appearing besides Ray, she kicked out with her right leg. Power is roughly super rare. Ray muttered as he grabbed her ankle and pulled her towards him. He was about to flick her in the forehead when she teleported behind him again. Reaction is roughly high to king. Ray muttered once more as he ducked under her kick. Seeing that Ray ducked under her attack, Bywo brought up her other leg as she created a scissor motion with her legs attacking from two directions. Battle instincts roughly super rare. Ray said as he blocked the two kicks. Bywo bent her back with incredible flexibility as she put strength into her legs trying to lift Ray up and smash him against the ground. Ray wasn't about to let her have her way as he flicked the back of legs forcing them off him. Using the momentum of being thrown off, Bywo teleported behind Ray as she tried to kick him behind his head. Ray swung his legs upwards as he countered. Battle instincts are around high to king instead. Ray muttered as he made a mental note. Let's test defensive measures. Ray said as he put force into his legs pushing her back. Ray dashed forward as he flicked her forehead causing her to stumble. Definitely needs work. Ray said as he flicked her forehead a few more times as Bywo tried to teleport away but was hit each time. Lay, stop it. Don't flick Bywo's head. She said holding her slightly red forehead with tears in her eyes. Fine, I'll punch instead. Ray said with a smile holding up his fist. Bywo replied with a dumb look on her face. Ray was about to move when he scared Bywo out of her trance. Wait. Ha ha ha, Bywo was kidding, air flicking the forehead is okay, no problem at all. Bywo nodded her head quickly. Ray raised an eyebrow in humor. Really? I was sure I heard you say something about don't flick your head anymore. Nope, Bywo didn't say that. Lei must have misheard, ha 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 ha. Bywo laughed nervously. Ray chuckled seeing her act like this. Fine, I'll just use spirit energy to repel you then. Ray said, causing Bywo's eyes to light up. Thank you. Bywo said gratefully. Alright, that's enough. Come on, we have a spar to finish. Ray said as he resumed the spar. He and Bywo sparred for a few hours as Ray got a general view on Bywo's powers. Bywo will need to work on your power, defense, and reactions the most. However, we can also focus more on speed than defense so that you can evade attackers easily. Ray said as he watched Bywo laid on the floor panting and drenched in sweat. I'll test your willpower later, but first get some rest and wash up to relax. Ray said as he sat down on a rock. Okay. Bywo said as she pulled her tired body away. Do you want to join? Bywo asked with a grin. Seems like you have enough energy to spar some more. Ray smiled as he turned around. Ray raised an eyebrow as he saw Bywo already halfway through running away to the lake. Ray chuckled as he started making a mental status board for Bywo. Name, Bywo. Age, plus 107,000. Combat rank, mid-high. Spirit rank power, 40 to 50. Power, April 5th 10. Speed, 6 out of 10. Reaction, April 5th 10. Defense, 2 out of 10. Instincts, 5 out of 10. Abilities. First ring, teleport. Other abilities unknown. System, save this status board if you can. Ray thought. Status board 4, Bywo, saved. Ah. Ray was cut off when he heard Bywo scream and ran over to where she was. Having learned his lesson from last time, Ray didn't cover her area with his senses. However, he regretted it the moment he ran towards her area. Bywo stood nude as she slowly tried to dip her foot into the lake. Ray slapped his hands over his eyes as it made a loud sound from the force and speed. Bywo, why did you scream? Ray asked, turning around away from her. However, the image of Bywo in full nude trying to dip her foot into the lake had firmly imprinted itself into his mind. Lake was too cold. Bywo said as she turned around to see Ray covering his eyes and facing the other way. Lei saw. Bywo asked with a blush. Ray nodded slowly. Bywo blushed as she slowly sat down into the water, hoping it would cool off her blush and hide her body. Don't scream out randomly. Ray said as he sat down. He decided to stay just in case something did happen and wasn't just another one of Bywo's pranks. Bywo nodded slowly as she submerged her body till her nose was just above the surface. Her entire body felt hot as the cold water didn't help cool her down at all. How much did Lei see? She asked, looking at Ray's figure. More than what I wanted. Ray said as the image couldn't help but resurface in his mind. Ray shook his head as he tried to get rid of the image. You just thought of it again, didn't you? Bywo said, seeing Ray shake his head. Again, why the hell is she so sharp when it comes to things like this? Ray thought. Finish washing up and go have some rest. Ray said as Bywo nodded and started to wash up. She couldn't help but blush even more as Ray was nearby. Ray, on the other hand, was the same. Just by listening to the sound the lake made, Ray could picture every movement. Paired that with the image he couldn't get rid of, there were no different to seeing it with his own eyes and imagining it. Fuck. Ray cursed in his mind as he felt a certain body part react. No need, no want, no worry. No need, no want, no worry. No need, no want, no worry. Ray started to chant a mantra in his mind as he tried to clear himself of his dirty thoughts. It started to work as he could feel his little brother calm down once more. What are you doing, Lei? Bywo asked as she finished bathing and got dressed. Her body was still wet as the clothes stuck onto the curves of her body. Ray's senses were tuned to the max as he could feel the water elements trace the entirety of Bywo's body. Especially since she was standing so close to him. Nothing, I'll be right back. Ray said as he stood up and walked away quickly. Lei is flustered. Bywo muttered, though she was confused. Charm never worked before since Lei's willpower too strong. Charm also need target to find Bywo attractive. Does Lei find Bywo attractive? Is that why Lei became flustered? Bywo thought as she blushed happily, finding out that Rei is attracted to her. Rei on the other hand. No need, no want, no worry. 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 No need. No want. No worry. Rei screamed out in his mind as he tried to calm the revitalized body part. Walking into the forest, Rei smashed his head against a large boulder, destroying it as he breathed deeply. Why the fuck is my body like this? This never happened in Seven Sins world. Rei muttered as he clenched his teeth. He sat down in a lotus position as he chanted the mantra to calm his mind. As a master of body control, Rei only took a few minutes as he exerted his willpower, forcing his little brother to calm down. Phew. Rei breathed out deeply as he prepared to walk back. This time, however, he made sure to keep a constant control over his little brother. The first thing Rei saw when he returned was Bywo still sitting with her wet clothes sticking to her body. Seeing her sit with wet clothes, which are almost see-through, almost made Rei lose control instantly, even with his willpower. Bywo, why haven't you dried yourself yet? Rei asked, exerting a continental amount of willpower over his little brother while he held a slightly awkward smile. Amen. Oh yeah, can Lei help Bywo? She asked, seeing Rei's awkward smile. I'll help with the hair, but you can dry your body. Rei said, throwing a towel to Bywo, and walked away. Seems like Lei has his guard up again. Oh well, at least Bywo made Lei react. Bywo thought with a smile as she dried herself up. Chapter 110, Third Ring. Sounds of fighting could be heard within the forest. Some shock waves would appear every so often in the air as a hazy figure would fade in and out around a person. That person was Rei, and he was currently sparring with Bywo. Don't make everything so predictable. Rei called out as he blocked another kick from Bywo. Bywo teleported once more as she appeared behind him. Rei brought back his elbow to attack her. During the time that they were training, Bywo had become much better at redirecting the opponent's momentum that Rei could confidently attack her without worry that she'll get hurt. Of course, Rei still held back his power a little so that it doesn't go too far above Bywo's limits. Remember, watch their body and try pick out weak points. Joints are a good place to focus from. Rei said, missing his attack when Bywo teleported below him. She gave a mischievous grind as she kicked upwards. Rei blocked with his hand as he looked at her with an eyebrow raised. Nice attack. The crotch area is a man's main weakness as it paralyzes them for a few seconds when hit with enough power. Rei said while Bywo only smiled as that wasn't her goal. Clamping down on Rei's hands with her legs, Bywo lifted her till she was face to face with Rei. Charm, Bywo thought as she used her ability. She leaned forward for a kiss when Rei bent back so far, his head was almost touching the ground. Rei flung Bywo away, while she teleported to avoid that and was about to land a kick on Rei. Rei blocked that kick with his hands as he looked at her. Don't use charm too often, as if it fails, they can retaliate, causing you heavy damage from the backlash. Make sure the target has his guard down when you do it. Rei said while Bywo grinned once more. Rei had a bad feeling rise up as every time Bywo grinned it would be a prank towards him. Like this. Bywo said, lifting her skirt and flashed her underwear. Rei paused slightly, seeing this. Charm. She crouched down about to kiss Rei when he flicked her in the forehead with spirit power at the last second, sending her back slightly. Rei stood up, calming himself as he looked at Bywo holding her forehead. Are you going to show your underwear to everyone you see? Rei said as he had a small frown. He felt a slightly sour feeling rise up in him when he thinks about how Bywo would potentially do that in a fight to use her charm ability. Just imagining people seeing her that way made him annoyed. Nope. Only Lei gets to see, no one else. She said with a tiny blush while patting away the dust. Anyways, Bywo, you should start to make your third ring now. Just relying on teleport and charm limits your fighting potential. Rei said as he mentally updated her status. Bywo. Age, 110,000+. Combat rank, Low King. Spirit rank, rank 30 Spirit Grandmaster. Spirit rank power, 50 to 60. Power, 4.5 May 5, 10. Speed, 6-6.5/10. Reaction, 4.5 May 5, 10. Defense, 2-4/10. Instincts, 5-6 out of 10. Abilities. Ring 1, Teleport. Ring 2, Charm. Bywo nodded as she sat down and started to materialize her third ring. Ray watched her as he eventually also sat down. He just needed that extra push to increase his ring to the 1 million year mark. Once he upgrades his spirit rank, his reserve should increase, allowing him to save more time when upgrading his next ring to 1 million. Ray closed his eyes as red energy started to thread around him. His 980,000-year sword monarch ring appeared as it started to gain hints of gold. With a push of energy, golden light shot up into the air once more as this phenomenon appeared for the second time in Stardew Forest. Deep into the center of the forest, a python with the horns of an ox opened his eyes as he looked towards the sky. The second million-year ring has been born. Its aged voice rang out as it prepared to investigate which spirit beast had cultivated to have a 1 million-year ring. Back at the lake, Ray opened his eyes as he looked at the gold and red ring. The gold layer had hints of blue threaded into it as the two swords crossed in the middle of the ring. Sword Monarch, 1 million. Absolute Zone. Everything in the radius of 5 meters is the user's absolute zone. User is able to wield his sword at 5x power, speed and accuracy. Fated Steps, an unpredictable step of footwork that allows for the user to enter the enemy's range in an instant without detection. Sword Strike directly after Fated Steps is 5x as strong. Sword Heart, user is the sword is the user. What user wants to cut will be cut. All attacks with swords are 5x as strong. Kyoki plus Tengaku. Bankai. Shojin, Ascend. Fu. Ray breathed out as he finished upgrading his ring. The next ring should be hockey abilities. Ray muttered as he stood up. He looked over to Bywo and saw that she was still materializing her ring. Seeing her serious face, Ray smiled as while he checked his own stats. Name, Ray. Age, Immortal. Rank, 30 Spirit Grandmaster. Power, 90 Titled Douluo. Spirit, Azura War God, Samsara Eyes. Rings. Heavenly Demon, 1 million. Sword Monarch, 1 million. Right, so for the hockey, I want to incorporate all 3 elements of hockey. Armament, Observation, and Conqueror. Ray muttered. What if I mix the True Tremor Fruit into the mix? Since the True Tremor Fruit relies on how strong the body is, mixing it with hockey should be quite a powerful mix. Ray thought as he got to work in making his third ring. Ray started to thread 4 types of energy together as 3 were deep purple and 1 was white. The 2 concepts started to mix while Ray's ability started to mix on his original status. True Tremor Fruit plus hockey, 10%, 30%, 50%, 80%, 95%, 100%. Congratulations host for creating Might of Atlas. Ray opened his eyes after 2 hours of trying to make the ring. He looking in front of him and saw the silver ring. The ring showed the image of a large figure who radiated strength beyond limits. Might of Atlas, 10. Tremor, host has the ability to control tremors. Hockey, user can use all 3 forms of hockey. Aegis, creates a shield of energy around an area. Shield will not break as long as user provides enough energy. Shield contains an upper limit and will break if surpassed in 1 strike. User cannot move when using Aegis. Passive boosts. Increase defense, strength, speed by a factor of 15% at all times. Show updated stats. Ray muttered as studied his new ring. The Aegis ability is a double-edged sword. While it provides impenetrable defense, the person can't move when using it. This would become a very situational ability for only when the user can't dodge an attack. Name, Ray. Age, Immortal. Rank, 30-35 Spirit Elder. Power, 90 Titled Douluo. Spirit, Azura War God, Samsara Eyes. Rings. Heavenly Demon, 1 million. Sword Monarch, 1 million. Might of Atlas, 10. Ray heard some movement and looked towards Bywo. He saw that her ring had finished forming and the pattern on the ring seemed to show the image of twins. Bywo opened her eyes as she smiled at Ray. Hee hee, I got a really good ability, she said proudly while Ray became curious. What ability got you this excited? Ray asked, walking towards Bywo. This, Bywo said as another Bywo appeared behind her. Spirit skill, doppelganger. I can make a doppelganger on myself and it has roughly 30% of my power. The percentage will increase as I increase my spirit rank, Bywo said at the same time with her doppelganger. Ray was surprised as the two gave off the same feeling. If it wasn't for his Samsara eyes, Ray would struggle seeing through the doppelganger. That would be really helpful for you in a fight, Ray said with a smile as he patted her head. Hee hee, Bywo smiled happily at the compliment. What about Lei? What does your new ring do? She asked. It's simple but strong in situations. It gives me passive increases to my defense, strength, and speed at all times. I am also able to see enemy attacks easier, increase my defense even more, suppress enemies and use earthquakes against people, Ray said as he retracted the ring. So Bywo, for your doppelganger, is there any more advantages or drawbacks? Ray asked, as such an ability would have some drawbacks. There is one more advantage. I am able to switch places with my doppelganger at any time as long as it is alive. But I can only use this ability twice a day and the duration is only 5 minutes, she said. So when you're in danger, you will be able to use your doppelganger to help you escape. It's a good ability, Ray said, nodding at Bywo's new skill. Bywo grinned once more as she looked at her doppelganger. They jumped at Ray from 2 different directions as they were about to try lure Ray with charm together. Ray, however, used spirit power to knock both of their heads. Bywo, don't try to undress so casually, especially since someone is looking, Ray said, looking in a certain direction. There were some awkward coughs at the fact that Ray found him and appeared. With the body shape of a serpent, he was around the size of half the lake. Azure scales decorated his whole body while he had ox horns on his head. Speak, who are you and how dare you try to spy on us? Ray said as he frowned at the beast. Esteemed senior, this little one did not intend to spy on you. This little one merely wanted to see the senior who had cultivated to have 1,000,000-year rings, the serpent said as he bowed his head. I asked you who you are first, Ray said. This little one is known as the Beast Monarch or Green Ox Python of the Heavens. The Beast Monarch replied as he didn't dare to be rude in front of the senior beast that was able to become a 1,000,000-year spirit beast. So you're the Beast Monarch. Well, since you have seen what you wanted, you can go back to your nest. This lake is my territory, Ray said, summoning out his 1,000,000-year heavenly demon ring. The Beast Monarch was shaking as it was the first time seeing a 1,000,000-year ring, and innate suppression he felt shocked him. I wanted to ask Senior if Senior is able to take the title of Beast Monarch. This little one feels like time is about to run out, so I can only ask Senior to take the title and help stand against humans. The Beast Monarch said his main goal. As the protector of the forest, he wanted to keep all of the beasts safe. Having a 1,000,000-year beast protecting the forest would be the best case scenario. I don't care about your title. If any human dares to trample in my territory disturbing me and Bywo, I'll kill them myself, Ray said as he gave the beast a chilling glare. The Beast Monarch shivered from the glare as he left with a sigh. So Lei doesn't want people to disturb us? Bywo chipped in as she watched the Beast Monarch leave. Yeah. If humans come here, they'll no doubt destroy this landscape, Ray said, not commenting on what he said about disturbing him and Bywo. He lay so shy, Bywo grinned, making Ray have a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Go stabilize your foundations if you have the time, Ray said as he sat down and increased the age of his new ring. Heh, Bywo too. We'll get Lei soon. Oh, I equals sad face I, Bywo said to her doppelganger while it did the same gesture. Chapter 111, The More Aggressive Approach. Ray was sitting on a rock besides the lake as he played around with spiritual chi in his hands. Just like what he had done with mana, Ray compressed the spiritual chi into strings as started to compress more and more together. While he was doing this, Bywo was practicing using dodging with her senses as Ray would swing a string of spiritual chi towards Bywo every so often so that she is always on guard. Bywo. I'll increase the number once more. Ray said as he made even more strings of chi. The total increased to over 150 strings. Bywo had to try dodge all of them. While they didn't do too much damage, as long as one hit her it would send her back slightly. Remember Bywo, don't rely on your main senses of eyes and ears. Use your skin to sense the vibrations in the air from the attacks. Make sure that your body is free-flowing as it dodges on instinct, yet keep a concrete plan in your mind. Ray said while he controlled the chi strings with his right hand. So you want me to be free-flowing? Bywo asked. Yes, when you are on the defensive. Follow the flow as you dodge their attacks. Each attack will have a hint, intent and motion. Use this to predict where the attack will come from and instinctively use your body to dodge. Ray said as he multitasked with training Bywo using his right hand and raising the spirit ring age with his left. In the 3,000 years of training Bywo, Ray had increased his spirit ring age to 850,000 years. Might of Atlas, 850,000. Tremor, host has the ability to control tremors. Haki, user can use all three forms of Haki. Aegis, creates a shield of energy around an area. Shield will not break as long as user provides enough energy. Shield contains a upper limit and will break if surpassed in one strike. User cannot move when using Aegis. Passive boosts. Increase defense, strength, speed by a factor of 39% at all times. Does lay mean like this? Going with the flow, Bywo joked as she made a wave motion with her arms. Ray sent a string of chi to her head as he knocked her back a little. Lay, it's too hard. I don't get what you mean by going with the flow. Bywo said truthfully as she stopped joking around for a rare moment of seriousness. Fine, I suppose you need a demonstration. Ray said as he stood up and walked toward Bywo who was sitting down. Bywo, you see this leaf? Ray asked, picking up a stray leaf. Bywo nodded as she wondered why Ray would get a leaf. Dropping the leaf from above, Ray waved his hand towards the leaf as it bent with the wind and dodged out of the way. See this, the leaf follows the wind as it dodges out of the way. Granted that if one is fast enough, they can catch it before it can even react. Ray said as his hands blurred and caught the leaf. Now I want you to take inspiration from the leaf when it is following the wind. Your body is the leaf as the enemy attack is the hand trying to grab you. Push your instincts outwards as your body reacts instinctively to dodge the attack. With the 3,000 years of training we did for your body, you should be able to have a pretty high limit before people can catch up to you when you master this technique. Ray said as he sat back down. Bywo, the best way would be for you to be blindfolded and ears plugged. This way your other senses are being pushed to the limit. Ray said as he threw her a blindfold and a pair of earplugs. These were items he had left over in his separate space that he decided to use right now. Bywo nodded as she grabbed the blindfold. She was about to put it on when he paused and gave it a sniff. Smells like lay but younger. Slightly different but still lay. And salty too. She said. Yeah, I had used that blindfold when I was training to spread out my senses. As for the salt, I was out at sea when that had happened. Ray said as he smiled nostalgically at the memory of partying with Shanks. But I will get distracted. Bywo muttered. Why? Ray asked, not understanding how the blindfold would distract her. Because it smells like lay is on my face. Bywo said, blushing, and looked down at the floor avoiding Ray's stare. It was a pure intent, okay? I just wanted you to use it to train, okay? Why would you say it's like I'm on your face? Ray thought with a facepalm. Heis, come on, we'll buy you a new blindfold. We'll also take this chance for you to fight other people as well. At least then you'll have some experience in fighting someone other than myself. Ray said, standing up. Lay. Can I keep this? Bywo asked, looking at the blindfold. You can keep it if you want, I don't use it anymore. Ray said as he saw Bywo tie the white blindfold into a hair band holding up her hair. Ray went into a slight trance as he watched her tie her hair. Bywo finished as she looked into the lake and examined how she looked. She nodded a few times before turning to Ray. Bywo blushed at how Ray was staring at her with such intensity it seemed like nothing else existed. Lay. What do you think? She asked shyly. Oh, or clears throat. Yeah, it looks nice on you. Come on, let's head to the city. Ray said as he calmed himself. Hehe, Lei should be truthful if you find me beautiful, Bywo said as she lightly jogged over to Ray. We'll see when it happens. Ray said with a shrug as they made their way to Suatua City again after the incident with the prince and titled Douluo 3,000 years ago. However, the moment they entered the city, they could see the crystal statue Ray made for Bywo. Ray could see that the 1,000-year dream statue had become a tourist spot as many tourists were crowded around it marveling at its beauty. Ray wasn't worried that people could make connections between Bywo and that statue as it would seem like relatives if anything. This was mostly due to Bywo maturing a lot after these 3,000 years. Her hair was a dark shade of brown as her iris were of deep brown and almost black. Her height averaged around 160 centimeters, medium-sized breasts that didn't seem too large or too small on her body, a thin waist and slender legs. Bywo could be called the most beautiful woman alive and almost no one would disagree. Come Bywo, let's go get the blindfold now. Ray said as he led Bywo away from the area. He felt like he was about to cut the people's heads off when they stared at Bywo with lecherous thoughts. Though it's not like he didn't. He made collars of chi so that when he was far enough it'll constrict and decapitate all who had stared at Bywo with lecherous thoughts. Bywo, who had been with Ray for a long time, also gained the ability to sense energy and noticed what Ray did. Ho, is Lei jealous that people are looking at me? Don't worry, only Lei can see what's underneath. Bywo grinned as she slightly pulled her dress forward so that only Ray can see underneath. Che, lecherous rabbit. Ray said, knocking her head gently. While his actions may seem gentle, his mind was raging as he controlled himself to not get turned on by Bywo's pranks. I'll only be a lecherous rabbit to Lei. Bywo said, not backing down. Lei said that in battle one must try to take the initiative when they can. So I'll do just that. Bywo mentally grinned as she tried the more aggressive approach to try reach Ray's heart. Try not show off in public too much. Ray said, sending out a few more chi collars ready their victim once they're far enough. So you want me to show off when we're alone? Bywo said, still on the offensive. #_. Ray felt a tick mark appear on his forehead hearing her suggestive remark. Stop it, we're here at the store now. Ray said as he showed her the store that sold fabrics. Fine, I'll stop, for now. Bywo said as she grinned. This more aggressive method was proven more effective to get Ray's reaction in certain situations. Ray only shook his head as he walked into the store with Bywo. Buying a long strip of white fabric, Ray helped tie it around Bywo's eyes. Now I want you to stay this way and use your other senses to detect the surrounding and move around. Ray said as Bywo nodded. Ray made sure to flare his energy slightly as it acted as a beacon to help Bywo adapt. Due to the fact that she was a spirit beast, Bywo found it much easier for her to use her other senses and didn't take long for her to be able to see even without her eyes. Your talent in hockey is quite surprising. Ray muttered. Hockey? Bywo asked, hearing the unfamiliar name. That's just the name of this technique. Or more specifically, observation hockey. It allows you to see the area around you with just your other senses. Ray said. And I guess Lei is really good at using this hockey. Bywo said as she was quite surprised by the amount she could sense already. She couldn't help but think about how clear Ray could see. She grinned. Lei, you saw everything with this hockey, didn't you? Every part of me. She whispered to Ray while leaning close to him. Ray clenched his teeth as his internal battle slowly tipped into the losing side. A vein was painfully obvious on Ray's forehead as he forced the urge down again. Alright, stop messing around, we'll find some opponents to help you increase your hockey. Ray said as he looked at the Colosseum look-alike not too far from him. From what he knew, Ray determined that the Colosseum had the most chance of being a place Bywo could fight people to improve herself. Kuhu, Lei is holding back so much. But is it so hard just to kiss me? Bywo thought. While she may have some ideas on how to get reactions from Ray, it was merely surface level and she was still quite naive on what actually comes after. All she knew was when two people love each other they would kiss. The male would find attraction towards the female. The end. While she did know that some spirit beasts would mate, she wasn't sure if that was the same for humans. However, there are some spirit beasts that laid eggs instead. Does Lei lay eggs? Is that why he's holding back? So maybe he's embarrassed about it. But then again, males don't lay eggs. Bywo continued to think while Ray felt a sudden increase of irritation. Did someone think something bad about me? He thought before shaking his head and walked towards the reception of the Colosseum. Chapter 112, Spirit Arena. Ray and Bywo signed up for the duo matches as Ray will be able to help if anything goes wrong. Ray and Bywo got their numbers while the assistant was slightly confused. Why is he bringing a blind woman? He thought. The opponents will be matched based on your spirit ranks. May you show me your rings and tell me your ranks please. The assistant said as Bywo nodded. Bywo, rank 38 Spirit Elder. Bywo said showing off her rings. 2 yellow 1 purple. Ray, rank 40 Spirit Elder. Ray said as he sent out pressure equivalent to a rank 40. Sir, spirit ring please. The assistant said as he wanted to see Ray's spirit rings to confirm. Okay, just don't shit yourself. Ray said as he sent out his 850,000-year Might of Atlas ring. The ring glowed with silver and red while the Titan in the middle held up the heavens. The assistant was shell-shocked as he knew what a 100,000 plus year ring meant. The hell do you mean by rank 40 Spirit Elder? Aren't you clearly a titled Douluo? The assistant thought. However, the device that they used to detect spirit power clearly showed he had 3 rings. While this was a prototype, it had determined everyone's spirit ring correctly. Ah yes, but due to your ring, you too shall be put into the Spirit Ancestor, 41 to 50, group. Is that okay? The assistant said, bowing slightly, not daring to look Ray into the eye. That'll work too. Bywo, you can get some practice with people above your rank. Ray said, looking back at Bywo. Bywo smiled as she hugged Ray's arm. And if I can't handle it, Ray would help me, right? She asked. Ray smiled gently as he patted her head. I have full trust in you. And if anything does go out of hand, I'll be here. Ray said as he took her to the arena. The assistant could only stare with a dumb look. Titled Douluo bro, this is a fighting arena, okay? It's not a dating spot. The assistant thought as he only shook his head and prepared to report this to the head of the spirit arena. Making his way to the head office, the assistant knocked on the door. Asterisk knock knock knock. Come in. A voice said as the assistant walked into the room. In the room the assistant could see the head of the spirit arena looking down on the arena. More specifically at Ray and Bywo. Boss, there is a participant that has a 100,000-year ring. The device shows that he is only a rank 40 Spirit Elder. What shall we do with him? The assistant said. What to do? The leader said as he looked at Ray and saw him stare back at him. Nothing yet, let him do what he wants. Also, send 2 of the best spirit ancestors we have. The leader spoke as he broke the eye contact with Ray. Understood. The assistant said, exiting the room and closed the door behind him. 100,000-year ring, I wonder how he managed to get one as a rank 40 Spirit Elder. The leader thought with a slight hint of greed appear in his eyes. Meanwhile. Lay. Is there anything wrong? Bywo asked, seeing Ray stare at a room high above the arena. Nothing, just another greedy human having thoughts about my spirit ring. Ray said, shaking his head. Another idiot? Bywo asked, frowning, causing Ray to chuckle slightly. Never mind him, if he wants to come let him come. I'll take care of him when he does. Ray said as he turned to the matchups for tonight. Ray, rank 40, plus Bywo, rank 38, vs Chen Ming, rank 48, plus Chen Guang, rank 49. Ho, rank 48 and 49, the person wants to test our power. Ray said as he saw the board. Bywo, let's go. Ray said as their match was pushed up to be the next one. Walking onto the stage, Ray could see 2 people looking at them with arrogance. Both were fairly tall as they had the same uniform and their facial features were close to being identical. The only difference used to tell them apart would be Chen Ming had hair tied to a low ponytail and Chen Guang had short hair. So twins. Ray commented, seeing the duo. So we're but up against a blind woman. Brother, don't you think they're underestimating us a little? Chen Ming said, looking at Chen Guang. Yeah, this won't even take long. Chen Guang said, smirking. Brother, you stand back. I'll take care of them in less than a minute, Chen Ming said, cracking his knuckles. The referee looked at the two teams before nodding. Start, he shouted. Bywo teleported in front of Chen Ming the moment the referee said start. She kicked him in the face, sending him back before he could get his guard up. Humph, this blind woman can kick your ass any day, Bywo said as she lowered her leg. Crouching down quickly, Bywo dodged an attack from Chen Guang before kicking him away. Bywo, remember we are here to help you master hockey. Don't knock them out too quickly, Ray reminded her as he stood with his hands in his pockets. I'll try, Bywo said, mocking the twins since they mocked her earlier. Argag. Chen Guang. Don't hold back, Cheng Ming shouted as he activated his real guard. His grew a pair of silver wings as he flew upwards. You don't have to tell me, Chen Guang shouted as his body bulked up. His hair turned white as he gained tiger-like marks across his body. His nails grew longer as they looked like claws. He dashed towards Bywo while Cheng Ming shot out feathers from above. These feathers glowed slightly as they cut towards Bywo. She froze as she felt a large increase of information within her hockey range. Avoiding Chen Guang's attack, Bywo started to dodge the feathers. Each time one came close to cutting her, Bywo would dodge, pushing her body to the limits. With so many feathers in her hockey range, Bywo felt an increase of mental exhaustion when she tries to get a full picture. Cuts started to appear around her dress as they started to cut closer and closer to her body as time went on. Ray was clenching his fists slightly as he convinced himself that this would help her in the long run. While Ray was focusing on Bywo, Chen Guang, who had also been trying to hit Bywo, turned to Ray. Dashing in front of Ray, Chen Guang's fist glowed slightly as he punched towards Ray, hitting his head. Asterisk boom. A small explosion happened as dust hit Ray's body. Are you done? A chilling voice rang out as the dust cleared to show a undamaged Ray. The only visible damage was his hair was ruffled slightly. Aerg. Chang Guan crouched holding his fist he used to punch Ray as people can see how he had broke his fist while trying to punch Ray. What a strong defense. The leader of the spirit arena marveled seeing Ray undamaged. He didn't use a spirit ability either. He muttered. Ray was annoyed at how Bywo was getting hurt, so he decided that Chen Guang would be his stress relief. Ray started to kick Chen Guang as he would be launched away. Each time he was kicked, Ray would use spirit power to blast him back and kicked him once more. Chen Guang was coughing up blood as his internal organs were heavily damaged. Ray frowned seeing this and gave him one last kick, launching him out of the arena. Ray then ignored Chen Guang as he looked back to Bywo and Chen Ming. In the time that Chen Guang had hit Ray, Bywo had accumulated more cuts on her body as blood could be seen through the dress. Seems like her hockey is running out. I'll have to train up her stamina reserves, Ray muttered. Bywo, that's enough for today, Ray called out as she teleported next to him. Ray frowned when he saw the cuts on her body up close. Ray turned towards Chen Ming flying in the air and gave him a cold glare. Get the fuck down here, Ray said coldly as he sent pressure, causing Chen Ming crash down towards the ground. Aerg. Chen Ming cried out as he fled, his entire body crushed into the ground. Ray increased the pressure until he was sure that almost every bone in Chen Ming's body was broken. Ray released the pressure as he gave Chen Ming a side glance. I'm letting you off easy, Ray muttered before turning to Bywo. You did good for using hockey to this extent, Ray said as he princess carried her in his arms. You could say I love you instead, but this'll do for now, Bywo only said as she fell asleep in his arms from the fatigue. Ray's gaze softened seeing that she still had the ability to joke around. Ray then walked out of the arena, leaving two heavily wounded spirit ancestors on the stage. So the girl is someone he cares about. She should be a good piece to help me get the secret of getting the 100,000-year spirit ring, the head of the spirit arena said with a greedy smile. Chapter 113, Spirit Bone. Ray carried Bywo to the inn as he booked a room for one. The staff gave him weird stares as he carried an unconscious woman to a room for one. Ray ignored them as his main focus was Bywo. Laying her onto the bed, Ray looked at her body covered in cuts. Waving his hand, Ray gathered spiritual chi into his palm. Tracing the wounds on Bywo's body, Ray healed them one by one. He didn't heal them all together since he wanted to do a thorough job making sure they didn't leave any scars. Ray frowned when he saw that the blood had dried on her body. It would be uncomfortable if she slept in blood. Her clothes are also damaged. Ray thought as he gulped slightly. Heis, what am I thinking? I swear I'm becoming more like Bywo with lecherous thoughts. Ray thought with a shake of his head. Getting a wet towel, Ray started to wipe down Bywo's body as he cleaned up all of the blood. Bringing out a new set of clothes, Ray dressed Bywo up as he laid her onto the bed with more comfortable wear. Ray's worry for her comfort was able to override his desire for her as he sat down onto the chair. He was about to age his spirit ring when he felt the presence of someone nearby the room trying to spy on him and Bywo. Humph, cannon fodder. Ray muttered as he sent a wisp of chi to decapitate the person. The spy didn't even know he was found out when his head separated from his body. Sensing that the spy is dead, Ray brought out his ring as he started to age it. With my current chi levels I should be able to age it to 1 million with enough chi to protect me and Bywo. Ray thought as he looked at the ring. I should use the chi to hide the phenomenon of me getting a million-year ring. Ray thought as the ring passed the 900,000 threshold. Setting up 6 concealment seals, Ray used his chi to scatter it around the area so that people wouldn't be able to see him reach 1 million years. With a shot of golden light, a gold and silver ring could be seen in front of Ray. Might of Atlas, 1 million. Hockey, user can use all 3 forms of hockey. Tremor, user can control vibrations to create earthquakes and tremors. Aegis, creates a shield of energy around the user. The shield won't go down as long as user provides energy. Shield has a upper limit and will break if an attack surpasses the limit in 1 strike. User cannot move when using Aegis. Avatar of Atlas, one of the strongest known avatars for its almost impregnable defense. Passive. Blessing of Atlas, strength, speed, defense, and stamina increase 50% at all times. Ray inspected his new 1 million-year ring and gave off a slight smile. The avatar seems pretty good. With my current defense, the avatar will no doubt be unbreakable by anyone in this world from what I can tell. Ray muttered as he prepared his next ring. Ray gave a grin as he realized with his all-energy eater and Atlas ring. There will be no one able to do damage onto him in this world. Seems like this world was a good one to increase my foundations in chi. Ray muttered, making his 4th ring. A myriad of energy started to appear as it strung together to form his ring. The energy twisted and turned as it started to merge. It only took a few minutes for the new ring to form. Sin of Gluttony, 10,000. Gluttony, user is able to eat all forms of energy to replenish oneself. Storage, user is able to store excess energy into a separate reservoir. Discharge, user can release all energy stored in the reservoir in 1 attack. The ring held an assortment of colors as it had the image of world-eating serpent. With this I've increased my rank to 43 spirit ancestor with my new ring. From what I know, I should wait till I have all of my rings before combining them into my essence spirit. Ray muttered as the knowledge he gained from the system told him about a metamorphosis with his essence spirit if he integrates all of his million-year rings with the spirit at once. Ray spent the night mostly regaining his used energy. *yon morning lay. Bywo said as she sat up on the bed. Morning. Ray said, smiling at her while sitting in his chair besides the window. Lay. Why am in different clothing, he. Bywo grinned as she looked down on her body before back at Ray. Greater than over equal to less than over equal to, he. You took advantage of me, take responsibility, Bywo said as she leaned forward for a kiss. Sigma, greater than over equal to epsilon less than over equal to O, Chuu. Seeing her like this, Ray hesitated for a moment, thinking whether or not should he kiss her back. Making up his mind, Ray covered Bywo's mouth with his hands. Bywo was about to disappointed when she felt Ray kiss her forehead. Next time. Ray said with a gentle smile. O_O. Bywo blanked out for a moment as she didn't expect Ray to kiss her back for the first time. Did Lay just kiss me back? Bywo thought as tears started to well up in her eyes. Bywo. Ray asked, nervous seeing her cry. You, I'm just so happy. Bywo said, wiping away her tears. Ray's gaze softened as he heard the reason. If you cry every time I kiss you, our lake and star duo forest will be flooded. Ray said, patting her head. Bywo nodded as she was still wiping away her tears. So that means you will kiss me more? She asked. Perhaps. Ray said simply with a smile. Let's go, I want to understand more about this city since we're going to be staying here for a while. Ray said as Bywo jumped off the bed and hugged Ray's arm with a blissful smile. Ray patted her head as he walked out to the streets. Ray took his time with Bywo as they familiarized themselves with the streets and shop locations. Bywo was smiling so happily as Ray had finally returned her feelings, even if it was only a little. Ray had a small smile as he looked at Bywo cuddling his arm. The scene was so peaceful that people would stop to take a second look. Wow, look at those two. Are they the heirs to a clan? Oh my god, they look so beautiful. People muttered while Ray and Bywo ignored them. They walked through the streets of Suatua City as Ray started to memorize the different shops. From entertainment, clothes, and food to blacksmiths, fighting schools and army barracks. While Ray and Bywo was exploring the city, the head of the spirit arena held a gloomy expression. So you're saying a rank 73 spirit sage/saint died before he could even get information? He asked, looking at the rank 78 spirit sage in front of him. The spirit sage was shaking as the leader in front of him pressured him with the power of a peak rank 90 spirit Douluo. Yes, we found him headless outside of the room. The spirit sage said, not daring to look up. He must have a hidden expert near him. It's impossible for a spirit elder, 31 to 40, to kill a spirit sage, 71 to 80, before he can react. The leader said as he sat down on the chair with a frown. Put a spirit bone as a prize for a solo tournament. Try bait those two to take the tournament, and when they're separated, get that girl. We'll use her to get the information we need. The leader said as took out a case and opened it. Inside, the spirit sage could see a head spirit bone. This is the 2,000-year skull spirit bone. It was left by a crimson scale serpent. The most likely ability that this spirit bone gives would be flame control that the crimson scale serpent is known for. The leader said. Are we really going to give this away? The spirit sage asked, not understanding why the leader would put it as a prize. Of course not. This is bait. Once we have the girl, we can make up some reason to disqualify that guy. And as for the winner who gets this, just kill them when they're out of sight. The leader said with a smile. And don't fuck this one up too. He continued as he dismissed the spirit sage. Now Ray, give me that chance to take your secret. The leader said, looking out of the window. Ray and Bywo, on the other hand, was about to enter the spirit arena when they saw a poster. Solo match tournament. Free entry, winner gets the 2,000-year skull spirit bone dropped by a crimson scale serpent. The hell is a spirit bone? Ray said, reading the poster. The spirit bone is a bone that a spirit beat leaves behind when they have an intense surge of regret before they dies willingly or grateful for their death. But most of the time humans would take the child of the spirit beast and kill it in front of their eyes before killing them. It's a cruel way since it increases the chances of getting the bone. I saw this happen a few times when I was still a rabbit. Bywo whispered to Ray as she felt anger and sadness for the existence of spirit bones. Seems like the spirit bone is highly sought after if they go as far as to kill the child before the parent just for a higher chance to get the bone. Ray said when something clicked in his mind. Could it be that the leader is trying to bait us into applying for the tournament? He knows the spirit bone is highly sought after by spirit masters, so he wants to try bait us. Because it seems like it was just set up since so many people are surprised by it. Ray said, looking around. Say, this means that there are a lot of strong spirit masters to practice on, right? Bywo said as she understood that this was a great opportunity for her. Yeah, this is a good opportunity for you. But it is also dangerous. So don't take the blindfold and make sure to be careful at all times. I'll be there to help you at all times. Ray said, giving her a smile. Bywo grinned as she hopped up and gave Ray a kiss on the cheeks. She quickly jogged away to sign up, giggling while she did. Ray chuckled seeing her jog away after kissing him on the cheeks. Since I'm cultivating a mix of spirit beast and human, am I able to create a spirit bone myself? Ray asked mentally. Yes, a spirit bone is essentially a body part which the beast decides to integrate a part of her ability for easier use. For example, a scorpion might have a spirit bone on its tail and stinger. The system would suggest host to cultivate an external tail spirit bone from the heavenly demon. This tail would be able to help host achieve an attack area similar to a domain without using as much chi. Ray read the system message as his interest was piqued. "Oh, so I can cultivate the 10 tails into an external tail spirit bone. Interesting." Ray thought as he suddenly realized something. Is the bone going to be 1 million-year-old bone since the ring it's based on is 1 million years old? Ray thought. Host is correct. Once host completely forms the spirit bone, the bone itself will be 1 million years in age. However, as host makes the bone, it would take time to fully construct a full 10-tailed heavenly demon external spirit bone. Thus when host first makes the bone, host will only have access to 1 tail. 1 tail is more than enough for now. I can probably also use these tails to help me control more chi. Ray thought as he watched Bywo sign up. It didn't take long as she jogged back to Ray quickly. She was about to hug Ray when he flicked her on the forehead. "You think I would forget about the kiss on the cheek?" Ray said with a smile. "Nabla. Ehehe, I thought you forgot." Bywo said, giving a nervous laugh. "Humph, if I forgot that easily I might as well jump off a cliff. Come on, the tournament should be starting soon. From what I overheard, the first round might be a battle royal." Ray said as he gestured Bywo to lead the way. Sure, if I win then you better reward me, okay?" Bywo said as she stood up walking towards the arena. "Sure, don't forget to use hockey with your fighting. It can save you from a lot of situations." Ray smiled as he followed her. The leader who was watching them as he frowned. "Only one took the bait, send more of our people to distract him while we take the girl," the leader said as the figure behind him nodded and walked out of the room. "The secret to 100,000-year rings are within my grasp," the leader said, looking at the arena with a greedy grin. "Power is right within my reach." Chapter 114, Heavily Demon External Spirit Bone. As Ray and Bywo entered the arena, they were stopped by the staff as Ray wasn't registered as a participant. "Bywo, I'll watch you from the stands," Ray said as he patted her shoulder. "But," Bywo said with a frown. "Fine, how about this? I'll be on the roof so when you're in danger I'll be able to drop in and help," Ray whispered. "Fine, watch me kick their asses." Subset of Omega intersection, Bywo said, causing Ray to smile. "Go on, you can do it," Ray encouraged as Bywo followed the staff over to the waiting area. Ray walked away making sure that no one can see him. Once he was sure, Ray leaped up to the roof as he looked down into the arena. Sitting down, Ray started to make his external spirit bone. "System, how do I start to make my spirit bone?" Ray asked. "Host, it is similar to making a spirit ring. But this time, host will need to use spirit chi and the spirit ring to merge at a certain part of your body. So for the external tailbone of the heavenly demon, host will need to gather chi and the 1 million-year ring at the tailbone area. Seems easy enough," Ray said, seeing the message. Setting a few barrier points to make sure that no one can see him, Ray sat down as he brought out his 1,000,000 plus your heavenly demon ring. Controlling the energy, Ray saw a black and red energy flow out from the ring and gather at his tailbone area. The energy started to slowly protrude itself. Twisting around, a black tail-like object gradually formed with lines of red energy pulsing through them. "Isn't this like, what's that anime again?" Ray muttered, trying to dig through his memory. "Tokyo Ghoul, yeah, that's it. It looks like the Kaguns that they have," Ray said as he managed to remember the anime. External Heavenly Demon Tailbone 1/10. 1 million. The tailbone of the Heavenly Demonic Beast. User is able to use the dark energy from the tail at will. The more tails, the more dark energy the user can use. User is able to shape the tail to cover the body. Incredible defense and sharpness. Looking over at the tail, Ray controlled it to cover his arm. Dark armor appeared on his arm as Ray then made a sword appear. This uses really small amounts of chi," Ray muttered, retracting the tail. Bringing his focus back onto the arena, Ray saw that match had started, and as he heard, it was a battle royal. Bywo was teleporting around while using hockey to dodge. Hey. Can't touch this. Ha ha ha. Bywo cried out as she dodged everyone's attack. Carrot, oh carrot. Ray chuckled seeing Bywo having the leisure to joke around while dodging. This rabbit. Ray said with a loving gaze seeing her having fun. She looked up and gave Ray a wave. Greater than over equal to less than over equal to, /. Ray smiled as he waved back. But Ray soon frowned as he felt a few people approach his location. Looking down, Ray could also see how people were slowly making their way to Bywo under the cover of the participants. Seems like time's up, Ray said as he stood up. Jumping down, Ray landed next to Bywo as it means he would be able to take care of her if anything goes wrong. Lay. Bywo asked confused. He's making his move, Ray said as Bywo became serious. The leader had a heavy frown as he saw the scene. Intruder. Attack and capture. He shouted as this meant that he could attack them without gaining the scorn of the public. Spirit Masters, not the rank, sprang to action as they sent waves after waves of restriction abilities. Aegis. Ray called out as a golden energy shield covered him and Bywo repelling the attacks. His silver and gold ring shone brightly behind him as he used his ability. Boom. Seeing that the control failed, the Spirit Masters had tried to attack him with offensive abilities. Dismissing the Aegis, Ray brought out his Sin of Gluttony ring. The black ring shone brightly as Ray started to eat the energy, replenishing the chi he used during Aegis and storing access energy away into the ring's storage. What the hell? A Spirit Emperor muttered seeing Ray eat the energy. The crowd only watched dumbfounded as they just witnessed a person fend off the attacks of tens to hundreds of Spirit Masters. Bywo, hold tight, Ray said as Bywo nodded. Avatar of Atlas. Ray said simply as golden energy appeared threading into the image of a giant. Ray and Bywo stood at the head of the giant as they looked downwards at the arena. Ray stared at them with disdain as Atlas brought up his hand. Boom. With a crushing blow, a large part of the arena was destroyed, leaving stains of blood. The spectators panicked and dashed to the exit while Ray ignored them. Heis, my fun was ruined and I don't get my reward either, Bywo lamented as she hugged Ray from behind and had her chin of his shoulders. Ray only smiled as he patted her head. Don't worry, I'll compensate you later, Ray said as he returned focus to the Spirit Masters below him that seemed to be attempting a fusion. Humph, you think I'll let you finish? Ray said as his 1,000,000-year sword monarch ring appeared. Two large energy swords appeared in Atlas' hands as Ray controlled it to swing the sword towards the group trying to fuse. Jade Turtle Defense. One of the Spirit Masters shouted trying to halt the attack but was cut clean through like he didn't even exist. The leader could only pale as he watched Ray slaughter his group of Spirit Masters that he had painstakingly nurtured. There's no hidden master, it was him all along. The leader knelt in defeat. Clenching his teeth, the leader gave up on obtaining the secret as he took out a firework. This firework was what the Spirit Hall had given him when he pledged allegiance to them. When fired, it would send a signal to all Spirit Hall members nearby as well as two of the closest titled Douluos. This was a lifesaver for when the city was ever attacked, yet he was going to use it against two people. Fuck it. If I don't do this I'll die anyways, the leader said as he destroyed the roof and fired the shot. Signal for help, Ray muttered as the avatar reached out and grabbed the signal before it could fully detonate. Ray clenched his palm, destroying the signal, causing it to combust into a tiny flame. The leader could only watch dumbly as his only lifesaver was stopped by Ray. Fine, I'll fight you to the death, the leader shouted enraged as he had lightning all around his body sparked to life. 8 rings appeared behind the leader as he charged towards Ray. Punching out, a large swarm of lightning shot out towards Ray. Blocking it with his sword, Ray frowned at the energy drain. So the leader is a top-tier spirit Douluo at rank 90. Ray muttered. Bywo, use this seal. It'll help increase your overall status for a short time without drawback. When I'm fighting the spirit Douluo you should be able to protect yourself with this seal, Ray said, making a seal. Okay, be careful, okay. Don't forget about my compensation either, okay, Bywo said as she took the seal. Her hair turned a neon version of azure as energy flowed through her body. Teleporting out of the avatar, Bywo started her own kind of slaughter as she left a trail of azure lights. Ray dispersed his avatar as it would drain too much energy and used faded steps to attack the leader. Che, Lightning Emperor's Net. The leader shouted as he aimed downwards, causing a net of lightning to cover the area. Ray appeared as the lightning disrupted his fated steps. Swinging down Kyoki, Ray also ate the lightning on the field. The leader turned into lightning as he rematerialized behind Ray. I am the nemesis of all elements and physical fighters. Lightning doesn't escape that fact. Ray said as he ate the lightning, stopping the leader's transformation. Materializing his external spirit bone, Ray attacked the leader with his tail as the leader could only try to guard. While it minimizing the damage done to him, it rendered one of his arms useless. Aergag. The leader cried out in pain as the tail had completely ripped off his left arm. Arg. Thunder God decent. The leader shouted out as a huge spear of lightning darkened the sky. Ho, you call this puny lightning a god's attack? If that's the case, then I can say I've killed a few of these gods then. Ray said as the tail broke down and covered his arm. Creating a sword, Ray cut upwards as it split the lightning in half, missing him completely. Impossible, my 8th spirit ring ability. The leader muttered as he forgot the pain. Only fear remained. If this is everything you got, then you've truly disappointed me. As someone who even thought you had a chance to take my rings, your ability is truly limited. Ray said. Even though the spirit Douluo is stronger than the title Douluo he met a few thousand years ago, it was still a disappointment. You dare look down on me? The leader shook with anger. Self-made spirit ability. Berserk discharge. The leader shouted as he burned his entire spiritual reserves. Even his rings were sacrificed as he wanted to take Ray down with him. The leader's body was burnt to ash as a lightning humanoid appeared in its place. I don't believe you can eat this much lightning. He shouted as the lightning gathered in the air. There were even enough lightning to cover a country. Since you like lightning so much, then you can have this. Ray said as black lightning gathered in his palms. The original form of gluttony was Slayer magic. And with Ray having the heavenly tribulation lightning combined with devil/god slayer lightning, the strongest element in his arsenal was no doubt lightning. Yet the leader had actually wanted to compete with Ray in the area of this element. This isn't mentioning the fact that Ray is using all of his energy in the separate storage from the Sin of Gluttony ring. Die with a flash of thunder. The leader shouted. The lightning gathered at his command as it descended with the power to rival a rank 95 titled Douluo in one strike. Devil's Tribulation Railgun. Ray said as the black lightning shot upwards, devouring everything it came into contact with. Curse you. The leader shouted as the remainder of his existence were devoured by Ray's lightning. Humph, puny grudge. Ray said as he gathered the resentment that the leader left behind, which tried to curse him. Opening his mouth, Ray ate the resentment energy as it replenished him. If the leader knew that even in death he couldn't harm Ray, then he would die again from the anger. Since you two watched for so long, you can try fight me as well. Ray said as two figures appeared at his prompt. Well, let's just say you got my interest. Dismissing an attack at the level of rank 95 is truly a feat most can't do. The first person said as he looked at Ray with a smile. Rank 95 and rank 94, huh? Ray said, examining the duo with his Samsara eyes. Oh. You can tell. The second person said, seeing that Ray saw through their ranks. Ray only shrugged as he smiled. Though I have to ask, how did you know something was wrong? Ray asked as he was sure he destroyed the signal for help. When a signal for help is stopped halfway after launch, most would check it out. The rank 95 titled Douluo said as he shrugged. So you want to fight or leave? Ray asked. While he doesn't mind fighting, Bywo could potentially get caught up. During his fight with the leader, Ray had to remotely activate a life-saving barrier for her as the lightning almost struck her. Let's have a friendly spar. The rank 94 said as he activated his real guard. Chapter 115, Clans. Clear Sky Hammer. The rank 94 shouted as a huge hammer appeared into his hands. 7-kill sword. The rank 95 shouted as the sword appeared in his hands. So a hammer and sword, huh? Ray said as he summoned his dual blades. The million-year ring shone behind him as the two Douluos frowned. Why are you not using your essence spirit? The clear sky Douluo asked, seeing the ring. Ray only shrugged with a smile. Don't need to. Ray said as he used fated steps to disappear from his location. Not good. The sword Douluo said as he stabbed his sword down. Blades erupted in all directions as it missed him and the clear sky Douluo. The sword Douluo looked around but frowned when he didn't see anyone appear. Because I'm already in your range. Ray said as the sword Douluo looked down with widened eyes. Ray was about to strike him when he saw a hammer approach him. Kicking off the hammer, Ray landed gently. Thanks. The sword Douluo said as he had a small frown. You two should be more serious, otherwise I'll kill you without even 30% of my abilities. Ray said with a neutral face. The two Douluos looked at each other as they nodded. 7 kill sword, first kill. The sword Douluo shouted as rows of sword cheese shot towards Ray from all directions. Clear sky suppression. The clear sky Douluo shouted as a pale blue dome appeared around Ray. Looking down on his hand, Ray realized that it was getting harder to move. So gravity to restrain a person and then an area attack from all directions, it's good but not good enough. Ray said. Clenching his fist, his Atlas ring appeared as it glowed with heavenly strength. Atlas ring, might of heaven. Ray shouted as he punched downwards. The ground cracked as it directly destroyed the suppression field and dispersed the attacks. The earth shook as deep ravines covered the entire stadium and more. Ray jumped backwards as he caught Bywo and landed on a piece of land still intact. How was the two Douluos? Bywo asked, looking at the area in front of them. Better than the ones 3,000 years ago, but still not good enough. Let's just hope they have more up their sleeves. Ray said. Bywo, you should head up to the roof so that you won't get caught in the crossfire. Ray said, looking at Bywo with a small smile. Sure, just don't take too long. I still want my compensation, you know. Bywo said with a smile. Ray smiled as he gave her a small kiss on the cheeks. This is compensation for now. Ray said as Bywo teleported away with a blush. // // Seems like we've really disappointed you if you have the heart to flirt with your lover. The sword Douluo said as he wiped a bit of blood off of his mouth. What can I say, she really takes my attention. Ray said with a shrug. Well, your attention should have been elsewhere. The sword Douluo smiled. Clear sky destruction. The clear sky Douluo shouted as a huge hammer could be seen approaching from the sky. Sparks of dark red energy and fire could be seen as the hammer approached. Not really, I had my attention on the entire battlefield. And if I still let you do the move, then do you think I have no way against it? Ray asked as the Atlas ring glowed with golden lights. The avatar of Atlas appeared once more as its size increased by many folds. Bringing up one hand, the giant stopped the hammer in its tracks as a shockwave spread outwards from the collision. Tisk, 7 kill sword, last kill. The sword Douluo shouted as giant swords shot out from the ground towards Ray. Oh, the piercing power of these swords might be more than I expect. Ray muttered as his heavenly demon ring appeared. Another 100,000 plus year ring. The clear sky Douluo said in shock. While seeing one of the 100,000 year rings maybe be acceptable, he had just seen the youth in front of his wield 3 of these rings. What's worse is that each of these rings gave of suppression that were a lot more than normal 100,000 year rings. You are the first one to make me use my first ring, congratulations. Now I'll show you what a 1 million year ring can do. Ray said as dark energy erupted outwards. Dark crimson armor appeared on the Atlas giant as the two avatars mixed. 14 pitch-black wings appeared as it spread outwards. With just the span of one wing, the city was already mostly covered. The skies rumbled from the surge of energy. With a flap of his wings, the giant started to fly as the swords struggled to charge forward. Grabbing the hammer, Ray flung the clear sky Douluo to the ground as he looked at the two. Survive this and I'll let you live. Ray said as 12 of the wings turned into light spears filled with holy magic. Ray then controlled the giant to clasp his hands together as a white glow covered all of the spears. Tanghu. Support me. The sword Douluo shouted out to the clear sky Douluo. The clear sky Douluo, being long-time partners with the sword Douluo, understood what he wanted to do and nodded. 7 kill sword, true essence. The sword Douluo shouted as he started to form a sword that radiated with sharpness. Clear sky link. Death god arena. The Clear Sky Douluo shouted as the Clear Sky link allowed him to transfer the attributes of his Clear Sky hammer to the designated target, reinforcing it. Black and purple energy started to thread into the 7-kill sword as the appearance started to change. Fusion technique. Clear Sky Demon Slayer. The two Douluos shouted as the sword shot towards Ray in a streak of dark purple and red. Not bad, Heavenly Demon Tribulation Spears. Ray said as the spears shot towards the Clear Sky Demon Slayer. Asterisk boom. A huge collision of energy erupted outwards as the clouds dispersed. Energy shot outwards from the initial collision and started to destroy the city as smoke raised. The two Douluos laid on the ground battered and wounded while they had severe burns across their body. Looking up, they could only sigh as they saw Ray in his avatar unharmed. Landing softly, Ray dispersed his avatar as he looked at the duo. I'll be honest. That last attack of yours surprised me. Its damage and piercing abilities surpassed anything I had seen. If it wasn't for the attack, my move would have destroyed your body instantly. Ray said, sitting down on a rock. Here to mock us. The sword Douluo laughed slightly. No, I said that if you survived my attack I'll let you live. Ray said, waving his hand, and healed them of their injuries. However, he made sure to not replenish their reservoirs in case they tried anything. Though I have to say, you two are the biggest challenge I experience in this world. Ray said as he could feel that his reserves are almost empty. You know, that doesn't sound very good from a rank 41 to 50 spirit ancestor. Especially since both me and Tang, who are titled Douluos, the sword Douluo said as sat up. Well, I suppose it can be attributed to my rings. Ray shrugged. Also that, those rings didn't feel like 100,000-year rings. How old are they, if I may ask? The Clear Sky Douluo said as he cupped his hands with respect. I suppose you'll find out sooner or later. They're million-year rings, and that is all that I'll say. Naturally you can tell others, but whether or not they can take the secret from me depends on their ability. And let's just say this, spirit rings aren't my only option of destruction. Ray smiled in a cold manner, causing the two Douluos to shiver. Lay. You finished? Bywo shouted as she jumped down and landed on Ray's lap. Yeah, I'm finished. Ray said, patting her head. But Heis, I won't be able to fight strong people for a while. Bywo lamented as she leaned on Ray. The two titled Douluos thought for a second before looking at Ray. If the young lady wants to fight strong people, may I invite you to visit my clan? The two Douluos said at the same time. Lay. Bywo asked as she knew that Ray wanted her to fight more people for combat experience. Ray thought for a second before looking at the duo. Does your clan have any relations to Spirit Hall? Ray asked. While we are aligned with Spirit Hall, our clans matter more. The sword Douluo said as he could feel Ray's displeasure for Spirit Hall. Indeed, if we were to choose between Spirit Hall and our clans, we could choose clan. The Clear Sky Douluo said with a nod. Even if Spirit Hall appears with titled Douluos, I can use my mana to wipe them out anyways. Plus this is a good chance for Bywo. Ray thought. Why not? It'll be good for Bywo to get stronger. But, if Spirit Hall appears one day demanding something from me or Bywo and I find the reason is from you guys. Ray trailed off as he used his energy to suppress the two, warning them of the consequence. Of course I won't leech off you for free either. While I'm at your clans with Bywo, I'll help you out once to defend against any threat. But if Bywo one day leaves, so will I. Ray said as the duo nodded in understanding. If it wasn't for the young lady in front of them, this powerful youth wouldn't even think about going to their clans. Having him provide protection once is like a life-saving talisman, and for the safety of their clans they wouldn't mind. After all, they both seen the deed of the Spirit Hall, and they have been wary of the Spirit Hall wanting to take their clans. The two titled Douluos bowed in thanks as they led Ray and Bywo towards their clans. Chapter 116, Clear Sky Clan. In the carriage, Ray was looking at the two Douluos in front of him while Bywo sat on his lap with a loving smile. So, I've got a question for you too. Ray said as the two Douluos perked up. Why would you invite me, who could kill you, to your clan? Right after I beat you at that. Ray said. This. The sword Douluo hesitated as he looked at the Clear Sky Douluo. The Clear Sky Douluo nodded as the sword Douluo sighed. This is a gamble. We're trusting your moral since Spirit Hall is getting more and more out of hand. I suspect that they have already killed several of my sword disciples. The sword Douluo said with a sigh. Oh, and what about your clan Tanghu? Ray asked the clear sky Douluo. Heis, my situation is the same as old sword over here. The Spirit Hall is becoming wary at our essence spirits. Both are in the top 3 of attack power and they know our clans share a good relationship. The clear sky Douluo said with a sigh. So you're gambling on me? Ray asked, raising an eyebrow. Who in the right mind would gamble on your enemy? Ray asked once more. The two Douluos look at Ray with serious expressions. Who would let 2 titled Douluos go when they're at death's door? Plus, since we're going to be against Spirit Hall in the first place. Whether we die now or later, we have a much larger chance of survival with you. The sword Douluo said. Lay, this Spirit Hall has really increased their appetites, haven't they? 3,000 years ago when we saw them they held power, yet now they still want more. Bywo said with a huff. Ray chuckled as he patted her head. That's just human nature. Greed. Ray said while the clear sky Douluo couldn't help but nod his head. Indeed, greed is part of human nature we can't get rid of. Greed for power, greed for love, greed for safety. The clear sky Douluo said. The sword Douluo however frowned slightly when he heard Bywo. Wait, 3,000 years ago when we saw them. The sword Douluo said as the clear sky Douluo also looked over when he heard the quote. While Ray had an indifferent face, Bywo was another matter. Degree. Her face froze up as she wanted to slap herself for accidentally spilling their secret. Wait, that's not right. While I have heard of beasts turning human at 100,000 years. They have to reach God or they have the same lifespans of humans. You wouldn't have been here 3,000 years ago or you would be dead. The sword Douluo said with a shake of his head. Ah, true, sorry young lady. Old sword must have shocked you with that, didn't he? The clear sky apologized. Ahahaha, yeah, that really shocked me when he said that. Bywo trailed off nervously. System, the sword Douluo makes a good point. While I may be immortal, Bywo isn't, so why is she having a much longer lifespan? Ray asked, shocked from the realization. It is because of how host merged 2 types of energies into your rings. This energy in turn is highly nourishing to beasts that are compatible to the energy. But poisonous to some. Bywo absorbed the energy which in turn had allowed her to continuously nourish her body. Her foundations have also been upgraded with this energy. The system displayed. So mana merged with chi is good for some yet poisonous to others. Ray, though, looking at Bywo, realizing how lucky he was to be able to stay with her for this long. Is there a way for me to take her with me? Ray asked. Yes, but host isn't authorized to know just yet. Ray only sighed before looking back at Bywo. What's up? Bywo asked, looking at Ray. Nothing, just happy that you're with me. Ray said with a small smile. Hee, if you're that happy you should compensate me. Greater than over equal to less than over equal to, Bywo said, smile. When we're alone. Ray said as he kissed her forehead. It was only now that Bywo realized that the 2 Douluos were still here. She blushed heavily as she hid her face in Ray's chest. Ray only chuckled. It didn't take long for the carriage to arrive at the Clear Sky clan. Bywo looked around in curiosity as the clan looked better than the city. There were buildings laid out in a grandiose manner, disciples training and sparring. Welcome, Patriarch. The disciples shouted as they saw Clear Sky Douluo. So you're the Patriarch. No wonder you can make such a huge gamble. Ray said as he looked out of the window in a lazy manner. It was too loud for his liking, after spending time at the lake with Bywo. Ray had started to enjoy the peace and quiet he had with Bywo. Walking into the main hall, Ray and Bywo could see several people looking at him and Bywo with curiosity. Patriarch, who are these 2? A elder asked. These 2 are important guests. The young lady will be sparring with our disciples every so often and the young men will be here to supervise. The Clear Sky Douluo said with respect. In the time that they are here, the young men will help us face off against a single major threat, so treat him with respect. The Clear Sky Douluo said, causing many elders to examine Ray and saw that he was on a rank 41 to 50 spirit ancestor. How can a mere spirit ancestor help out with a major threat? Aren't you clearly overestimating him here? An elder said displeased. All I see are two shitty brats that are overestimating themselves. Another elder chipped in. Bywo was about to lash out in anger when Ray held her shoulder. Ray dismissed the elder's glares as he sat on the patriarch's chair using faded steps and looked at the elders with disdain and sat in a lazy manner. The elders frowned when they saw him disappear, but the frown became anger as they saw Ray sit in the patriarch's throne. Clear sky Douluo, seems like I'll have to educate your elders a little. Ray said while the clear sky Douluo frowned but turned a blind eye. As much as the clear sky Douluo disliked it, the elders did go out of line even when he told them to give Ray some respect. He also needed Ray's help when Spirit Hall came. If it was only him and a few spirit sages, they can't contend with Spirit Hall no matter what they would try. Preposterous. How can this little shit educate us? Ignorant brat. How can a weak shit like you teach us spirit sages? Elders shouted in anger. Not only did Ray belittle them when he was only a spirit ancestor, he even sat on the patriarch's throne. Some elders dashed to attack when Ray tapped the chair with his finger. Asterisk boom. A sudden burst of pressure engulfed the elders as they were forced to stop. How can this little shit educate us, huh? Ray said. Asterisk tap boom. Ignorant brat, huh? Asterisk tap BOOOOMMM. How can a weak shit like me teach you spirit sages, huh? Asterisk tap BOOOOMMMMMM. Each time Ray tapped on the chair the pressure would increase. With each tap the elders became more and more pale. 90. 93. 95. 97. The pressure stopped at 97 as any more the elders would die even if Ray controlled the pressure to not kill them. Since I'm using your disciples to help train Bywo, it would be bad for me to kill all of you. So I'll let you off. Come on Bywo, let's go look at the disciples. Ray said as Bywo nodded. Leaving the room, the pressure disappeared completely as some elders collapsed heavily on the floor. Heis, I'll tell you now, he was able to defeat me and Sword Douluo without sustaining damage. He is our ticket to survive the Spirit Hall should they attack. The clear sky Douluo said, shaking his head before walking out. The elders could only pant in slight amounts of fear. He was able to defeat me and Sword Douluo without sustaining damage. The clear sky Douluo's last words rang out in their mind as they laid there without moving. Chapter 117, Spar. Ray and Bywo walked out of the room as they looked for the arena where people would spar. Looking around, they could see that a majority of the disciples were heading towards an arena which had a tall stone pillar engraved with names. Lay, you think that's where they spar? Bywo asked. Most likely. Ray said simply as they approached the arena. However, the moment they approached the arena, two guards summoned the clear sky hammer and blocks Ray and Bywo's way. Ray frowned at this as he was about to make a move when a voice rang out. Step down, these two are my grandfather's guests. They are to have the same privilege as elders, show some respect. A youth appeared. He had a small smile as he looked at Ray and Bywo. Sorry about that, my grandfather had just told me about you too. Follow me, I'll show you to the arena. He said as he gestured politely to follow him. Ray and Bywo nodded as they followed him. So who are you? Ray said as they walked. Tang Ming, grandson of the patriarch. Rank 67 Spirit Emperor, age 28. Tang Ming said as he showed his rings. 2 yellow, 3 purple and 1 black. Oh, not bad. Ray said, seeing the rings. From the knowledge Ray had, he knew that this was almost the most optimal setup for rings. Thank you. Tang Ming said. Oh. I know, I'll call you Xiao Ming. Bywo said with a proud look at her nickname for Tang Ming. X Xiao Ming. Tang Ming said with a "Are you serious" face. Why is that a problem, Xiao Ming? Ray said as he looked at Tang Ming. Bywo gave you a nickname, feel proud of it. Is what Ray's look said to Tang Ming. Ha ha ha, of course I have no problem about it. Tang Ming stuttered. Big bro. I'm a rank 67 Spirit Emperor and the grandson of the clear sky Douluo. Your little lover here gave me a nickname of Xiao Ming ah. If I didn't have a problem I might as well smash my head against a wall. Tang Ming thought as he could only keep his grievances in his heart. The youth in front of him could fight two titled Douluos at 94 and 95 while he was a spirit ancestor, 41 to 50. If he pissed him off he wouldn't even die with an intact body. Since you have no problem I'll also call you Xiao Ming. Ray said with a sarcastic smirk. Tang Ming almost tripped over. Fuck. He cursed in his mind. Asterisk clears throat asterisk this is the sparring arena where disciples of the Clear Sky clan can spar with each other. The stone pillar is made from a special type of stone where a person can insert their spirit force and it would etch out their ranking so that people may challenge them. Each person can update their status at any time. Would you two like to give it a try? Tang Ming said as he wanted to change the subject. Seems interesting enough. Bywo, you want to try it out? Ray asked. Sure. Bywo said as she jogged over to the stone. Inserting her spirit force, words started to carve into the stone. Bywo. Rank 40 Spirit Elder. Soul Force, rank 76 Spirit Sage. Oh my god. How does a Spirit Elder have the soul force of a Spirit Sage? WTF. Heavens. She looks so beautiful. Disciples started to clamor when they saw Bywo's status. Wow, most disciples are at most 15 ranks above their actual rank with the soul force, yet Miss Bywo has her soul force 36 ranks above her actual rank. Tang Ming said, surprised. Even he was only 19 ranks above with his soul force and he was classed as very talented. Not too bad. Blushed. Meanwhile, some of the disciples could only lament. Ah, the goddess is taken. Lucky bastard. Fuck. Ray ignored them as he put his hand on the stone pillar and inserted his soul force. Ray. Rank 48 Spirit Ancestor. Soul Force, rank 97. Titled Douluo. Ray's name was etched at the very top of the stone pillar with a yellow glow around the words. While the disciples have just gotten over the fact that Ray and Bywo were a couple, they saw his status as well. SS Soul F Force of AA97 titled Douluo. How is that possible? Is the stone broken? The disciples clamored in fear seeing the soul force of a rank 97 titled Douluo. So it can only detect what I wanted to show. Since most people don't have good control over their soul, the stats are mostly accurate. Ray thought. Bywo, go challenge a few of the disciples at your level and see how it goes. Ray said as he turned to a still blushing Bywo. Ah. Oh sure, let me see. Bywo said as she looked onto the stone pillar for people her level. I challenge Tang Guang. Bywo said as she found a rank 40 Spirit Elder just like her. A muscular man walked out from the crowd as he heard that he was being challenged. I am Tang Guang, rank 40 Spirit Elder, pleased to meet you. Tang Guang said with a bow as he summoned the Clear Sky Hammer. Bywo jumped onto the stage. Bywo, rank 40 Spirit Elder, pleased to meet you. She said as she summoned her Essence Spirit. A pair of armored shoes and stockings covered her legs. The armored shoes were white and pink while her stockings were white as well. Ray, seeing her like this, couldn't help but think. I might develop a fetish. Start. The referee shouted, seeing that both spirit masters have summoned their essences. Bywo dashed towards Tang Guang, swinging her legs to kick him while he tries to block. She smiled as she teleported behind him, kicking him in the back, causing Tang Guang to stumble forward slightly. Tang Guang frowned as he hit the hammer downwards, causing pillars of rock to shoot upwards in the area around him. Bywo started to parkour from one pillar to another as she summoned her doppelganger. They both jumped up as Bywo and her doppelganger kicked each other's legs, with Bywo launching her doppelganger towards Tang Guang at amazing speeds. Switching her body with the doppelganger, Bywo drop-kicked at Tang Guang. Lifting up his hammer, Tang Guang tried to block. Asterisk boom. The arena cracked from the force as Tang Guang was forced to kneel from the power. Bywo kicked off Tang Guang's chest as she did a backflip and landed gently on one leg. Lifting the other leg, Bywo gestured for Tang Guang to attack. Tang Guang frowned as he stomped down heavily and charged at Bywo. Her doppelganger dropped down with a knee as he dodged to the side, only to see Bywo sticking out her leg. Bywo tripped Tang Guang over as she then switched spaces with her doppelganger and kicked him while he fell, leaving a small crater in the arena. Ray watched with a smile as he can see when she switches with the doppelganger. She makes use of that ability to switch places since her doppelganger is 30% of her strength. This by switching every so often when her doppelganger has an opening to attack, she ensures she is able to hit the enemy at full strength each time. Tang Guang frowned harder as he burst out with an incredible amount of aura. The force sent Bywo and her doppelganger back as she recognized the ability to be similar to a berserk ability. She frowned as she and her doppelganger dashed towards Tang Guang, who was trying to stand up. Her doppelganger jumped up as she tried to knee Tang Guang in the face. Catching the knee, Tang Guang smirked as he threw her away while Bywo teleported behind him. "Haa!" She shouted as she kicked behind both his knees as she forced him to kneel. Grabbing Tang Guang's head with her legs, Bywo was about to try throw him away when she felt him clasp down on her legs. Switching places with her doppelganger, Bywo kicked at Tang Guang's throat. She was stopped by the referee before the attack can land. "That's enough, Bywo wins," the referee shouted as he helped Tang Guang up. Bywo jumped off the arena as she launched herself at Ray. "What do you think?" she asked, hugging Ray. "Beautiful," Ray said as he thought she was on about her essence spirit. "I meant the fight." Bywo smiled hearing his compliment. "Oh, it was good how you switched between your doppelganger. It makes up for the weakness of having only 30% of your strength," Ray said, correcting himself. "So Lei, you like seeing me in my essence spirit? Is it the stockings?" she asked with a smile. Ray only chuckled as he leaned close to her ear. "Maybe," he whispered. Hee, then I should try buy more stockings then." "Greater than over equal to less than over equal to," Bywo said as she went up for another spar. Ray only smiled as he watched her. Chapter 118, Choices. In the end, Ray watched Bywo fight 4 more spars as each one was harder than the rest. Each of the disciples she fought slowly understood her fighting style as she mostly relied on her legs. During the 5th fight, Bywo was fighting against a rank 48 spirit ancestor. He was a speed-type fighter, and while his power isn't as impressive as the others, he was able to dodge and counter as the last moments. "Arg! Stop dodging!" Bywo shouted as she stomped down, causing the arena to crack. "Big sis, if I don't dodge I would lose," the spirit ancestor said as he swung his hammer as a counter. Bending backwards, Bywo dodged the hammer as she tried to attack the spirit ancestor once more. Bringing up the shaft of the clear sky hammer, the spirit ancestor blocked as he followed with the momentum and dashed to an opening. Bywo quickly switched with her doppelganger as she looked at the spirit ancestor with anger. Degree. Fine, you forced me," she shouted as she seemed like she was about to activate an ultimate ability. The spirit ancestor went on guard as he waited for the attack. You Lei. He's bullying me." Degree, Bywo fake cried towards Ray while the spirit ancestor almost dropped his hammer. "Big sis. This is a spar, okay?" Ray only chuckled as he saw her cry for his help. "Footwork, you need better footwork to make yourself not as predictable. That, or you can increase your speed in sudden bursts to take him off guard. Remember the training I got you to do with spirit energy, now apply that in sudden bursts as you step and that should help," Ray said with a smile. "Thank you." "Greater than over equal to less than over equal to," Bywo said and then turned back to the spirit ancestor. "All right, slippery prick, watch out," Bywo said as she dashed towards him. Ray laughed at her sudden change of emotion as he found it cute. Bywo applied spirit energy like what Ray had told her as his speed increased in a burst, surprising the spirit ancestor as he didn't expect it to be that fast. Bringing up his hammer, he blocked as he saw Bywo flash away from her location and appear behind him. He quickly rolled forward as he dodged her kick. Although he is still dodging, it looked like panic dodging rather than the structured one he did before. Bywo grinned seeing the method become effective. She and her doppelganger dashed side by side as they both used the method, causing their speed to fluctuate, confusing the spirit ancestor. Fluctuating their speed while approaching in zigzag movement, Bywo and her doppelganger attacked with different speeds. The first hit being the fastest as the spirit ancestor blocked. Taking this chance, the moment the spirit ancestor blocked, Bywo had already switched places with her doppelganger and kicked him hard, launching him out of the arena and onto the ground, making a small crater. Hey. Can't dodge that now, can you?" Bywo said cheekily as she hopped over to Ray and wrapped her arms around his neck. Thank you, Lei," she said, giving him a kiss on the cheeks. "What? Not the lips? Ray asked with a smile as Bywo blushed. Ray chuckled. I'm joking, we can do it when we're alone. But the sun's going to set soon, let's go to our rooms. Ray said, patting her head as she nodded. Hold it. A voice called out, causing Ray to turn around. Tang Lin, rank 68 Spirit Emperor, wants to seek your guidance. A youth said as he summoned out his clear sky hammer and pointed at Ray. Ray frowned as he examined the youth. Not interested. Ray said as he was about to leave once more. Tang Lin frowned. Are you afraid? That you can't prove your soul force is really rank 97? Coward. Tang Lin tried to taunt Ray, but Bywo frowned instead. No, but it's because you're not worthy. Ray said. Tang Lin was infuriated as he dashed towards Ray, hoping to teach him a lesson. Ray only sighed as he swiped his hand. Asterisk boom. Tang Lin was sent away as he crashed into a wall, breaking it, and laid there unconscious. See, unworthy. Come on, Bywo. Ray said as the disciples parted to make way for Ray. So cool. Bywo said, hugging Ray. Ray only smiled as they walked away from the arena. Hey, is he gone? A disciple asked. Can't you fucking see? Yeah, he's left. Oh my god, why did Senior Lin attack him? Don't you know? Senior Lin hates it when people are better than him. While he does have the talent today, he was unlucky to pick with a monster. I mean, didn't Senior Lin think about what it meant when it said Ray had a soul force of a rank 97 titled Douluo? Yeah, it's not normal to have such a large difference. Heis, a monster has appeared among monsters. While we may be stronger than the rest of the world because of our training regime, it makes it harder for any of us to become titled Douluos. But even with our advantage, this Ray and Bywo who came out of nowhere are the true monsters. Indeed, let's hope Senior Lin learns from this. The disciples started to chat among themselves as Tang Ming only looked at the distant figures of Ray and Bywo. Grandfather was right, his true rank can't be used to determine everything. If anything, it's the reverse, his spirit rank is only an addition while his main power comes from soul energy, otherwise why else would he have the rank of a titled Douluo in soul yet only spirit ancestor in true rank? Tang Ming thought as he shook his head and left the arena. Soon Ray and Bywo found the clear sky Douluo again and he showed them to the room. This'll be where you are staying for now. I hope that even thing is up to standards. The clear sky Douluo said with respect. Yes, it is. Ray said simply as he didn't mind what room. Of course a good room would be a plus. Then I hope you and Miss Wu have a nice night's rest. The clear sky Douluo said as he left the area. Sitting down on a chair near the window, Ray crossed his legs as he titled his head onto his arm. Hey Lei, I've noticed that you always like to look up at the sky. Why's that? Bywo asked. I suppose it's because I know there is a huge universe outside of here. Higher planes, 7 sins, some with no powers at all and some filled with planet-destroying powers. Ray said. Have you been to them? Bywo asked, clearly curious about it. Yes, but I'll tell you about that in the future. You should go materialize your 4th ring. Your foundations are good, so it's time to go to the next rank. Ray said as Bywo nodded and sat in a lotus position. Ray sent down barrier points as it made sure that no one can spy on them. Ray started to age his own ring while he looked out of the window. Heis, do I really want to go to the higher realms, to find Eve? I feel content with Bywo yet, I want to find out about Eve, one or the other. Can I be selfish and ask for both? I love Bywo but I know I can't stay in this world forever. I want to take Bywo but I don't know how to. I want to find out who Eve is, but what if it causes me to lose Bywo? Ray thought sadly as he looked at the sky. He was torn between his love and his desire to find out who Eve was. He didn't want to lose Bywo but a part of him wanted him to find Eve. Who are you, Eve? Were you that important to make me hesitate between you and Bywo who I love? Were you family? Lover? Or even just a friend? Why were you important to me? Did I love you? Is that why my love for Bywo is conflicted? Ray continued to ponder sadly as he didn't even realize that Bywo stopped cultivating and looked over to him. Bywo felt her heart ache seeing his sad expression as she had always saw Ray being happy or displeased. Never sad. What's Lei thinking about that's making him sad? Bywo thought as she eventually walked over and sat beside him. Bywo, is there anything wrong? Ray asked as he changed his expression to a smile. Lei, why are you sad? Bywo asked as she leaned on his shoulder. I'm not sad. Ray said as he patted her head gently. Do you not trust me enough to tell me? Bywo asked, feeling slightly hurt inside. Ray's heart ached as he could tell that she felt hurt from what he said. Heis. Bywo. Do you remember when I told you about the woman named Eve? Ray asked, deciding to tell her since he loved her. She deserved to know the truth. Yeah, you said she was important but you didn't know why. Bywo said, looking up at Ray. Yes, but a part of me feels like I love her like I do with you. And in order to find you about her I'll have to leave this world. But I don't want to leave you behind. I don't know what to choose. Ray said with a sigh. Bywo felt warm inside when she heard that he loved her but also felt sadness because he was torn between her and Eve. Bywo could tell that this was slowly killing him on the inside and Bywo didn't want that. I don't care what you choose, but just know I'll always love you. You can look for Eve, but please, just keep me somewhere in your heart. Bywo said as she was willing to let go of Ray as long as he was happy, even if it did hurt her in return. Bywo. Ray said sadly as he saw her like this. If I left one I truly loved I won't be me anymore. Ray said as he hugged her. Bywo teared up as she realized that's who Ray is. He can do anything but harm the people he loved. But what about Eve? Bywo asked with tears threatening to fall. I'll deal with it when the time comes. Right now I know I love you. Ray said with a shake of his head. Ray and Bywo only sat by the window as they both looked out. They didn't feel like cultivating as they only wanted to sit in peace for a little. Hours passed as Bywo fell asleep in Ray's arms. Ray looked down and saw some tears still present. Wiping them off, Ray kissed Bywo on the lips as he leaned back and closed his eyes. I love Bywo and I know that. Eve, I don't mind if you hate me, forgive me, or even want to kill me, but right here and right now, Bywo is my everything. Chapter 119, Incoming War. Meanwhile, Eve and the System God were watching the entire situation play out. Are you sure you're okay with this? The System God said with a frown. I don't mind him having other women but I just want to be beside him. Eve said with a bitter smile. But he's being unfaithful to you. How can the daughter of the System God share a man? The System God said. Whose faults do you think it is that Ray went after another woman? Eve said, giving the System God a side glare. But wasn't he fine in the Seven Sins world? The System God said. Yes, but he was busy with family. In this world, he spent thousands of years with Bywo. It would be weird if he didn't love her. Eve said, still feeling resentful at the System God for taking Ray's memory away. But you know I had to do it. What if our enemy send apostles and read his memory? The System God said, trying to explain himself. Well, did you see any enemy show up? It was mostly that muscle-head of a war god that did it. Eve said as she stood up. Eve, where are you going? The System God said as he saw her leave. Training. Thanks to the stupid war god, I lost all of my powers except for the Alucard bloodline and Zanpakuto. I need to train myself so that I can follow Ray again. Eve said, not glancing back. You know you can't enter those worlds again, right? The System God shouted out. Yes, but Ray will come up here eventually. That's why I got the system to tell Ray how to bring Bywo with him when the time comes. Eve replied. The System God frowned as he looked back at the image of Ray and Bywo sitting side by side. Since you want your memories back so much you can have it back when you bed her. I want to see just how you deal with the guilt. The System God snarled as he made change's memory seal. Unknown to the System God, it was this very move brought his fate to ruins. Eve on the other hand was walking away whilst deep in thought about Ray's words. I love Bywo and I know that. Eve, I don't mind if you hate me, forgive me, or even want to kill me, but right here and right now, Bywo is my everything. Heis. Eve sighed. How can I hate you? Baka Ray, I just want you to be happy. Eve thought as she arrived at the training area. Eve, you're later than usual. A woman said as she looked at Eve. Sorry sensei, I was held up a bit. Eve said with a slight bow. Looking at your little boyfriend again. The woman grinned. Eve nodded with a slight blush as the woman sighed. Eve, are you sure he will even love you again? Although it has only been a few years here in the higher realms, but thousands of years passed down there. She said, looking at her student. Even if he doesn't, I'll make him fall in love with me again. Eve said with determination. Fair enough. I'll teach you how to use my personal weapon then. The steel wires. The woman said as a pair of gloves appeared in her hands. These babies are able to control the situation, set traps, and kill all at the same time. The woman said, demonstrating on a few dolls. She waved her hand around a little before clenching her fist, causing the doll to be cut to pieces. Each wire is made from highly concentrated energy and is very sharp, so you have to be careful when handling it. The woman said as she retracted all of the wires. They're so sharp that when done correctly, even the strongest energy barriers can't hold them back. She said. Sensei, would I be able to add element to the wires to increase its damage, or is that not possible? Eve asked. While it is possible, it would in turn decrease the sharpness of the wires, so it's not advisable. She replied. Eve nodded as she brought out her Zanpakuto. Mirai, can you copy the glove Sensei has? Eve asked mentally. Naturally. Mirai replied as the sword slowly changed into a pair of gloves. Honestly, every time I see your soul sword I'm jealous. I mean, that's a portable weapon right there, and it can change shapes too. The woman said, looking at Eve. Eve only shrugged as she started to practice using the wires. Two figures could be seen watching. Element God, seems like we aren't the only ones thinking about successors if that woman is teaching that lass the wire gloves. The Berserk War God said. Indeed, for the War Saint Ophelia to teach about her personal weapon, then the lass is truly blessed. The Element God nodded. Well, let's just hope Ray Lad gets all 10 rings quickly so that he can head to other worlds. War is coming in the higher realms and it's waiting for no one. I would like to have my successor ready before war breaks out. The War God said. Also, what have you done with that World War God? It's not like you to send Ray to a weak world with no enemies to improve himself. The Element God asked. Nothing, this is nothing more than to help Ray adapt to Chi. The War God said as he left the area. The Element God only shrugged as he couldn't help but think about the war. Heis, too many gods will die in this war. The Element God sighed as he too left the area. In the deep void away from the higher realms there was a kingdom floating in the darkness. Behind the huge kingdom were more floating islands, each filled with structures. Grotesque monsters could be seen wandering around, each looking worse than the other. Within the largest castle a council of monsters could be seen gathering with frowns on their face. How is the search for His Highness? A tall figure said. It would have been faster if those assholes didn't erase everything to do with His Highness's aura. Another figure spoke up as he slammed the table. Enough. It was us who failed His Highness back in the old war. What we should be doing now is trying our hardest to find His Highness once more so that we can help him recover his peak power. Another figure spoke up, causing the figure who slammed down on the table to stop and sit down again. So far we got nothing from our spies, but our greatest guess is that they're keeping His Highness near them in the higher realms. No fucking shit. Where else would they keep him? But they haven't held His Highness in a prison, so where is he? It doesn't matter for now. After our last defeat, we learned and overcome. In this war, we shall take revenge for His Highness as we look for his whereabouts. If anything, we could try capture a god and get the information from them. Indeed, let's hope we can find His Highness soon. Dismissed. The council started to leave as only two figures could be seen still sitting. Tell me honestly about what you have gathered. The first figure spoke as he looked at the person besides him. His Highness has gone through a total of 11 reincarnations now, and each one he has had his memories either sealed or wiped. At this point no one even knows who he is. We only know of his reincarnations because of the soul stone recording the rebirth count of His Highness. Heis, let's just hope His Highness doesn't meet them again. They were the reason His Highness lost the first war to begin with. The first figure sighed as he too left the area. I suspect he has already met them. The last figure thought. Chapter 120, 7 Kill Sword Clan. It has been a few months since Ray and Bywo first stayed at the Clear Sky Clan. The biggest change would be Ray getting his 4th ring to the million-year mark. Bywo had also gotten her 4th ring as she continued to spar with the Clear Sky disciples each day. While Bywo was sparring with the disciples, Ray could be seen sitting lazily on a chair as he watched. Stats, Ray thought. Name, Ray. Age, immortal. Rank, 50 Spirit Ancestor. Power, 98 titled Douluo. Spirit, Azura War God, Samsara Eyes. Rings. Heavenly Demon, 1-000-000 plus. Sword Monarch, 1-000-000 plus. Ring of Atlas, 1-000-000 plus. Sin of Gluttony, 1 million. Ray smiled as he looked at his stats. I should make my next ring from Unlimited Blade Works. Ray thought as he saw Bywo about to finish her spar. Bywo could be seen running together with her doppelganger as she made short teleports to confuse the enemy. Faint green energy surrounded her legs as Bywo grinned. Accelerating in speed, Bywo became a blur as she rushed towards her opponent. Stomping down hard, Bywo summoned more streaks of green energy as it started to restrain her opponent so that he can't escape. Bywo then twisted her body as she gave her opponent a roundhouse kick, launching him out of the arena. Damn. What's that now, 400 win streak? What was that green energy? It wasn't there before. Could it be Bywo Jie's, Big Sis Bywo, new ring ability? Most likely. Disciples discussed between themselves while Bywo leaped towards Ray. Lay. What do you think of the new ability? It's wind element control. Carrot Nabla Carrot, Bywo said as she sat down on Ray's lap. Ray smiled as he patted her head. It's very helpful. Wind can be used in many different ways, from increasing your speed to the sharpness of your attacks. Ray said as he mentally changed her stats. Bywo. Age, 110-000 plus. Combat rank, Peak King. Spirit rank, rank 46 Spirit Ancestor. Spirit rank power, rank 80 Spirit Sage. Power, 5.5 - July 3, 10. Speed, 6.5 - 8 out of 10. Reaction, 5.5 - June 8, 10. Defense, 4 - April 5, 10. Instincts, 6 - 7.4 out of 10. Abilities. Ring 1, Teleport. Ring 2, Charm. Ring 3, Doppelganger. Ring 4, Wind Element Control. Is that all? Bywo pouted, seeing that Ray only mentioned about combat effectiveness. Ray smiled as he knew what Bywo wanted him to say. I don't need to say you're beautiful because everything you do is beautiful to me. Ray said, causing Bywo to smile in satisfactory. Hee hee. Bywo said as she jumped back to spar some more. As Ray watched Bywo spar, the clear sky Douluo approached without anyone knowing and stood next to Ray. Tanghu. Ray greeted. Ray. The clear sky Douluo said as he sat down next to Ray. So what's up for you to find me today? Ray said, giving the clear sky Douluo a side glance. Can't I talk to a friend? Clear sky Douluo said with a shrug. Both you and I know this is merely a business transaction. In return for Bywo to gain experience, I help you protect your clan once. Nothing more, nothing less. Ray said, resting his head on his hand, and started to tap with his spare hand. Heis, you're too serious. I don't even know where you get this distrust for humans to begin with. Clear sky Douluo said with a sigh. Live as long as me and you'll understand. Ray said with a shake of his head. I suppose so. But enough about that, remember old sword whom fought with me side by side? Clear sky Douluo asked, switching to the main reason he was here to find Ray. Wasn't he the one with the 7-kill sword? Ray said, remembering about the sword Douluo. Yes, it seems like the spirit hall will act against them soon. Clear sky Douluo nodded with a slight frown. I know what you want me to do, but no. I promised I save your clan once in return for letting Bywo gain experience. I haven't asked for any favors from the 7-kill sword clan yet, so this doesn't apply to them. Ray rejected instantly. The clear sky Douluo frowned before sighing in understanding. Then can I ask you to save them for me? Use the promise of saving my clan and help old sword. Oh, are you sure? This means that even if your clan is facing ruin, I won't intervene. Ray said, looking at the clear sky Douluo. Of course. Old Sword saved my life once and helped my clan more times than I can bring up. If I can help him in return then I will. Clear Sky Douluo said, looking at Ray. In that case then why don't you go yourself? Ray said, wondering why the Clear Sky Douluo doesn't help his friend out himself. You may not know this, but many clans are staring down at the Clear Sky clan, and in this delicate time I can't leave my clan without a titled Douluo to protect it. The Clear Sky Douluo replied, slumping down into his chair. I should be able to give Bywo a protective barrier while I go to the 7-kill sword clan. Ray thought. Seeing that Bywo finished another spar, Ray called out to her. What's up, Lei? Bywo asked as she walked over. The 7-kill sword clan might be in danger, so they're using my favor of saving them to instead assist the 7-kill sword clan. Ray said as Bywo understood. Are you heading over now? She asked. Yes, I want you to stay here to get more combat experience. Remember, if anything goes wrong you can contact me and I'll come over straight away. Ray said as Bywo nodded. Be careful, okay? Bywo said, giving Ray a kiss on the lips. Who do you think I am? Ray asked with a smile. Bywo smiled in response as Ray turned to the Clear Sky Douluo. Remember, if the 7-kill sword clan is in danger I'll save them in return of using the favor I granted you. Ray said. I understand. The Clear Sky Douluo said, nodding. Ray turned as he gave Bywo one more kiss before leaving. In the time that Ray spent in the Clear Sky clan, Ray had also spent time to gain knowledge of the current world and its geography, so he knew where he needed to go to find the 7-kill sword clan. Applying chi to his legs, Ray dashed into the air as his control in chi allowed for him to make footholds and run across the air. During his journey to the 7-kill sword clan, many types of aerial spirit beasts tried to attack him but were scared off by the pressure he let off. Soon Ray saw a mountain bearing similarities with a sword. Understanding that the mountain is the 7-kill sword clan's resistance, Ray started to climb higher as he landed in the main plaza where he could see many disciples on guard. Speak. Who goes there? A disciple shouted out as he summoned a sword. Ray ignored them as he didn't want to bother with them. Sending out his suppression force, Ray caused them all to kneel as he walked to the main hall. The sword Douluo and several elders could be seen walking out when they felt Ray's suppression force. Sword Douluo, Clear Sky Douluo gave up his favor so that I may assist you when you're in danger. Ray said simply as he looked at the sword Douluo. The sword Douluo widened his eyes as he knew what this meant. His old friend decided to give him the life-saving talisman during his troubled times. Many thanks. Please, join us for a cup of tea. We may talk more about it there. The sword Douluo said as he cupped his hands. Ray only nodded as he dispersed the suppression force and followed the sword Douluo. The elder said nothing as the sword Douluo had already warned them about the youth in front of them, and just feeling the suppression force, they felt like the youth had a sleeping dragon ready to be unleashed which could kill them at any moment. Lei. Ray paused slightly as he heard Bywo's voice in his mind. What is it? Is something wrong? Ray asked. Nothing, just missing you. She replied. Ray could almost imagine Bywo sitting there with a smile/grin while communicating with him. Miss you too, let's just hope the spirit hall or whatever attacks quickly so that I can get this over with. Ray replied as he felt quite bored without Bywo to accompany him. Indeed, so I've been meaning to ask, but what comes after kissing? Is it like beasts where they would mate or something else? Bywo asked, causing Ray to almost laugh out. To Ray, Bywo was a weird mixture of lecherous, alluring, innocent and naive. She would have her moments with each one, as right now she was having an innocent moment of not knowing about sex. I'll tell you about it when I get back, okay? Ray said. Fine, just come back soon. Bywo replied as she planned to ask some disciples about the subject. I can already tell you are going to ask someone about it. Just make sure you talk with a female disciple and not a male. Female disciples can tell you more about it. Ray said. I wasn't going to ask, but come back soon. Bywo said, quickly cutting off the mental link. Ray laughed hearing her panic. Is there anything wrong? The sword Douluo asked as he saw Ray laugh out. Nothing, let's go. Ray said, instantly reverting back to a neutral face. Weird. The sword Douluo said as he entered the main hall.